相应阿吉摩 ，the Sagonite Gamas or miscellaneous Gamas va 相应父 ，the bond of illusion which hinders the response of mind to the higher data 相致 knowledge derived from phenomena 相成 mutually receiving, handing on and receiving, mutually connected 相无声 unreal in phenomena, each in turtle, hare or rabbit as hordes, the unreality of phenomena, one of the 三无声相空 the unreality of form, the doctrine that phenomena have no reality in themselves, in contrast with that of Nana, which only held that the ego had no reality. 相附 to be bound by externals, by the six guas, or objects of sensation. Cf. 相应附相续 sanctity continuity, especially of cause and effect 相续价 illusory ideas continuously succeed one another, producing other illusory ideas, one of the three hypotheses of the 诚实论 Sautucity Stra 相续长 nodal or successive continuity in contrast with 不断长 uninterrupted continuity 相续心 a continuous mind, unceasing thought 相续相 continuity of memory or sensation in regard to agreeables or disagreeables remaining through other succeeding sensations. Cf. 起信论 Awakening of Faith 相续时 continuity, consciousness which never loses any past karma or fails to mature it 相轮 the sign or form of wheels, also 轮相 i.e. the 9 wheels or circles at the top of a pagoda. 精 to pity, boast, attend to, vigorous. 精哀 to pity. 精杰罗 精迦罗 Kikara, a servant, slave, the seventh of the 8 messengers of 不众明王。沙 gravel, sand, 以沙施佛 the legend of Asoka when a child giving a handful of gravel as alms to the Buddha in a previous incarnation, hence his rebirth as a king. 仙 Xian, commonly but incorrectly written Yao, a Western Asian name for heaven, or the Tianshen god of heaven, adopted by the Zoroastrians and borrowed later by the Manichaeans, also in P. S. Mahasvara, 仙字 and Manichaean monastery, 仙教 or 摩尼教, the Manichaean religion. 其 YC pray, prayer is spoken of as absent from Jnana and only known in Mahayana, especially in the esoteric sect. 祈祷 祈念 祈请 to pray, beg, implore, invite. 祈雨 to pray for rain. 祈愿 to vow, 指 the earth, spirit, repose, fast, translate J.G. 指多盘那 or 指多盘林，指缘，指缘精舍，指树缘，指树给孤独缘，指树花林窟，指环林 or 指环林，指陀林 or 指陀园 also 是 or 是多 etc. Jitivana, a park near Mafast, said to have been obtained from Prince Jita by the elder Anthapedica, in which monasterial buildings were erected, the favorite resort of Kayamuni. 200 years later it is said to have been destroyed by fire. Rebuilt smaller 500 years after, and again a century later burnt down 13 years afterwards. It was rebuilt on the earlier scale but a century later entirely destroyed. This is the account given in 法院书039. 指多密 Ten Mitra, Tr. 歌有 friend of song, who in the 4th century Tr. Some 25 works into Chinese. 指业 Gaya, singing, km, a song, preceding prose repeated in verse, odes in honor of the saints. Cf. 伽陀 JTH. 指之 Phi. 僧指之 指陀 Jet, Victor, a prince of Mafast, son of King Prasenajit, and previous owner of the Jitivana. Yu. And monkey, begin, the 4 hour, 9年11月 AM. 于中 the middle of the 4 hour, 10 AM. Tilantai called the 4th period of Buddha as teaching the Yu. 中 Ke. A class, lesson, examination. Ke Wen. A set portion of a book, a lesson. Ke Yi. The rule of the lesson. Chuan. To bore, pierce, to thread, to don, put on. To bore a well and gradually discover water, likened to the gradual discovery of the Buddha, nature. 穿耳僧 pierced ear monks, many of the Indian monks wore earrings. Bodhidharma was called 穿耳客. The ear-pierced guest. 2. Rush out, protrude, root, suddenly. 突婆 incense, frankincense, fragrant gum, impi. As 茅香 lemon, grass, perhaps and draw pigeon. Nardus. 突吉罗突西吉利多 or 突西吉利多，突色而利多得的 Paladaka, wrong, doing, evil action. Misdeed, sin, external sins of body and mouth, i.e. deed and word. Cf. 吉罗突家 Third, Bhm, or Marcy, the wife of Mahasvara, to whom human flesh was offered once a year. In autumn. Item. Tuluna. Draw, a Brahmin who is said to have divided the cremation remains of the Buddha to prevent strife for the mammon contending princes. Ji. To record, regulate, a year, a period of 12 years. 纪纲寮 the office of the Director of Duties. G. Tasos, the Uyghur tribe, and not 歌利陀耶，歌利具，歌利陀耶 or 歌利乃耶 or 歌利那耶，气利陀耶，细陀陀，汗利陀，肝利大 they are the heart, the mind. Some forms are applied to the physical heart, others somewhat indiscriminately to the Tazkiyata heart, or the true, natural, innocent heart. 歌利 or 歌利，歌利句，协力 phrase a term, word of a myth and 广言。哥查达罗 Katra, a land, country, especially a Buddha, realm, cf. 沙哥漏西尼 Frostminken or Seaman, an ancient kingdom near Kom and Kongdus. LAT 35度40 N long 68度22 Itel 红 Arua, Rakta, red 红教红一派的 red sect, i.e. the Sifa, Dmar, or Shimmer, the older Lemnistic sect of Tibet, who wear red clothes and hats. 红莲花 Padma, the red lotus. 红莲地狱 The red lotus hell, the seventh of the 8 cold hells, where the flesh of the sufferers bursts open like red lotuses. 约 bind, restrain, agree, covenant, about. 约机 to avail oneself of opportunity or suitable conditions. 约教约不 according to their doctrine or according to their school. 约法 according to the doctrine or method. 美 fine, handsome, beautiful, admirable, mature, sweet, pleasant. 美音 beautiful sound, a king of the Gandharvas, Gandhapur, Indra as musicians. Also, the name of a son of Sadra and Sumitra converted by Nanda. 美音天女美音妙音天 Sarasvat, Sarosa Vati, the muse of India, goddess of speech and learning, hence. 抠大辩才天 goddess of rhetoric, she is the female energy or wife of Brahm, and also goddess of the river Sarasvat. 9. To endure, bear. 耐怨害人 the patience which endures enmity and injury. 奈墨陀 Narmad, the modern Narbada river. Ye, an interrogative particle, translate. Forja, the. 也许 耶为 cf 土皮 beta, cremation. 耶婆 Yapa, barley, a barley corn, the 2688000 th part of 500, also an measure in general of varying weight and length. 耶婆提 Yavana, Yavatha, I. 照法耶婆卢吉地 A Volokhitasvara cf. 观音耶舍 Yasas, or 耶舍陀 Yaoj. There were 2 persons of this name, a disciple of Nanda, another who is said to have played an important part in connection with the Second Synod. 耶输陀罗，耶输陀，耶输多罗，耶输达罗耶欧达 ，the wife of Kayamuni, mother of Rula, who became a nun 5 years after her husband's enlightenment. She is to become the Buddha. Rasmai Sutta Sahasra Paripra Dvahat Lotus Sutra. Her name was also Gop Chubo Chupinais. Perhaps Gop 月星号册 Visen 背 back behind turn the back on go contrary on the back 背面 to turn one's back to carry on the transmigration life and abide quietly in the nirvana mind 背舍 to turn the back on and leave the world 背正 to turn the back on Buddha truth 背块金瓶 to mix fish on the back of an image, and paste up the scriptures as a screen from the wind. And man without conscience. 胡 how 外 hung, Turk, random, hemp, long-lived, pepper, etc. Translate go, hu 胡乱 disorderly, without order. 葫芦遮那 Gorokan, a bright yellow pigment prepared from the urine or bile of a cow. N.W. 胡子 Hum or Turk, a term applied to the people west and north of China, a nickname for Bodhidharma. 胡种族 of West Asian race, a term applied to the Buddha, as Bustras were also styled 胡金夯. Classics and Laohu Old Hung was also a nickname for the Buddha. Laohu Old Hung was also a nickname for the Buddha. 胡苏多a charm or incantation against evil vapors, etc. 胡跪 the hung way of kneeling, right knee on the ground, left knee up. 胡道人 monks from Central Asia or India. 胡石剑 Hushikan, an ancient kingdom south-west of Balkan Alati. 35度20 n long 65度1 item 包 placenta womb bladder 胞胎 womb uterine fee 胎生胎 garba the womb uterus 胎内五位the 5 periods of the child in the uterus. 胎外五位 the 5 periods of the child after birth, i.e. infancy, childhood, youth, middle age, old age. 胎卵湿化 the 4 yonier modes of birth: womb, born, egg, born, sperm, born, and born by transformation. E.g. modes, certain deities, etc. 胎大日 Phaeocona in the Garbatho. 胎狱 Taigong, the womb prison, the womb regarded as a prison, see 胎生 胎生 uterine birth, womb, born. Before the differentiation of the sexes, birth is supposed to have been by transformation. The term is also applied to beings enclosed in unopened lotuses in paradise, who have not had faith in a myth but trusted to their own strength to attain salvation. There, they remain for proportionate periods, happy, but without the presence of the Buddha or Bodhisattvas or the sacred host, and do not hear their teaching. The condition is known as Tai Gong, the womb palace, Tai Zang Jie, Garbato or Garbacosa, the womb treasury, the universal source from which all things are produced, the matrix, the embryo, likened to a womb in which all of a child is conceived, its body, mind, etc. It is container and content, it covers and nourishes, and is the source of all supply. It represents the Li Xing fundamental nature, both material elements and pure body, or wisdom in essence or purity, Li being Theravada's fundamental wisdom, and Zhi acquired wisdom or knowledge, Vavajrito. It also represents the human heart in its innocence or pristine purity, which is considered as the source of all Buddha, piety, and moral knowledge. And it indicates that from the central being in Thimala, face, the sun as symbol of Vairocana, there issue all the other manifestations of wisdom and power. Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, demons, etc. It is Benju original intellect, or the static intellectuality, in contrast with Shiju intellection, the initial or dynamic intellectuality represented in the Vajrito. Hence it is the cause and Vajrita's effect, though as both are a unity, the reverse may be the rule, the effect being also the cause. It is also likened to Lita enriching others, as Vajritu is to the enriching self. K.B. Daishi, founder of the Yoga or Shenzhen Zhenyan school in Japan, adopted the representation of the ideas in malas or diagrams as the best way of revealing the mystic doctrine to the ignorant. Theravada is the womb or treasury of all things, the universe, the fundamental principle, the source. Its symbols are a triangle, its face, and an open lotus as representing the sun and Vairocana. In Japan, this mole placed on the east, typifying the rising sun as source, or Li. The Vajritu is placed west and represents wisdom or knowledge as derived from the underlying principle, but the two are essential one to the other, neither existing apart. The material and spiritual, wisdom, source, and intelligence, essence and substance, and similar complementary ideas are thus portrayed. Theravada may be generally considered as the static and the Vajrita as the dynamic categories, which are nevertheless a unity. Theravada 2 is divided into 3 sections, representing 7 their quiescence, wisdom, store, and pity, store, or thought, knowledge, pity. One is called the Buddha section, the others the Vajra and Lotus sections respectively. The 3 also typically find moksha, purge, and dharmakya, or freedom, understanding, and spirituality. There are 3 heads of these sections, Vairochana, Vajrayana, and Avalokitesvara, each has a mother or source, e.g. Vairochana from Buddha S, and each has a Bhagwan or emanation of protection against evil, also a sexual female energy, a germ, letter, etc. The diagram of 5 Buddhas contains also 4 bodhisattvas, making 9 in all, and there are altogether 13 Yuan or great courts of various types of ideas, of varying numbers, generally spoken of as 414. Cf. 金刚界大日2部台经 The Garbato and the Vajrito 山 Fetch, Mat, Morning 山婆罗 Thampuro Janhala, Janra, the citron tree, Blixa of Tendra 山莫罗 Camara, name of several plants, rug, beetle, nut, etc., the resort of golden winged birds. Mao, thatch, 毛盖头 a handful of thatch to cover one's head, a hut or simple monastery. 若 if, as, like, the set, translate for gemstones. 若那 or 若难 惹那那真呢 tr. By knowledge, understanding, intellectual judgments, as compared with great wisdom, moral judgments, purge is supposed to cover both meanings. 若提子 J. Putra near Grand Vajti. Ma flourishing 茂尼 文尼 木尼 muni, a solitary, a recluse, e.g. Kaya Muni, the recluse of the Kaya family, Jen. Inpi. As one who seeks solitude, and one who is able to be kind. 茂罗三不如 Last Noctura, the modern Mutang. 茂真 Mocha, the plantain tree, Musa sapient, associated with the idea of liberation from the passions. 别 fragrant 别除 毕除 比丘 cubic hikun, a beggar, religious mendicant, a Buddhist monk. 别除尼 Hikun and not 别除律仪 The 250 rules for monks. 院 a park, imperial park, a collection. 这地方是院宫四郊 四郊苦 Dukkha, 斗趣 bitterness, unhappiness, suffering, pain, distress, misery, difficulty. There are lists of 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 10 categories. the two are internal, i.e. physical and mental, and external, i.e. attacks from without. The four are birth, growing old, illness, and death. The 8 are these four, along with the pain of parting from the loved, of meeting with the hated, of failure in one's aims, and that caused by the 5 skandhas, cf. 4D. 苦厄. The obstruction caused by pain or suffering. 苦因. The cause of pain. 苦欲. The region of misery, i.e. every realm of reincarnation. 苦性. The nature of misery, a sorrowful spirit. 苦恼. Misery and trouble, distress. 苦智. The knowledge or understanding of the axiom of suffering. 苦本. The root of misery, i.e. desire. 苦果. The physical and mental suffering resulting from evil conduct, chiefly in previous existences. 苦业. The karma of suffering. 苦河. Misery deep as a river. 苦经. The deep ford or flood of misery which must be crossed in order to reach enlightenment. 苦海. The ocean of misery, its limitlessness. 苦法治. The knowledge of the law of suffering and the way of release, one of the 法治. 苦法治人 QB. 苦空. Misery and unreality, pain and emptiness. 苦网. The net of suffering. 苦缚. The bond of suffering. 苦苦. Dukkha, dukhat. The pain or painfulness of pain, pain produced by misery or pain, suffering. Arising from external circumstances, e.g. famine, storm, sickness, torture, etc. 苦运. The bundle of suffering, i.e. the body as composed of the 5 skandhas. 苦行. Dukkara, kari, undergoing difficulties, hardships, or sufferings. Also tapas, burning, torment. Hence asceticism, religious austerity, mortification. 苦行林. 木瓜林 Urugo, Kayapa, the forest near Gay where Kayamuni underwent rigorous ascetic discipline, video. 苦言. Bitter words, words of rebuke. 苦地. 苦圣地 Dukkha Riya Satyan. The first of the 4 dogmas, that of suffering. 苦集. 苦轮. The wheel of suffering, i.e. reincarnation. 苦道. The path of suffering. From illusion arises karma, from karma suffering, from suffering illusion, in a vicious circle. 苦寂. The limit of suffering, i.e. entrance to nirvana. 苦因. The body with its 5 skandhas in enmesh in suffering. 苦集. Samudaya, arising, coming together, collection, multitude. The second of the 4 axioms, that of accumulation, that misery is intensified by craving or desire and the passions, which are the cause of reincarnation. 苦集灭道. The four axioms or truths, i.e. dukkha, pain, samudaya, as above, nirvana, the extinguishing of pain and reincarnation, dukkha, the way to such extinction, cf. 四谛. 苦类智. The wisdom which releases from suffering in all words. 苦类忍. 苦类智忍, one of the 8 forms of endurance arising out of 苦类智. 八忍. 苦愚. Remains of suffering awaiting the Hnana disciple who escapes suffering in this world, but still meets it in succeeding worlds. 也. Overflow, inundate, abundant, ample, superfluous, fertile, used in 摩诃眼 Mahina. 眼门. The ample door, school, or way, the Mahina. 要. Important, essential, necessary, strategic, want, need, about to, intercept, coerce, agree, etc. 要妙. The essential and mystic nature of Buddha, truth. 要闻. The important texts or texts. 要旨. The important meaning or aim. 要经. The fort or road. 要行. The essential mode of action or conduct. 要言. Important or essential words. 要门. Essential or strategic way. 记. To reckon, count, on, scheme, add to, annex, translate K, cf. 记机. 记名字相. The state of giving names to seeming things, etc. 六粗. Cf. Awakening of Faith 起信论. 嫉妒. Tarka, vitarka, conjecture, reckon, calculate, differentiate. 记我实有宗. The sect that reckons on, or advocates, the reality of personality. 记舍罗. 季萨罗 or 基萨罗, castora, hair, filament, ink, as stamens and pistils. 记者. To maintain determinedly, bigokedly, on the basis of illusory thinking. 记兜. 季布, 季兜 or doka to any bright appearance, comet, insight, eminent, discernment, etc. The name of 2 constellations to the left and right of Aquila. 真. Chaste, lucky. 真实. Pure and true. 父. To bear on the back, turn the back on, idols. 父门. Positions that have been withdrawn from an argument, defeated. 复. To go to, or into. 复活外道. Ascetics who burn themselves alive. 复请. To go in response to an invitation, go to invite. 复击. To go or to preach according to the need or opportunity. G. An army, military, martial, translate could cf. 君池 could Guangyan with the face, also 金星皓池 or 金星皓池韵大丁家池君池 also 君治家 or 君治家 for cook Ivan. 君池 and 君池 are also used for cook an aesthetic as water bottle. 君土 quat fire pot, brazier, or fire hole used by the esoterics in fire worship. 君土力 君池 quadrant ring shaped in P as a vase bottle. 君土力明王 Anta one of the 5 Ming Wang, the Ambrosia King, also known as a Yechaga King, his fierce form of queller of demons. Juna quat a flower, perhaps jasmine, oleander, or boswellia thurifer. Gui a rod, rule, axle. Gui Shi a rule and its observance in P. As to know the rule or doctrine and hold it without confusion with other rules or doctrines. 规范 rule, mode. 规范师 a teacher of rules, discipline, morals, and kriya. 规仪 rule, form. 回 V 回 数 narrate, publish, narration. 数撸达罗 数吕多 sutra, lawyer. 加 translate Kansas, KCF. 加个嘎接科个干结 加力 Kali, strive, striver, ill, born, also 加加兰福、加罗富、加林加王、歌利 or 歌利、竭力 Kalirja, Kalingarja, a king of Magadha noted for his violence, it is said that in a former incarnation he cut off the ears, nose, and hands of the Buddha, who bore it all unmoved. Cf. Mervastra 31. 加利沙那 Karana, dragging, pulling, plowing a weight in P. As half a Chinese ounce. 加利沙波达 Kerpak tr. As 400 candles, but the weights vary, also 加利沙班拿 or 加利沙婆拿 or 加利沙波拿结加利波那 or 结加利波拿计利沙盘加扎富丹那 Koptana 结加布达那 Krigas or demons of remarkably evil order 加奢 a species of grass used for mats, thatch, etc., personified as one of Yoma's attendants. N.W. Itel says a broom made of it and used by Kayamuni is still an object of worship. 加奢布罗 Kalpura, a city which Itel locates between Lucknow and Ak. 加施 Kajasi, a place said to be so cold because its bamboos were good for arrows, north of Kosala, but it is also given by N.W. as Benares. 加尼加 Kanaka or Kanika, a tree or plant, probably a kind of sandalwood. 加布德加 Kalpotaka 加布唐 a dove pigeon. 加布德加加兰歌园 Kalpotaka Suprema and Monastery of the South Steve School, so called because the Buddha in a previous incarnation is said to have changed himself into a pigeon and to have thrown himself into the fire in order to provide food for a hunter who was prevented from catching him because of Buddha's preaching. When the hunter learned of Buddha's power, he repented and attained enlightenment. 加诗 Kesara, rice and peas boiled together, grain and sesame. And W it is in P. As a wheat porridge. 加魔 Kema, desire, love, wish. A hungry spirit. 加摩浪加 Kenmalak, an ancient country probably part of the present Chittagong opposite the mouth of the Ganges. Ita 加摩罗 or 加莫罗 Camel jaundice. 加摩吕波 Kanmarpa, now Kanrab, an ancient kingdom formed by the western portion of Asset. Ita 加摩陀都 Kanmanto, the realm of desire, of sensuous gratification, this world and the 60 locusts, any world in which the elements of desire have not been suppressed. 加瞻 加瞻言子 Taymunat Mugtianputra, one of the 10 noted disciples of Kayamuni. The foundation work of the Abhidharma philosophy, phase. The Abhidharma Jnanaprasna has been attributed to him, but it is by an author of the same name 500 years later. Other forms are 加多衍那、加多衍尼子 or 加多衍尼子、加底耶耶那、加瞻衍尼子。There are others of the same name, e.g. the 7th of the 10 non-Buddhist philosophers. Perhaps Kalpudakdayana associated with mathematics, but spoken of as a violent adversary of Kayamuni. N.W. 加檀波 or 加檀婆 Kadenbud, a tree or plant with fragrant flowers, the monthly Kadenbud, the mustard plant. 加锗 cup, glass, crystal, tr. as a precious stone. 加林沙舍尼 Karanya, to be drawn, attracted, conciliated, in P. As forgiveness. 加离加 or 加罗加 Klyaka, and inhabiting the Yaman, Jamna, slain by Ka, in P. As a black dragon. Also clique, a garment of diverse colors. 加楼罗 Garula, a mythical bird, the chief of the feathered race, the enemy of the serpent race, the vehicle of Vishnu. And WTR as golden winged, with an expanse of 336万里, carrying 3 unique pearl or talisman on its neck, Among other accounts, one says it dwells in great trees and feeds on snakes or dragons. Also 迦楼罗、迦流罗、迦楼图、迦楼罗、揭路图、Luna or Luna. The association of Thegaruma, like the phoenix, with fire makes it also a symbol of flame. 迦楼罗、眼、迦楼那、迦卢那可如 pitying pity. 迦毗罗 or 迦毗罗 Copula, author of the school philosophy. 却 also called Lapis to be 却 迦毗摩罗 called Pimela of Patna, 2nd century AD, converted by Abdul-Mamin. He himself is said to have converted in Gurjana. He was the 13th patriarch. 迦毗罗 Copula, tawny, brown, red, inky. As redhead or yellowhead, name of the founder of the school philosophy. Also 迦毗黎、迦毗罗、杰毗罗 cf. 僧结安数 Copper Lapis to Jie also written in a dozen varieties, e.g. 迦毗罗婆 or 迦毗比、迦毗比婆、迦毗罗婆苏兜、迦维 or 迦维罗、月、迦维罗月、迦波离 Caplicus, followers of Siva who wore skulls. 迦尸离罗 Canberra, Kashmir, formerly known in Chinese as Jibin Jibin, the coven of the Greeks, the modern Kabul coup, under Kaunika, the seat of the final synod for determining the canon. Other forms are 迦叶弥罗、结尸弥罗、迦留陀夷 Clodion, also called Utoiudain or Blackodain, but there are other interpretations, said to have been schoolmaster to Kaiomuni when young and one of the early disciples, also to have been murdered. 迦毗氏 Copy, an ancient kingdom south of the Hindu Kush, said to be 4000 lie around, with a capital of the same name lying circumference, formerly a summer resort of Kaunika. 迦支那 Kahina, 迦毗结支那 heart, inflexible, unyielding, a road of merit. 迦支那月 Kritika, Misa, the month in October, November, in P. As the month after the summer retreat. When monks receive the Kahina road of merit, the date of the month is variously given, but it follows the summer retreat. Also 迦提月、迦利比迦月 or 杰利比迦月、迦利比迦月、迦里比迦摩喜 or 迦拉比迦摩喜、迦罗 Cow, 哥罗 and minute part, and atom, the 100th part lengthwise of a human hair, also a 16th part of anything. Osaka and 迦罗 a definite time, a division of time, the time of work, study, etc., as opposed to leisure time club, among other meanings, also means black, for which 迦罗迦 clay is sometimes used. e.g. the black Nga, 加罗皮洛 Carothera, a fragrant oleander, tr. as 洋植株 a plant whose leaves on pressure exude juice. 加罗皮加 probably an incorrect form of Cocolapis tufi. 加皮罗国 加沙叶 or 加沙叶 or 加沙叶 or 加罗沙叶 or 加罗沙叶 or 加罗沙叶 Kia and monk as dyed robe in contrast with white lagar. 加罗毕拿加 Slapinka, a city of Moldova, 20 li south east of Kulika, south of the present city of Bier. Itel 加罗越 Kulapati, the head of a clan or family. 加罗加扎 the crab in the zodiac. 加罗罗 Carlot, having projecting teeth, formidable epithet of the gaseous of Sima, of club, of fishhook, etc. N.W. 加罗镇头 Flacounting dukkha, the first a poisonous fruit, the second non-poisonous, similar in appearance. A simile for bad and good monks. 加罗鸠陀 Falkachenda Phi. 居留孙 also Kakuda, Zainuna Phi. 加占 加耶 Kaya, the body and assemblage, cf. Tripia. 加密色加 加密加 Kalmika, king of 月支的 USE, i.e. of Takra and the Indo-Scythians, ruler of Gendra in northern Punjab, who conquered northern India and as far as Bactria. He became a patron of Buddhism, the greatest after Asoka. His date is like given, he says probably at the close of the 1st century AD. If I shall so put at AD 125-165, he convoked the 3rd or 4th synod in Kashmir of 500 leading monks under the presidency of Shiyo Vasumitra. Whence canon was revised and settled. This he is said to have had engraved on brass and placed in a stock. 迦叶 迦叶波 Kayapa 迦摄 迦摄波 inter alia, a class of divine beings similar to or equal to Brihpati, the father of gods, demons, men, fish, reptiles, and all animals, also a constellation. N.W. It is in P. as drinking light, i.e. swallowing sun and moon, but without apparent justification. One of the 7 or 10 ancient Indian sages. Name of a tribe or race. 3. Kayapa. Buddha, the 3rd of the 5 Buddhas of the present Kalpa, the 6th of the 7 ancient Buddhas. 4. Kayapa, a Brahman of Magadha, who became one of the principal disciples of Kayamuni, and after his death became leader of the disciples, convoked and erected the 1st synod, whence his title Riyasthavara, 上座, the chairman, is derived. I tell. He is accounted the chief of the ascetics before the Enlightenment, the first compiler of the canon and the first patriarch. 5. There were 5 Kayapas, disciples of the Buddha, Mod, Kayapa, Urubbo, Kayapa, Gay, Kayapa, Nak, Kayapa, and Dasubala, Kayapa, the second, third, and fourth, are said to have been brothers. 6. A Bodhisattva, whose name has a chapter in the Nirvana Sutra. 7. 迦叶摩腾 Kayapa, Uttaka, the monk who with God Corona, order Murika, I. 修fel了诸法兰, according to Buddhist statements, brought images and scriptures to China, with the commissioners sent by Mingdi, arriving in Luoyang AD 67. 迦叶仪 Kayapa, a school formed on the division of the Mosaic into 5 schools a century after the Nirvana. Keith gives the Southern Order in the 2nd century after the Nirvana as Theravada, Stavara, Mosaka, Sarvastivin, Kayapa. Other forms, 迦叶皮, 迦叶维, 迦叶波, 迦叶毕耶, 科师北语, 迦兰陀 Karakat, a bird which flies in flocks and has a pleasant note, also a squirrel, which awakened Bimbisra to warn him against a snake. 2. The Karat Vimudvana, a garden belonging to an elder called Karat, used by a Grantha sect, then presented by King Bimbisra to Kayamuni. Other forms, 迦兰仪, 迦兰陀, 迦兰多迦, 迦兰陀, 迦陵, 杰兰多迦, or 杰兰陀迦, 迦迦 Kakla, a crow, also 迦迦迦, 迦迦罗, 迦迦罗虫 is said to be a black insect or worm. 迦迦楼多 Karuta, a crow's cup. 迦迦国家平蛇罗 perhaps Kapinjala, a Francolin, partridge, or pheasant. 迦迦那 Gagana, the firmament, space. 迦遮莫尼 or 迦遮莫尼 Kamani, crystal, quartz. 迦遮林的 Kalindika or Xylindi, also 迦遮林底迦 or 迦真林底迦, 迦瞻林提 or 迦瞻林陀, 迦指利那 迦林提 or 迦林陀 a seabird, from whose feathers robes are made. 迦罗迦 Throb or Kraka, one who does or causes, an agent. 迦布唐 Fee 迦布迦那迦穆尼 Kanakambuni Fee 居那穆尼 迦那提婆Kadima, a disciple of Angrajuna and 15th patriarch, and native of South India, of the Vaishnava caste, said to have only one eye, hence his name, known also as Deva Bodhisattva. 迦陵平迦 迦陵迦 Kalapaka, a bird described as having a melodious voice, found in the valleys of the Himalayas. NW says a sparrow. It may be the Calendaka or Kokila, the cuckoo. It sings in the shell before hatching out. Other forms are 加铃平加鸟、加蓝加 or 加蓝平加 or 加皮加 or 加皮平、加皮加 or 加皮加罗、加尾罗、杰罗尾罗、杰皮加罗 or 鹤杯加罗 etc. 加平蛇罗 or 加冰蛇罗，鹧鸪 Copingella, a Francolin, partridge or pheasant. 加平蛇罗王 Copihelaja, a previous incarnation of Kyamuni as a pheasant. 玉 elegant, refined, translate 言语。瑜伽 yoga, cf. 瑜伽瑜伽之罗 Arkasila is a place unknown. 玉多罗森家玉多 Acharsaka, the cassock, the 7th patch robe for this and Uttarakuruth. 瑜伽 Yugra, an elder of Mufast, whose name is given to a sutra. 重 heavy, weighty, grave, serious, to lay stress upon, regard respectfully, again, double, repeated. 重如 feet 如的道二重山 the heavy mountain of illusion. 重火 to pay respect to the god of fire. 重空 the double space, i.e. the space beyond space, the void beyond the void. 重重 repeated, again and again, manifold, 一只重重地网的 multi-mesh net of Indra. 众观 the great barriers to meditation and enlightenment. 众阁讲堂 the double-storied hall and fell where the Buddha stayed. 众障 serious hindrances to enlightenment, e.g. delusion, sin, retribution, or the results of one's previous lives. 重颂 职业概要 repetition in verse of a prose section. 线 limit, boundary, to fix. 线分 limited, e.g. limited culpability by reason of accident, unintentional error. 降 descend, send down, degrade, subdue, submit. 降世 to descend to earth from above, as recorded of the Buddha. 降三世 to subdue the 3 worlds, as conqueror of them, e.g. 降三世明王 Trailokya, Vijayarja, which as you believe. The 3 realms above, here, below, one of the 5 great Mingwang QV, the one controlling the east, subduer of the 3 realms of desire, resentment, and stupidity, also of these 3 passions in past, present, future. There are other similarities. 降服 Abhikrika, exorciser, magic, subjugator of demons. 降焰魔尊 Yantaka, cf. Yen the fierce merger of 6 labs who controls the demons of the west. 降生 to descend into the world, as the Buddha is said to have done from the two into heaven. 降神 The descent of Buddha's spirit into NYS womb, also to bring down spirits as does a spiritualistic medium. 降胎 The descent into NYS womb. 降临 To descend, draw near from above, condescend, e.g. the Buddha, the spirits, etc. 降诞 The anniversary of the descent, i.e. the Buddha's birthday, not the conception. 降魔 To overcome demons, e.g. as the Buddha did at his enlightenment. 降龙 To subdue and gas, e.g. 降龙波 to compel and to enter an alms bowl as did the Buddha, 降龙符 Who to subdue and gas and subjugate tigers. 面 Face 面目 Face and eyes, face, looks. 面门 Forehead, or mouth, or the line across the upper lip. 面授 Personal or face, to face instruction. 面壁 To sit in meditation with the face to a wall, as did Bodhidharma for 9 years, without uttering a word. 革 Skins, hides, pelts, strip, cut off. 葛葱 明葱 Lachuka, green onions, and WTR. As 蒜 garlic. 尾 A thong, translate. 4 VE, 5 sounds. 韦将军 韦天将军 One of the generals under the southern march guardian in a temple. 韦滴西韦滴皮滴西 or 费滴西费提系弗多罗贼贼 wife of Bimbisra and mother of Ajtashu. Also called Rupadra. 韦纽天韦柔韦纽皮纽皮色纽韦搜纽韦搜纽皮色怒 or 皮色奴 Fire or pervading. Encompassing, the preserver in integrity, Brahm, fire, Siva, creator, preserver, destroyer. The Devas, fish nuance, are devoted to him as the Sivas are to Siva. His wife is Lakshmi, or R. The Chinese describe him as born out of water at the beginning of a world, 口口 with 1000 heads and 2000 heads. From his navel springs a lotus, from which is evolved Brahm. 韦陀韦陀毗陀毗陀吠陀 or 吠陀毕陀比陀 Veda, knowledge, tr. 明智 or 明分 clear knowledge, or discernment. The 4 Vedas are Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, and Athara Veda. They were never translated into Chinese, being accounted heretical. 韦陀书 or 韦陀书 Vitoka, Vigatoka, younger brother of King Oka. 韦陀罗 Vedla, 毗陀罗 韦陀天 韦陀 Vedo, the guardian facing the main hall of a temple. The origin of Vedo is uncertain. 音 sound, note, that which is heard. 音教 vocal teaching, Buddha as preaching. 音物 sounding block or board for keeping time or rhythm. 音乐 music and musical accompaniment to a service. 音译 sound and meaning, i.e. a pronouncing dictionary. 音声 sound, note, preaching. 音声佛事 Buddha's work in saving by his preaching. 音响人 sound and echo perseverance, the patience which realizes that all is as unreal as sound and echo. 风 fire, wind, air, rumor, repute, custom, temper, lust. 风三昧 丰分三昧 assembly in which the whole body is conceived of as scattered. 风灯 or 风中灯 or 风前灯 or 风烛 or 风中烛 or 风前烛 as a lamp or candle in the wind, such is the evanescence of the world and man. 风刀 the winged knife, i.e. the approach of death and its agonies. 风大 wind or air as one of the four elements. 风天 the winged deva. 风界 the realm of wind or air, with motion as its principal one of the 四大 QV. 风灾the calamity of destruction by wind at the end of the third period of destruction of a world. 风色 wind color, i.e. non-existent, like a rabbit's horns, tortoise, hair, or scent of salt. 风轮the wheel or circle of wind below the circle of water and metal on which the earth rests. The circle of wind rests on space. 风季 风轮季 the region of the wind circle. 飞 to fly. 飞仙飞行仙 flying jet. 飞化 flying and changing. 飞行 flying anywhere at will. 飞行夜叉 flying jackass or demons. 飞帝飞行皇帝 flying ruler, synonym for a sovereign. 飞西 flying staff, synonym for a traveling monk. 食 frog, 阿赫罗 food, to eat, feed. The rules are numerous, and seem to have changed, originally. Flesh food was not improper and vegetarianism was a later development, the early three rules. In regard to clean foods are that I shall not have seen the creature killed, nor heard it killed for me, nor have any doubt that it was killed for me. The five unclean foods are the above three, with creatures that have died a natural death, and creatures that have been killed by other creatures. The 9 classes add to the 5, creatures not killed for me, raw flesh, or creatures mauled by other creatures, things not seasonable or at the right time, things previously killed. Thalakoptra Sutra and certain other sutras forbid all killed food. 食前 before food, i.e. before the principal meal at noon, but 时后 after food, especially after breakfast. Till noon. 食堂 or 斋堂 the dining hall of a monastery. 时时 the time of eating the principal meal, i.e. meal. Nothing might be eaten by members of the order after noon. 食欲 the lust for food, one of the four cravings. 食物五果 the 5 kinds of edible fruits and grains, those with stones or pips, rinds, shells, seeds, e.g. grains, pods. 10门爱良，念邪献当 to eat some kind of poisonous herb. 11 to eat honey, i.e. to absorb the Buddha's teaching. 12 the time of a meal, i.e. but a short time. 手 head 手图陀那 梳头坛 or 月头坛 Sadodana, in P. Pure food, king of Kapalapis II, husband of Moli, and founder of Kayamuni. 首座 the chief seat, president, chief. 首会 voluntary compassion and repentance. 首人言首人伽罗 Ragama, in P. 剑香 heroic, resolute, the virtue or power which enables a Buddha to overcome every obstacle, obtaining the 首人言定 or 三昧 Ragama, Hinley or Sunti, 首人言经 is the sutra on the subject, whose full title commences 大佛地 etc. 手卢家手卢 or 手卢科 书卢家 or 是卢家 or 书卢家波 or 是卢家波是卢家 sloka, a stanza of 32 syllables, either in 4 lines of 8 each, or 2 of 16. 手罗or 周罗 or 手罗法 or 周罗法 clay cut, one of the 8 I-Cas, or demons. 手呵济那 or 手阿济那 Abhitsna, the 9th Brahmaloka, i.e. the 3rd region of the 3rd Hineo form. 手陀手陀罗树陀罗 or 树达罗 or 树那罗 the 4th of the 4 castes, peasants. 手陀婆 or 斯陀婆 or 手陀娑婆 or 斯陀娑婆 Advsa, the 5 pure abodes, or heavens. 手题 heading or title of a sutra. 香 Gandha fragrance, incense, the sense of smell, i.e. one of the Ayatana, 6 senses. Incense is one of the Sri Buddha's messengers to stimulate faith and devotion. 香丸 incense bowls. 香焰香光庄严 the one whose mind meditates on Buddha becomes interpenetrated and glorified by Buddha, fragrance, and light. There are several deva, sons and others called Xianzhang. 香部 the sense of smell and its organ, the nose. 香沙an incense sakitra, i.e. a monastery. 香厨 the fragrant kitchen, i.e. a monastery kitchen. 香尘 the atom or element of smell, one of the 6 was. 香室 Gongdaku, house of incense, i.e. where Buddha dwells, a temple. 香山 Gongtengdena Incense Mountain, one of the 10 fabulous mountains known to Chinese Buddhism, located in the region of the Anapatapta Lake in Tibet, also placed in the Kulu Range. Among its great trees dwell the Kingaras, Indra as musicians. 香染 Incense, colored, yellowish, gray, the color of a monk's robe, also 香色, 香衣, 香附衣. 香楼 The fragrant pyre on which the body of Buddha was consumed. 香欲 The desire for fragrance, the lust of the nasal organ, one of the 5 desires. 香殿 The incense hole, especially the large hole of Citraragna. 香水 Liquid scent, or perfume. 香水钱 Money given to monks. 香海香水海 The scented ocean surrounding Sumeru. 香汤 A fragrant liquid made of 32 ingredients, used by the secret sects in washing the body at the time of initiation. 香火 Incense and candles, or lamps. 香烛 Thread incense in coils, a lamp or candle giving a fragrant odor, incense and candles. 香炉 A censer. 香王 Gandharja, a bodhisattva in whose image the fingertips are shown as dripping ambrosia. There is also a 香王望月 香界 Incense region, a temple. 香神 香阴神 The gods of fragrance and music, i.e. the Gandharvas who live on Gongtengdena, the musicians of Indra, with Tara as their ruler. 香鸡 Xiongji, the Buddha of fragrance, land 香国 described in the Wei Mo Jing. The inhabitants live on the odor of incense, which surpasses that of all other lands, cf. 香象 also the kitchen and food of a monastery. 香竹斜现象 Incense made in coils and burned to measure the time, also 香盘, 香印 香华 Incense and flowers, offerings to Buddha. 香象 Gandharvast Fragrant elephant, one of the 16 honored ones of the Bhadra Kalpa, also a bodhisattva in the north who lives on the 香聚山 or 香醉山 with Buddha 香积 cf. 香集香象之文 A narrative in the Abhidharma Kosa, also a title for the Buddhist canon. 香象大师 The third patriarch of the Huayan school, Faizan Fazang. 香集 The name of the Western Buddha, land in which a bodhisattva lives, described in the 虚空 藏菩萨经 Kagarbha Sutra, cf. 香象香风山 The abode of the bodhisattva of fragrance and light. 香食 Fragrance for food, fragrant food. 香龙脑 Scented dragon as brands, camphor, fee. 节布罗石 10 strokes. 乘 in a a vehicle, when any means of conveyance, a term applied to Buddhism as carrying men to salvation. The two chief divisions are the 小乘 Mana and 大乘 Mahina. But there are categories of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Shenkvi, and they have further subdivisions. 乘经 the vehicle and for to nirvana, i.e. Buddha, truth. 乘众 the vehicle, seed, or seed issuing from the Buddha, vehicle. 戒 to borrow, lend. 借花献佛 to borrow a flower to offer to Buddha, i.e. to serve him with another as gift. 值 to meet, happen on, attend to, worth, value at. 值遇 to meet, happen on unexpectedly. 比 to cause, enable. 比沙蛇罗索 by Shyaja, the Buddha of medicine, or king of healing, V. 药师19 比利多 Prita, a hungry ghost, V. 贵石 被 double, fold, a fold, to turn from or against, to revolt. 背离 to turn from and depart from. 条 element of anything, along order. 条支 the Tajiks anciently settled near the Surikal Lake. 艾条 条衣 the monk's patch, robe. 道 to fall, lie down, to pour, upside down, inverted, perverted, on the contrary. 道凡 perverted folk, the unenlightened who see things upside down. 道合 a fallacious comparison in a syllogism. 道玄 hanging upside down, the condition of certain condemned souls, especially for whom the Alambana or Lambana CFU festival is held in the 7th month. The phrase is used as ATR of Alambana, and as such seems meant for Lambana. 道我 the conventional ego, the reverse of reality. 道见 cf. 颠19 upside, down or inverted views, seeing things as they seem, not as they are, e.g. the impermanent as permanent, misery as joy, now ego as ego, and impurity as purity. 道理 the fallacy of using a comparison in a syllogism which does not apply. 修 to put in order, mend, cultivate, observe. Translate Su as cf. 虚苏 修伽陀 Sugata, one who has gone the right way, one of a Buddha's titles, sometimes in P. As well, Ka, Sugata. Also 修伽多, 修伽度, 修阶多, or 苏阶多, 沙婆阶多, 沙迦, 沙迦陀。修利 Sraya, Sudiye the sun, also name of Amakat, the ruler of the sun. 修善 to cultivate goodness, the goodness that is cultivated, in contrast with natural goodness. 修坚 firmness in observing or maintaining established conviction, e.g. of the 别教 bodhisattva that all phenomena in essence are identical. 修多罗 Sutra, from sith, to soul, to thread, to string together, in P. As yin, i.e. 线 thread, string, straw, together as a garland of flowers. Sutras or addresses attributed to the Buddha, usually introduced by 如是我闻 thus have I heard, a then made through template is in P. By a warp, i.e. the threads on which a piece is woven, it is the Tripitaka, or first portion of the Tripitaka, but is sometimes applied to the whole canon. It is also in P. 契而契经 scriptures. Also 修丹罗、修度路、修多兰、修善兰多、素亚兰 or 素达兰、苏多罗 or 苏亚罗。A class on the 7-piece road of the 真宗 Shen sect. 修性 to cultivate the nature, the natural proclivities. 修性不二门 the identity of cultivation and the cultivated. 修恶 to cultivate evil, cultivated evil in contrast with evil by nature. 修禅 to undergo the discipline of penitence. 修所断 to cut off illusion in practice or performance. 修惑 illusion, such as desire, hate, etc. in practice or performance, i.e. in the process of attaining enlightenment, cf. 私惑 修身 that which is produced by cultivation or observance. 修禅六妙门 the 6 mysterious gates or ways of practicing meditation, consisting mostly of breathing exercises. 修罗 Asura, demons who war with Indra, Ashola, it is also Sura, which means a god or deity. 修罗军 the army of Asuras, fighting on the 修罗场 Asura battlefield against Indra. 修罗酒 Sir, wine, spirits, but it is also in P. As Asuran, i.e. the non-existent. 修罗道 or 修罗去 Asura way or destiny. 修习力 the power acquired by the practice of all good conduct, the power of habit. 修行 career, conduct, to observe and do, to end one's ways, to cultivate oneself in right practice, be religious or pious. 修行住 a bodhisattva's stage of conduct, the third of his 10 stages. 修拔拿 Supera, 修月拿 Sufala gold. 修道 to cultivate the way of religion, be religious, the way of self-cultivation. In the Jnana, the stage for open mental arhat, in Mahina one of the Bodhisattva stages. 修造局 a workshop, in a monastery. 修陀里舍那 Sudarsana in P. 善见 beautiful, given as the name of Amakat cf. Also Su. G. O. Every, translate Ku, Ko, cf. G. 纠 G. Ku, G. 句不成 句不集成 O incomplete, a fallacy in the comparison, or example, which leaves the syllogism incomplete. 句不浅 a fallacy in the syllogism caused by introducing an irrelevant example, one of the 33 fallacies. 句罗 Who quays a cock or fowl, this is in P. As the clocking of fowls, cf. 9N 句罗布 Kalkuk is described as one of the 18 schools of Nana, cf. 句利迦罗 A kind of black dragon, also 句利迦罗、句里迦 or 句里见、古利迦、迦利迦、迦罗迦、律迦 etc. It is one of the symbols of 不动明王, connected with his sword. 句费罗 Kuvera, the god of riches. Varava, regent of the north, having 3 legs and 8 teeth, in Japan Bishamon. Also 句起罗 and numerous other names, cf. P. 句叶罗 Things that go with the ox bowl, e.g. spoon, chopsticks, etc. 句摩罗Conra, a boy, youth, cf. G. 句摩罗天 A youthful deva. 句落 Slope, a slope, a shore, and mount, a small dogma in which the ashes of a lemon are kept kula. A. Herd, family, household. 句落波底Kulapati, the head of a family, a householder. 句有 existing together, or being, existing, or having. 句有一具有跟 things or conditions on which one relies or from which things spring, e.g. knowledge. 具有因 So have to mutual causation, the simultaneous causal interaction of a number of things, e.g. earth, water, fire, and air. 具有法 coexistent, cooperative things or conditions. 具皮流波差 defined variously, but in indicative of Verbka, the 3-eyed Siva, the guardian ruler of the West, VP. 具皮罗 1. Conra, crocodile, also 鸠丙罗 具尾罗 2. Kuvera, the guardian king of the north. 毗沙门 Varava, the god of wealth. 具毗陀罗 Kalvidra, 居丙陀罗 Balhinia Variegata, also one of the trees of paradise. NW. Said to be the tree of the great playground, where the child Kaiuni played. 具身 natural, spontaneous, inborn as opposed to acquired. 具生过 natural doubt, inborn illusion, in contrast to doubt or illusion acquired, e.g. by being taught. 具身法 spontaneous ideas or things. 具身神 the spirit, born at the same time as the individual, which records his deeds and reports to Yoma. Another version is the two spirits who record one as good and evil. Another says it is Thelaya Vijana, 具身起 arising and born with one, spontaneous. 具流孙 Kvalkanda, fourth of the seven ancient Buddhas, first of the Buddhas of the present age. CFG 具泸州 Kurutpa Atarikuru, the northern of the four continents of a world. CF 大洲安域 具卢舍 Kvansa, the distance the lowing of an axe or the sound of a drum can be heard, circularly. CFG 具闪弥 Come 具赏弥 or 具舍弥, that's the Patna, an ancient city of central India, identified with the village of Kosan on the Jamna, 30 miles above Allahabad. These are old forms as are 居身 居 义 居言为 and forms with 居 and 鸠, the newer forms being 交赏弥 or 交闪弥。具空 both or all empty or unreal, i.e. both ego and things have no reality. 具愿果 Japra or Japraka, described as a citron. NW, a fruit held in one of the hands of Conti. 光年 具之 高 具质 居质 a crore, 10 millions, 硬币 as 10万 100万 or 1000万 具舍 Kosa, 具舍 cask, box, treasury, translated 藏 store, also 巧室 scabbard, especially the 具舍论 Abhidharma, Kosa, straw, fee, composed by Vaisabandhu, Tr. by Paramrata and Xianzhen. 具舍宗 the Abhidharma or Pirka school. 具苏摩 Kuzuma, a flower, flowers, 比居 具苏摩拔地 Kusumavat, name of a Buddha, realm. 具苏摩摩罗 Kusumabel, a wreath, garland. 具苏洛 具苏洛迦 Kula, a bean skirt, worn by nuns, also 觉苏洛迦 只修罗 or 瞿修罗 or 觉修罗 具兰扎 correct, yellow amaranth, 硬币 as a red flower, among men with 10 leaves, among Devas 100, among Buddhas 1000, also as a material thing, i.e. something with resistance. CFG 具解脱 complete release, i.e. the freedom of their for all moral and meditative hindrances. 具逊婆 Kusamha, safflower, saffron. 坚 both, also, to unite, join, comprehend. 坚立 mutual benefit, to benefit self and others. 煎蛋对待 The first 4 of the 5 periods of Buddha's teaching are also defined by Tentai as 一间 combined teaching, including Yuan and Biejiao doctrine, the period of Sivatasaka Sutra. 2. Danso, i.e. Zang or Nana only, that of the Agamas. 3. 对 comparative, all 4 forms of doctrines being compared. 4. 带 inclusive, that of the Banluo approach, when the perfect teaching was revealed as the fulfillment of the rest. 明 darkness, obscurity, deep. Hades, used chiefly in the sense of 无知 ignorance, profound. Secret, invisible, e.g. as opposed to 显 open, manifest. 明一 entire obscurity, pristine darkness. 明使 lictors, or messengers of Hades. 明利 invisible benefit, or merit, i.e. within, spiritual. 明初 the primitive darkness, at the beginning of existence. 明家 the invisible aid of the spiritual powers. 明官 the rulers in Hades. 冥府 the palace of darkness, Hades. 冥网 going into the shades, death. 冥思 明律 the unfathomable thought or care of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, beyond the realization of man. 明应 response from the invisible. 明虚 or 内虚 fumigation with an inner influence. 冥界 Hades, or the 3 lower forms of incarnation, i.e. hell, preta, animal. 冥福 the happiness of the dead. 冥众 the invisible powers, Brahm, sacred, Yoma, the spirits in general. 冥地 明性 自性 the secure doctrine of primordial profundity, beyond estimation, the original nature, out of which all things arose. 冥资 possession of or for the dead, their happiness. 冥道 冥土 the dark way, or land of darkness, the shades, Hades, pretas, etc. 冥通 mysterious, supernatural, omnipresent power. 冥养会 the assembly for offerings of the spirits below and above, pretas, etc. 冥显两界 the 2 regions of the dead and of the living. 准 to permit, grant, acknowledge, used for 准 in 准提 QV. 剥 to peel, flay, kill. 剥皮 to flay or peel. In one of the previous incarnations of Kaiamuni, he is said to have written a certain containing the holy law on a piece of his own flayed skin, with one of his bones split into the shape of a pen, and his blood instead of ink. 制度论27 1. To scoop out 1 灯 to scoop out one's body and turn it into a lamp, attributed to Kaiamuni in a former incarnation, 闪 pointed, sharp, 善福 Gempa Anyoma 飞檐，源 origin, original, 原人论，华严原人论 a treatise on the original or fundamental nature of man, by 宗密giáo Mike the Fifth, patriarch of the Huayan school, explaining its doctrine in one legend. 哥 elder brother, 哥大 Skandha 比赛，歌王歌利王 cf 加哥罗罗 Kalala, the womb, uterus, and embryo shortly after conception. 哭 to weep, 哭泣 to weep, 哭啼 to weep and well. O translate GACF 我加口星号会歌多叶 Gatia now PL of Gati in P as going, coming. 北 Faka, read, recite, intone, chant, hymns in praise of Buddha. Beni is erroneously said to transliterate the Sanskrit root V, and to be the same as 婆智 or 婆师, but these are pipe, 北器 instruments for keeping time during chanting. 北师 leader of the chanting. 北比丘 林深比丘 a famous Buddhist singer of old, ugly but with bell-like voice. 北赞 to sing hymns of praise. 城 a city or defensive wall, a city, a wall and moat and all they contain. 夏 summer 夏中 during the summer, the middle of the summer, the rainy season spent by the monks of India in retirement. 下座坐下下安居 the period of the summer retreat for meditation, known as fast, the rent. 夏末夏满夏尽夏节 the end of the summer retreat, the 15th of the 7th month. 夏腊法腊 the age of a monk as monk, the years of his ordination. 夏众 the assembly of monks at the summer retreat. 夏首 the first day or beginning of the retreat. 娘 lady, wife, mother, aunt. 师娘 Anna, na translate Dhamma. 纳多 Benta, tooth, tusk, thing. 那迦 Naga, mountain, hill. 那耶 Naya, conduct, course, leading. So to play, careless, idle, easy-going, translate as, chiefly some as. 梭野的提摩多 Satyavivat in P as 本尊 the fundamental or original or principal honored one. 梭迦罗 Skura, 梭杰罗的 ocean. The jockeying of the ocean palace north of Empty. Meru, possessed of priceless pearls, the dragon king of rain, his 8 8-year-old daughter instantly attained Buddhahood via the Lotus Sutra. Sohe sought after in the Himalayas, imparting immortality to the finder. Phi So多吉里 Satakri, name of one of the archgenerals. So多婆汉那 Satvayana, Tafhana, name of a royal patron of Ingrajana. So Sat, that which bears the earth. Phi the P aspiring, enduring, the place of good and evil. A universe, or great chiliocosm, where all are subject to transmigration and which a Buddha transforms. It is divided into 3 regions that Jin and Mobrom Sampati is its lord. Other forms,娑婆世界、娑界、娑盘、娑诃、沙诃、所诃、娑诃楼陀、Sat Lokato, the world. 娑婆诃 So fuhe svh, an ablation by fire, also hell. A Brahminical salutation at the end of a sacrifice. So diye Satya, true, Satyat, truth, a truth. So du, good, virtuous, perfect, a sage, saint, tr. 善 good. 娑毗迦罗 杰毗罗 Kapila, possibly Skha Kapila, the founder of the Skha philosophy. So mo Samaveda, the third of the Vedas, containing the hymns. So luo Sha luo la sla, the SL tree. So luo shu Shoria robusta, the teak tree. So luo ling Lavana, the grove of sloe trees near Kusinagara, the reputed place of the Buddha's death. So luo shu wang, Landra, a title of a Buddha, also of a happy heart, father of Wang Yin. So luo Sreza, the Indian crane. So luo li fu Salariput, an ancient kingdom or province in India. Exact position unknown. I tell. So lu多罗 数语多 Sutra, the year. So mo lo Smrut, recollection, remembrance. Son, grandchild, grandson, translate son. Sun Tuoli Sundar, wife of Sundaramanda, Sundari, name of an Arat, also a courtesan who defend the Buddha. Sun Tuo Luo Nan Tuo Sundaramanda, or Sunanda, said to be younger brother of Kayamuni, his wife being the above. Sundar, thus called to distinguish him from Nanda. Jia, family, home, school, sect, genus. Jia shi guo. Phi, Yakako, Tatsala. Jia zhu. Kulapati, the head of a family. Jia go. A domestic dog, i.e. trouble, whichever dog's one steps. Hai. His, face, hurt, harm, injure. Hai xiang. Hai jue the wish or thought to injure another. Rong. Contain, bear, allow, bearing, face looks easy. 容有是 or 容有说 an admissible though indirect interpretation containing that meaning. 宫 a palace mention a eunuch. 宫皮罗 Conrad 金皮罗 a crocodile. 宫胎 the palace womb, where those who call on Amitabha but are in doubt of him are confined for 500 years, devoid of the riches of Buddha truth, till born into the Pure Land, 爱登宜城太公。宴 a banquet to repose at ease. 宴坐 to sit in meditation. 宴寂 to enter into rest, to die. 淹没 peaceful and silent. 克 to overcome, successfully attend to. 克实 to discover the truth. 克果 to obtain the fruit of endeavor, the fruit of effort, i.e. salvation. 克中 successful and certainty of obtaining the fruit of one's action. 克胜 the certainty of attaining arhatship. 克正 the assurance of success in attaining enlightenment. 克实 the certainty of the knowledge by the spirits of men as good and evil. 展 to extend, expand, stretch. 辗转力 powers of extension or expansion. 峨 high, commanding. 峨眉山 or 峨眉山 emission or empty. O meaning situate. Two of its peaks are said to be like 峨眉 Moth as eyebrows, also pronounced O Mei. The monastery at the top is the Wangxiangsi where Puxin Samantabhadra is supreme. Cha to send, to differ, air, translate ks. 差别 Parikshana difference, different, discrimination, opposite of 平等 on a level, equal, identical. 差利弥加 Phytic, sap, bearing, a tree of that kind. 差多罗 Katra, land, region, country. 差罗波尼 Frana, alkaline water, caustic liquid, also said to be a kind of garment. 师 a host, army, a leader, preceptor, teacher, model, tr. Above, higher, and under, teacher, generally. In P. As a Buddhist monk. 狮子 Sihat, a lion, also 喜家 ident 狮子 Buddha, likened to the lion, the king of animals, in respect of his fearlessness. 狮子乳 Lion as milk, like Bodhi, enlightenment, which is able to annihilate countless ages of the karma of affliction. Just as one drop of lion as milk can disintegrate an ocean of ordinary milk. 狮子光 Siddhartha, a learned opponent of the Yoga school who lived about AD 630. Ita 狮子后 Sihanda The lioness roar, a term designating authoritative or powerful preaching. As the lioness roar makes all animals tremble, subdues elephants, arrests birds in their light and fishes in the water, so Buddha's preaching overthrows all other religions, subdues devils, conquers heretics, and arrests the misery of life. 狮子国 Sihala, Ceylon, the kingdom reputed to be founded by Sihat, first an Indian merchant, later king of the country, who overcame the demons of Ceylon and conquered the island. 狮子座 or 狮子床 Sisana, a lion throne or couch, a Buddha throne or seat wherever the Buddha sits, even the bare ground, a royal throne. 狮子奋训 the lion aroused to anger, i.e. the Buddha's power of arousing up. 狮子尊者 狮子比丘 Sihat or Sihat Bhikkhu. The 23rd or 24th Patriarch, Brahman by birth, and native of Central India, labored in Kashmir, where he died in martyr AD 259. 狮子王 the Lion King, Buddha. 狮子香 Siddhartha, lion, flat, a Buddha south, east of our universe, fourth son of Mokhija. 狮子咒 or 狮子凯 Kalivarman, to whom the Chen Shi Lun Sakyusati stray is ascribed. 狮子身中虫 just as no animal eats a dead lion, but it is destroyed by worms produced within itself, so no outside force can destroy Buddhism, only evil monks within it can destroy it. 狮子游戏三昧 the joyous type which is likened to the play of the lion with his prey. When a Buddha enters this degree of sentai, he causes the earth to tremble and the purgatories to give up their inmates. 狮子音 Sihat Hoa, lioness voice, a Buddha south, east of our universe, third son of Mokhija. 狮子驾驭 Sihat the paternal grandfather of Kayamuni, a king of Kapilavastu, father of Sadodana, Suklodana, Drudana, and Antodana. 师孙 disciple of a disciple. 师姑 and not also 尼姑 师坛 teacher and donor, or monk and patron. 师祖 the teacher of one as teacher. 师贤 or 诗经 a tiger as tendons as lute, strings, i.e. body music silences all minor strings. 库 treasury, storehouse. 库伦Keuran, Urga, the linguistic center in Mongolia, the sacred city. 库车 cookie or carrot sharp, 必须 庭 court, whole family, for it. 庭仪 the ceremony on entering the hall for service. 座 sana a seat, throne, classifier of buildings, etc. 座主上座、首座、 座元 a chairman, president, the head of the monks, and abbot. 座光，光座 the halo behind the throne of an image, a halo throne. 座腊 the end of the summer retreat, the monastic end of the year. 径 a shortcut, a diameter. 径山 and monastery at Lindenxian, Zhejiang. 途 on foot, a follower, disciple, in banishment. 徒弟 a disciple, neophyte, apprentice. 徒众 the company of disciples. 会 regret, repent. 会忏法 the rules for repentance and compassion. 悔过 to repent of error. 会 hate, anger, rage. 会怒 hate and anger. 会结 the factor of hatred binding to transmigration. 息 to breathe, breath, rest, stop, settle, cease, produce, interest. 息化 to cease the transforming work, and enter nirvana as did the Buddha. 息心 to set the heart at rest, a disciple. 习寂迦弥 习寂陀迦弥 segment, he who is to be reborn only once before entering nirvana. 习慈 at rest and kind, an old translation of Renwan, one who has entered into the life of rest and shows loving kindness to all. 息灾 to cause calamities to cease, for which the esoteric sect uses magical formulae, especially for illness or personal misfortune. 息苦 to put an end to suffering. 恭 respect, reverence. 恭玉陀 Kongyuha, a kingdom mentioned by Xianzang as a stronghold of unbelievers. It is said to be in southeast Orissa, possibly Gongjang as suggested in Ital. There is a Kongda further south. 恭敬 reverence, worship. 恭敬师 worship as an offering, one of the three forms of giving. 公判察 conhunt, a demon, 比丘 公建那古罗 Kalkapura, an ancient kingdom on the west coast of India, including Konkan, Goa, and North Kanara, between Lat. 14 度37 nm Lat. 18 度n. Ital. N. Grace, favor. N 度 one who graciously saves, a term for a monk. Ni. Grace and love, human affection, which is one of the causes of rebirth. Niyu. The prison of affection, which holds men in bondage. Lian. Loving, kindness and pity. He. The river of grace. Hai. The sea of grace. Tian. The field of grace, i.e. parents, teachers, elders, monks, in return for the benefits they have. Comfort, one of the 三福田. Yue. To please, pleased. 乐众 Please O, name for the manager of affairs in a monastery, also called 知识 Karmana. 5. Awaken to, apprehend, perceive, become aware, similar to 觉, hence 觉悟. 误入 To apprehend or perceive and enter into the idea of reality. Name of a Kashmir monk. Shukantara. 误杀 The country or land of perception or enlightenment. 误认 The patience of enlightenment, obtained by Fede, wife of Bimbisra, on her vision of Amidva, also known as joy, perseverance, or faith, perseverance, one of the 10 stages of faith. 悟道 To awaken to the truth. 善 Fan, door, leaf, translate. 善比加 Antica, propitiatory, producing ease or quiet, a ceremony for causing calamities to cease. 善揣 善揣半则加 or 善揣半途加 Sohaka, a eunuch, sexually impotent. 半 正 To shake, rouse, restore. 震的 To shake the earth. 震灵 To shake or ring a bell. 携 To clasp under the arm, to cherish, to presume on. 斜视 斜视的 to assistance of a Buddha, etc., right and left. 拒 非拒 捕 arrest, catch 捕喝 捕接 Bokhara. The present Bokhara, 39度47 and 64度25. 料 To measure, grind, calculate, control, direct, materials, glassware. 料解 To expound, explain, comment upon. Tiantai uses the term for question and answer, catechism. 旁 A site, beside, adjoining, near. 旁生放生 rebirth as an animal. In some parts of China, 旁生 means the next life. 瞻 A flag on a bent pole, to warn, translate. Generally kun, rarely sun, and cin, king. 占丹 Fee 镇 China 暂停 Fee 加 brief For Diana 詹提罗 Ahe or Haka, a eunuch. 詹檀那 詹檀 Candana, from Kent, to brighten, gladden, sandalwood, either the tree, wood, or incense powder. From southern India, there are various kinds, 一只牛头旃檀 QV. 旃檀耳 A fungus or fruit of the sandal tree, a broth or decoction of which is said to have been given to the Buddha at his last meal by Kanda Chentuo QV. 长河含金三 Also written 檀耳, 檀蓉 and 檀树耳 詹思家 This term as listed in Sud Hill is most certainly incorrect regarding the second character, obvious. because of its pronunciation, as well as the presence of the term 占国家 in other lexicons. 占国家 Kempeka, also 占国 or 占国 or 占国. A tree with yellow fragrant flowers, Michelia Chenpakat, a kind of perfume, a kind of bread, fruit tree, a district in the Upper Punjab. 旃陀罗 Kalafi 旃陀罗 below 旃达罗婆家月份 Kendravat. The largest Punjab stream, the Aesis of Alexander, now called Chenab. Itel 旃达罗 Jandatipur Kaldra Deva, the moon, Deva, the male ruler of the moon. Janzhe Sinka, Mavik, or Samdar, also Janshe, Janzhe, name of a Roman woman who falsely accused the Buddha of adultery with her, 兴起行经下 QV. 旃陀罗 Kala, derived from violent, and impede. As a butcher, bad man 恶人 旃陀利 Kala, an outcast, and man of the lowest and most despised of the mixed tribes, born from Adra father and Brahman mother. N.W. He bore a flag and sounded a bell to warn of his presence. Converts from this class were admitted to ordination in Buddhism. 旃陀阿输科 Koka, cruel Asoka, and name given to Asoka before his conversion. 10. Time, hour, period, constantly, as clock, time in general, e.g. year, month, season, period. As Samaya, it means got, momentary, passing, translate G. 时起复 J. 乐章 10分 Time, division of the day, variously made in Buddhist works, e. 3 periods each of day and night. 8 periods of day and night, each divided into 4 parts. 12 periods each, under its animal, as in China. 30 hours, 60 hours, of varying definition. 10外道 13外道, the non-Buddhist sect which regarded time, or chronos, as creator of all things. 湿婆石婆家 J. Vajvaka, Vichi 十媚鬼 or 金媚鬼, one of the 3 classes of demons, capable of changing at the Zizihur, midnight, into the form of a rat, boy, girl, or old, sick person. 十宗 60往生宗, a Japanese sect, whose members by dividing day and night into 6 periods of worship seek immortality. 十成就 The third of the 6 initial statements in a sutra, i.e. 10 at one time or once, cf. 6成就十毗多迦罗 Javid Pride, name of a spirit described as a devourer of life or length of days. 十富家 Javaka, one of the 8 principal drugs, living, making or seeking a living, causing to live, etc. an illegitimate son of King Bimbisra bin Radrik, who resigned his claim to the throne to agriculture and practiced medicine, a physician. 实处诸缘 the conditions or causes of time and place into which one is born. 十种 the present company, i.e. of monks and laity, the community in general. 十一 garments suited to the time or occasion. 十时 seasonable or timely food, especially roots used as food in sickness, part of the uyao, i.e. turnip, onion, arrowroot, radish, or carrot, and a root curing poison. 书 lick, to write, postakha, a writing, book, leka, a letter, document. 书写 to write, record, a recorder. 书记 a record. 案 a judge's desk, a case at law. 安达罗 Andhra, a kingdom in southern India, between the Krishna and Gangfar rivers, whose capital was Fetch. The country south east of this was known as Da'an-da-luo. Chai, fuel, firewood, brushwood. Chai-tou, the one who looks after it in a monastery. Xiao, compare, collate, compared with, similar to jiao. Xiaoliang, to compare or collate and measure, comparative. 孝事 to adore, ornament. 环 a tree whose hard, black seeds are used for beads, a pillar, post, tablet. 环音 Indra, a breathe. 佛是提环音 格 a rule, line, pattern, reach, research, science. 格外 extraordinary. 栗 chestnut, translate LH. 栗贴皮 栗贴婆皮 likavi, 飞梨 栗驼 HB, they are the heart, 飞屋 桑 mulberry 桑可耶 飞 生塞巴 桑门 飞 沙门 renwa 根 mle, a root, basis, origin, but when meaning an organ of sense, indriyan, a power, faculty of sense, sense, organ of sense. NW, a root, or source, that which is capable of producing or growing, as the eye is able to produce knowledge, as faith is able to bring forth good works, as human nature is able to produce good or evil karma. 5根 and 22根，根上下智力。One of Buddha's 10 powers, to know the capacities of all beings, their nature and karma. 根力 of penetrative powers, intelligent, in contrast with 根钝的 powers. 根力 organs and their powers, the 5 organs of sense and their 5 powers. 根气 natural capacity, capacity of any organ or being. 根境 the field of any organ, its field of operation. 根尘 the object or sensation of any organ of sense. 根性 nature and character, the nature of the powers of any sense. 根本 fundamental, basal, radical, original, elemental, when referring to a fundamental text, 根本经 Lagrantha, it indicates a sutra supposed to contain the original words of the Buddha. 根本定 根本禅 根本等至 the stages of demon the formless or immaterial realm. 根本心 root or fundamental mind. 根本惑根本烦恼 the fundamental illusions, passions, or afflictions, desire, hate, delusion, moha, pride, doubt, bad views, or false opinions. The first 5 are the 五顿使, the last represents 五力使 Qvi. 根本智 fundamental, original, or primal wisdom, source of all truth and virtue, knowledge of fundamental principles, intuitive knowledge or wisdom, in contrast with acquired wisdom. 根本无明无始无明 or 原始无明 primal ignorance, the condition before discernment and differentiation. 根本说一切有部 the substance phi 一切有根本实 original or fundamental mind or intelligence, and fourth the lay abhijna 根败 decay of the powers or senses. 根基 motive power, fundamental ability, opportunity. 根境 the purity of the 6 organs of sense. 根源 nature and environment, natural powers and conditioning environment. 根门 the senses as doors, through which illusion enters. 根缺根缺 defective in any organ of sense, e.g. blind or deaf. 根香 puchuk, 矮灯木香 疏 to kill, exterminate, different, vary. 殊胜 rare, extraordinary, surpassing, as the 殊胜殿 and surpassing palace and lake of Indra. 殊妙身 surpassingly wonderful body, i.e. Padmotara, the 729th Buddha of the present Kalpa. 殊底家殊底色家 Jyotika, 殊底色殊底具底色家树提家 a luminary, a heavenly body. N.W. name of a wealthy elder of Jaga, who gave all his goods to the poor. 殊为家 one of the 4 kinds of ascetics who dressed in rags and ate garbage. 殊至阿罗婆 Jatrasa, Tr. as one way flavor of light, said to be the proper name of Karoha, Bhikkhu. Sha to kill, cut down, cut off. 沙三摩梭 Shaisensa, cf. 3. 杀业 the karma resulting from killing. 杀生 to take life, kill the living, or any conscious being, the taking of human life offense against the major comments of animal life against the last stringent comments. Suicide also leads to severe penalties. 杀者 the murderer and informer. 杀贼 Kasrava, thief, destroyer, i.e. conqueror of the passions, and are at. 杀鬼 to slay demons, a ghost of the slain, and murderous demon, and metaphor for impermanence. 浮 floating, drifting, unsettled. 浮孔 a hole in a floating log, through which a one-eyed turtle accidentally obtains a glimpse of the moon, the rarest of chances, e.g. the rareness of meeting a Buddha. 浮囊 a floating bag, a swimming float, a lifeboat. 浮屠 浮陀, 浮头, 浮屠 Buddha, also a spa, fee. 佛焰塔 浮尘 floating dust or atoms, unstable matter, i.e. phenomena which hide reality. 浮想 passing thoughts, unreal fancies. 浮木 a floating log, fee. 浮孔 浮根 浮尘根 浮根 浮尘根 Indriya, the organs of sensation, eye, ear, etc. in contrast with 身意根 the function or faculty of sensation. 浮云 a drifting cloud, e.g. this life, the body, etc. 海 Skara, the ocean, the sea. 海印 the ocean symbol, indicating the vastness of the meditation of the Buddha, the vision of all things. 海德 the 8 virtues, or powers of the ocean, i.e. vastness, tidal regularity, throwing out of the dead, containing the 7 kinds of birds, absorption of all rivers, of all rain without increase. Holding the most mighty fish, universal unvarying saltness. 海会 the assembly of the saints, also a cemetery. 海潮音 the ocean, tide voice, i.e. of the Buddha. 海珠 ocean pearls, things hard to obtain. 海众 ocean assembly, i.e. a great assembly of monks, the whole body of monks. 海龙王 the ocean, Anga, or dragon king of the ocean, hence the 海龙王经 sutra of this name. 好 fast, great. 浩妙 vast and mysterious. 消 melt, disperse, expand, digest, dispose of. 消灭 to put an end to, cause to cease. 消灾 to disperse, or put an end to calamity. 消受福the monk as role as putting an end to illusion. 消释 to solve and explain. 消除 to eradicate. 流 flow, float, spread, wander. 流来 float or floated down, that which has come down from the past. 流来生死 transmigration which has come down from the state of primal ignorance. 柳枝 an abbreviation for both parasite 壁壶 流皮泥 流迷泥 lumping cf 蓝 流水 flowing water, name of a former incarnation of Kaiunni 流沙 floating or shifting sands 流柱 continuous flow, ceaseless 流浆 liquid broth of molten copper or grains of red hot iron in one of the hells 流舍那 locuna CFP often regarded as the body of bliss of Pharaoh Kana 流转 Sasra transmigration flowing and returning flowing back again 流转门 the way of transmigration as contrasted with 涅门 that of Nerva 流转真如 Thaptathathat or absolute in transmigratory forms 流通 spread abroad, permeate, flowing through or everywhere without effective hindrance 泰 prosperous, exalted, many 泰山 Taishan in Shandong, the eastern sacred mountain of China 玉 to bathe, wash 玉主 知玉 玉头 bath, controller 玉佛 玉像 to wash the image of the Buddha. This is a ceremony on his birthday, 8th of the 4th month. 浴室 a bath house. 浴谷 the bathing drum, announcing the time for washing in the Chen monasteries. 涌 to well, spring up. 涌出 to spring forth. 涌泉 the springing fountain, i.e. the sutras. 涅 black mud at the bottom of a pool, muddy, to blacken, defile. The first form is more correct, but the second is more common. 业力地 Nirti, destruction, the goddess of death and corruption, regent of the southwest. 业力地方 the southwest quarter. 涅盘 Nerva, blown out, gone out, put out, extinguished, liberated from existence, dead. Deceased, defunct. Liberation, eternal bliss, with Buddhists and Jainas, absolute extinction. Or annihilation, complete extinction of individual existence. NW. Other forms are 涅盘那 尼日 尼环 尼判 originally translated 涅 to extinguish, extinction, put out, as a lamp or fire. It was also described as 解脱 release, 寂灭 tranquil extinction, 无畏 inaction, without effort. Passiveness, 不生 no, rebirth, 安乐 calm joy, 灭度 transmigration to extinction. The meaning given to extinction varies, e.g. individual extinction, cessation of rebirth, annihilation of passion, extinction of all misery and entry into bliss. While the meaning of individual extinction is not without advocates, the general acceptation is the extinction or end of all return to reincarnation, with its concomitant suffering and the entry into bliss. Nirvana may be enjoyed in the present life as an attainable state, with entry into paranirvana or perfect bliss to follow. It may be with a remainder, i.e. the cause but not all the effect, karma, of reincarnation having been destroyed, b. without remainder, both cause and effect having been extinguished. The answer of the Buddha as to the continued personal existence of the Tathagata in nirvana is, in the Jnana canon, relegated to the sphere of the indeterminates, keys, as one of the questions which are not essential to salvation. One argument is that flame when blown out does not perish, but returns to the totality of fire. Then Nirvana Sutra claims for nirvana the ancient ideas of Chang, Le Wo Jing, permanence, bliss, personality, purity in the transcendental realm. Mahayana declares that Jnana, by denying personality in the transcendental realm, denies the existence of the Buddha. In Mahayana, final nirvana is transcendental and is also used as a term for the absolute. The place where the Buddha entered his earthly nirvana is given as Kusinagara, cf. G. Niebhan Fo. The nirvana form of Buddha, also Niebhan Xiang, the sleeping Buddha, i.e. the Buddha entering nirvana. Niebhan Sen. Nifsana, an inner garment, cf. Ni. Niebhan Ba Wei. The 8 rasa, i.e. flavors, or characteristics of nirvana, permanence, peace, no growing old, no death, purity, transcendence, unperturbedness, joy. Niebhan Fen. The part, or lot, of nirvana. Niebhan Yi. Niebhan Ji Jing Yin, the seal or teaching of nirvana, one of the 3 proofs that a sutra was uttered by the Buddha, i.e. its teaching of impermanence, non-ego, nirvana, also the witness within to the attainment of nirvana. Niebhan Chen. The nirvana city, the abode of the saints. Niebhan Tang. The nirvana hall, or dying place of a monk in a monastery. Niebhan Zong. The school based on the Daban Niebhan Jing Mahaparinirvana Sutra, first tr. by Dharmarika AD 423. Under the Chen Quan dynasty, this nirvana school became merged in the Tentai sect. Niebhan Gong. The nirvana palace of the saints. Niebhan Shan. The steadfast mountain of nirvana in contrast with the changing stream of mortality. Niebhan Ji. Niebhan Hui, the nirvana assembly, 2 丁木15 th day, on the anniversary of the Buddha's death. Niebhan Yue Ri. The date of the Buddha's death, variously stated as 2 丁木15 th or 8 th day, 8 th mu 8 th. 3RD Moon 15th and 9th Moon 8th 涅槃了 Nirvana Joy or Bliss 涅槃州 Nirvana Island, i.e. in the stream of mortality, from which stream the Buddha saves man with his 8 or both of truth, 八圣道涅槃界 Nirvana, the realm of Nirvana or bliss, where all virtues are stored and whence all good comes, one of the 三无畏法涅槃迭那 Nibbana, Nirvana, Cremation 涅槃香 The 8th sign of the Buddha, his entry into Nirvana, i.e. his death, after delivering in one day and night the 大般涅槃经 Mahaparinirvastra 涅槃经 Nirvastra. There are two versions, one the Hnana, the other the Mahina, both of which are translated into Chinese in several versions, and there are numerous treatises on the Hnana, 佛般尼环经 Mahaparinirvastra, tr. by P.O.F.S. AD 290-306 of the Western Qing Dynasty, BN 552. 大般涅槃经 tr. by Faxian, BN 118. 般尼环经 translator. Unknown. These are different translations of the same work. In the famous Ahan there is also a Hnana Mahina, 佛说方等般尼环经 Katraka, Sandhistra, tr. by Burmarica of the Western Qing AD 265-316, BN 116. 大般尼环经 Mahaparinirvastra, tr. by Faxian, together with Buddhabhadra of the Eastern Qin, AD 317-420, BN 120, being a similar and incomplete translation of BN 113-114. 四童子三昧经 Katraka, Sandhistra, tr. by Janagapta of the Sui Dynasty, AD 589-618, BN 121. The above three differ, though they are the first part of the Nirvastra of the Mahina. The complete translation is 大般涅槃经 tr. by Dharmarika AD 423, BN 113, v. a partial translation of Fask. 12 and 39段 Bill, in his Cortina of Buddhist Scriptures, pages 160-188. It is sometimes called Beiban or Northern Book, when compared with its revision, the Southern Book, i.e. 南方大般涅槃经 Mahaparinirvastra, produced in GNE, the modern Nanjing, by two Chinese monks, Hui Yan and Hui Wen, and a literary man, Xia Lingyun. BN 114. 大般涅槃经后分 the latter part of the Mahaparinirvastra, by Janabhadra together with Huining and others of the 10th dynasty, BN 115. A continuation of the last chapter of BN 113 and 114. 涅盘赋 The fetter of Nirvana, i.e. the desire for it, which hinders entry upon the bodhisattva life of saving others. It is the fetter of Jnana, resulting in imperfect Nirvana. 涅盘圣 Nickname of Daoshen Daoshen, pupil of Kongregpa, Tr. Part of Nirvastra asserted the eternity of Buddha, for which he was much abused, hence the nickname. 涅盘色 Nirvana, color, i.e. black, representing the north. 涅盘门 The gate or door into Nirvana, also the northern gate of a cemetery. 涅盘寂 The region of Nirvana in contrast with that of mortality. 涅盘风 The Nirvana wind which wafts the believer into Bodhi. 涅盘食 Nirvana food, the passions are faggots, wisdom is fire, the two prepare Nirvana as food. 涅迦罗Nakala, without parts, seedless, indivisible, or perhaps Nakla, but a short time to live in peace. 暂时 a short time, temporary. 真 to scheme, advance,蒸沙做饭 like cooking sand for food. 烈 burning, fierce, virtuous, heroic. 烈士池 Tigrada, Javakarada, the lake of the renouncer, or of the hero, near to the Murgadfa. 烟 smoke, also tobacco, opium. 烟盖 smoke of incense, like a canopy. 乌 the crow, black, not odd. Alas. Translate. Chiefly Lu, cf. 忧于欲乌物。乌丈那 Udayana, a park or garden, the park of Asoka, an ancient kingdom in the north-west of India. The country along the Sub-Havastu, the Suez team of the Greeks, noted for its forests, flowers, and fruits. Item. Also Wu Zhang Na, Wu Chang, Wu Chang, Wu Sun, Wu Ni Yan Na, Wu Qi Yan Na said to be the present. Isupte. Wu Ju Po Ugra, Baga, formidable or fierce lord, one of the 8 servants of Budongming Wang Qiufi. Wu La Shi, Uri, or Ura, anciently in Kashmir, the region south-west of Suran-Aga, Lat. 33 度23 n, long. 74 度47 item. The Hazra district. Wu De Duo. The king of an unknown country in northern India who patronized Shenzhen, AD 640. Item. Wu Mo. Amada, Yo Moto, a demon or god of craziness or intoxication. Wu Mo Fei. Flax, wife of Raja and Siva, and W in P. As wife of Siva, and as a symbol of Ping. Covetousness, desire, on being described as trampling Siva under her left foot. Wu Zhennan. Adna, breathing upwards a solemn utterance, or song of joy in P. As unsolicited or voluntary. statements, i.e. by the Buddha, in contrast with replies to questions. It is a section of Buddhist literature. 乌沙斯 Ulysses. The dog, but in P. As the planet Venus. 乌波 Apna, laying hold of, grasp, hence material things. Its translatory test fight bomb is in P. As有 to have, be, exist, things. The resultant or karma of all previous and the cause of all future lives. Phi. 取 and 优 乌波斯迦 优波夷 or 优次迦 of sick female disciples who remain at home. 乌波提 of the, a condition, peculiar, limited, special. The of the nirvana is the or rigid condition of heretics. 乌波居多 Upagata, also Wu and Yo, a Dray beavers, who became the fourth patriarch. 乌波地硕 乌提波 Yo乌提舍 Upadesa, a section of Buddhist literature. General treatises, a synonym for the Abhidharma, Piyaka, and for the Tantras of the Yoga school. 乌波所迦 or 乌波婆迦 优婆塞 优波婆迦 of Sakha, lay male disciples who remain at home and observe the moral commandments. 乌波陀耶 有波地耶耶 和尚 or 和蛇 or 河岸 of Thaya, originally a subsidiary teacher of the Vedas. Later, through Central Asia, it became a term for a teacher of Buddhism, in distinction from 律师 disciplinists and 禅师 intuitionalists. But Ashashenji attend universal application to all masters. 乌波难陀 Upananda, or 乌波难陀 a disciple of Kayamuni, also one of the 8 Naga kings in the Gar battle. 乌波济使者 乌婆济舍尼 Upakini, one of the messengers of Major. 乌洛迦旃檀 Utagat Srap, Kandana, serpent, sandal, a kind of sandalwood, used as a febrifuge. 乌洛迦 乌罗迦 Utagat, going on the belly, a serpent. 乌色逆沙 乌色 a turban, diadem, distinguishing mark, in P. As for the crown of the Buddha's head, and roti fleshy tuft or coif, one of the 30, to lay canny of a Buddha, generally represented as a protuberance on the frontal crown. Also 雾色逆沙 乌湿泥沙 玉色逆沙 or 挂色逆沙 乌齐 Agni, or Acme, an ancient kingdom north of Lockmore, identified with Karashar. Also 阿奇尼人 二加乌夷 乌除色魔 Akumai, one of the Ming Wang, he presides over the cesspool and is described both as unclean and as fire head. He is credited with purifying the unclean. Also 乌除沙魔 乌除色魔 乌殊色魔 or 乌殊色沙魔 乌素沙魔 乌图 Euradia, Ora, Boivisa, an ancient country of eastern India with a busy port called Jali. Yagor Charitrapura, Shiense, probably the province of Orissa. Ulo. Black, a Uyghur term meaning horse, indicating relays of ghost horses. Uye. Omoran, cf. I. Ubushatha. Upavisaha, Pali, Aposatha. A fast day, originally in preparation for the Brahminical sacrifice. In Buddhism there are 6 fast days in the month. 乌夺加汉图 Unpa or Unka, an ancient city of Gandhra, on the northern bank of the Indus. Identified with Ohio, ITEL gives it as the modern Matok. 乌舍衍那 RJAN, Ujjain, Ei, Yochana, the Greek cause, in Avanti, Lava, one of the 7 sacred cities of the Hindus, and the first meridian of their geographers, from which they calculate longitude. The modern Ujjain is about 10 miles south of the ancient city. NW. Utorchena. Udayana, a king of Vatsa, or contemporary of Kailuni, of whom he is said to have had the first statue made. A bull, stallion, outstanding, special, alone. 特盛 special, extraordinary. 特尊 the outstanding honored one. 特七拿迦陀 Dockets, a song offering, or expression of gratitude by a monk for food or gifts. 狼 a wolf, fierce. 狼藉山 Wolf Trap Hill, another name for 鸡足山 Kufi. 猪 Mummy a pearl, a bead, synonym for Buddha, truth. 朱丽叶 Koya, Kola, an ancient kingdom in the northeast corner of the present Madras Presidency, described AD 640 as a scarcely cultivated country with semi-savage and anti-Buddhistic inhabitants. ITEL. Ban. A class, rank, band, translate pen. 班禅喇嘛班禅厄尔德尼 the Tibetan pension Lama. 留 keep, detain, hand down. 留拿 Rua, Pakas, castrated males. 流难 the difficulty of one as good deeds being hindered by evil spirits. 判 a path between fields, or boundary, to trespass, translate ban, P-A-R-P-R-A. Fee, ban, etc. 判别婆 Fiti White. A great calamitous wind 判淡难 判地 Fontana, 飞河 处 to rear, feed, domesticate, restrain, cattle. 畜生 Kiryagloni, 砥砺车 function born of or as an animal, rebirth as an animal, animals in general, especially domestic animals. 畜生因 the cause or karma of rebirth as an animal. 畜生界 the animal kingdom. 畜生道 畜生去的 way, destiny or gauge of rebirth as animals, cf. 六道六趣疾 sickness, an attack of illness, haste, speedy, angry. 疾书 hasty writing, a hurried note, write speedily or at once. 病 illness, disease, to hurt. 病子 just as a mother loves the sick child most, so Buddha loves the most wicked sinner Nirvana. Sutra 30 able, abundant, translate in Angkor Agrica, the planet Mars. 盎距利摩罗 Agulimaya, 指满 Aries, or chaplet, of finger bones, a Siphatic sect which practiced assassination as a religious act. 眠 to close the eyes, to sleep. 眠葬 and monastic sleeping room. 真 true, real, verisimilitude, e.g. a portrait. 真丹 正丹 神丹 an ancient Indian term for China. 支那 真诚 the true vehicle, i.e. the true teaching or doctrine. 真人 one who embodies the truth, Narat, a Buddha. 真俗 truth and convention, the true view and the ordinary, reality and appearance. 真 is 空 and 俗 is 假。真佛 the real Buddha, i.e. the Sambhogakya or reward body, in contrast to the Nirmakya or manifested body. Also the Dharmaka 法身 QV. 真佛子 a true Buddha son, i.e. one who has attained the first stage of Bodhisattvahood according to the 别教 definition, i.e. the unreality of the ego and phenomena. 真话 the teaching of the 真宗 true or Shin sect. 真话二身 the 真 is the Dharmakyung, Sambhogakyung, the 话 then Nirmakya, the 三身真因 the true cause, reality as cause. 真境 the region of truth or reality. 真妄 true and false, real and unreal. That which has its rise in Buddha, truth, meditation, and wisdom is true, that which arises from the influences of unenlightenment is untrue. 2. The essential status, the real, phenomena is the unreal. 真妄二心 the true and false minds, i.e. the true and thought mind, defined as the ninth Aramala. 2. The false or illusion mind as represented by the eight vijayanas, 80. 真如 thought, 不多多他多 the 真 is in P. As 真实 the real, 如 as 如常 does always or eternally. So, i.e. reality as contrasted with 虚妄 unreality, or appearance, and 不变不改 unchanging or immutable as contrasted with form and phenomena. It resembles the ocean in contrast with the waves. It is the eternal, impersonal, unchangeable reality behind all phenomena. Substance, that which exists, is suchness, thusness, i.e. such is its nature. The word is fundamental to Mahayana philosophy, implying the absolute, the ultimate source and character of all phenomena. It is the all. It is also called 自性清净心 self-existent pure mind, 佛性 Buddha nature. 法身 Dharmakya, 如来藏 Tathagata, Karma, or Buddha, treasury, 实相 reality, 法界. Dharma, realm, 法性 Dharma, nature, 圆成实性 the complete and perfect real nature, or reality. There are categories of 1, 3, 7, 10 and 12 寸 number. 1. The undifferentiated whole. 2. There are several antithetical classes, e.g. the unconditioned and the conditioned, the convoid, static, abstract, noumenal, and the 不空 not void, dynamic, phenomenal, pure, and affected, or infected, undefiled, or innocent, i.e. that of Buddhas, defiled, that of all beings, in bonds and free, inexpressible, and expressible in words. 3. 无相 formless, 无生 uncreated, 无性 without nature, i.e. without characteristics or qualities, absolute in itself. Also, as relative, i.e. good, bad, and indeterminate. 7, 10, 12, the 7 are given in the 唯识论 8, the 10 are in 2 classes, one of the 别教 cf. 唯识论 8, the other of the 圆教 cf. 菩提心意 4, the 12 are given in Dhammayana Sutra. 真如一实 Tathagata's only reality, the one Tathagata reality. 真如三昧 The meditation in which all phenomena are eliminated and that Tathagata absolute is realized. 真如内熏 The internal perfuming or influence of that Tathagata, or Buddha, spirituality. 真如实相 The essential characteristic or mark, lakat, of that Tathagata reality. 真如 is Tathagata from the point of view of the void, attributeless absolute. 实相 is Tathagata from the point of view of phenomena. 真如海 The ocean of that Tathagata, limitless. 真如法身 The absolute as Dharmakya, or spiritual body, all-embracing. 真如缘起 The absolute in its causative or relative condition, that Tathagata influenced by environment, or pure and impure conditions, produces all things. 缘起真如随缘 The condition Tathagata, i.e. as becoming, it accords with the 无明染缘 unconscious and tempting environment to produce all phenomena. 真妙 The mysterious reality, reality in its profundity. 真子 A son of the true one, i.e. the Tathagata, a Buddha, son, one who embodies Buddha's teaching. 真宗 The true sect or teaching, a term applied by each sect to its own teaching, the teaching which makes clear the truth of that Tathagata. The true sect, or Shin sect of Japan, founded by Shin Ren in AD 1224, known also as the Han Wangji sect. Celibacy of priests is not required. Emana is the special object of trust, and his pure land of hope. 真实 Tattva Truth, reality, true, real. 真实名 The truth, wisdom, or Buddha, illumination, i.e. Prajna. 真实智 Tathvajana, knowledge of absolute truth. 真实际 The region of reality, that Tathagata. 真迹 The true Buddha, Nirvana as contrasted with that of the Jnana. 真常 True and eternal, the eternal reality of Buddha, truth. 真意 A reflection of the truth, i.e. a portrait, photograph, image, etc. 真性 The true nature, the fundamental nature of each individual, i.e. the Buddha, nature. 真应二身 Si par makyum near makya fi 三身 真我 E. The real or nirvana ego, the transcendental ego, as contrasted with the illusory or temporal ego. 2. The ego as considered real by non-Buddhists. 真文 The writings of truth, those giving the words of the Buddha or Bodhisattvas. 真明 True knowledge or enlightenment, in regard to reality in contrast with appearance. 真智 Wisdom or knowledge of ultimate truth, or the absolute, also called 无智 knowledge of the nothing, i.e. of the immaterial or absolute, also 甚至 sage wisdom, or wisdom of the sage. 真普贤 A true pu, Shuan or Samantabhadra, a living incarnation of him. 真法 The real or absolute Dharma without attributes, in contrast to phenomena which are regarded as momentary constructs. 真法界 The region of reality apart from the temporal and unreal. 真境 The true and pure teaching of the Mahina, in contrast to the Jnana. 真无漏智 The true knowledge of the Mahina in its concept of mental reality, in contrast with Jnana. Concepts of material reality. 真理 Truth, the true principle, the principle of truth, the absolute apart from phenomena. 真发明性 The spirit of true enlightenment, i.e. the discipline of the mind for the development of the fundamental spiritual or Buddha nature. 真空 E. The absolute void, complete vacuity, said to be the nirvana of the Jnana. 2. The essence of that Tathagata, as the 空真如 of the 起信论为实 and 华严。3. The void or immaterialized reality as essential or substantial, the 非空之空 not void, the ultimate reality. The highest Mahayana concept of true voidness, or of ultimate reality. 真空妙有 The true void is the mysteriously existing, truly void, or immaterial, yet transcendentally existing. 真色 The mystic or subtle form of that Tathagata, or absolute, the form of the void, or immaterial, Dharmakya. 真解脱 Release from all the hindrances of passion and attainment of the Buddha as nirvana, which is not a permanent state of absence from the needs of the living, but is spiritual, omniscient, and liberating. 真见道 The realization of reality in the absolute as whole and undivided, one of the 见道位。真觉 The true and complete enlightenment, i.e. the perfect nirvana of the Buddha, the perception of ultimate truth. 真言 True words, words of truth, the words of the Tathagata, Buddha, truth. The term is used for mantra, andra, indicating magical formulae, spells, charms, esoteric words. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have each an esoteric song represented by a Sanskrit letter, the primary Phaokhana letter, the alpha of all songs being an A, which is also styled 真言救世者的 true word that saves the world. 真言成 The true word or mantra vehicle, called also the supernatural vehicle, because of immediate attainment of the Buddha, led through tantric methods. 真言宗 The true word or Shenzhen sect, founded on the mystical teaching of all Buddhas, the very words of the Buddhas, the special authority being Phaokhana, cf. The 大日 Sutra, 金刚顶经 Su, 西的经 etc. The founding of the esoteric sect is attributed to Phaokhana through the imaginary Bodhisattva Vajrayana, then through Angrajana to Vajramati and to Amagarbhara, circa AD 733, the latter became the effective propagator of the Yogkra school in China. He is counted as the sixth patriarch of the school and the second in China. The three esoteric beauties of body, mouth, and mind are to hold the symbol in the hand, recite Sidras, and ponder over the word A as the principle of the ungenerated, i.e. the eternal. 真言智 The mental wisdom, which surpasses all other wisdom. 真言秘密 The mystic nature of the mantras and andras, the esoteric things of Shenzhen. 真说 True speech or teaching, the words of the Buddha. 真诠Commentaries or treatises on reality. 真语 True words, especially as expressing the truth of that Tathagata. the words of the Tuscaloosa. True and consistent. 真谛. The separations or categories of reality, in contrast with the ordinary categories, they are those of the sage, or man of insight, in contrast with those of the common man, who knows only appearance and not reality. 真谛三藏 Paramattha 波罗蜜多 also called Garatajuna Lotha or Kulantha, from Ujjain in western India, who came to China AD 546 and is famous as translator or editor, e.g. of the 起信论. 真正 real evidence, proof, or assurance, or realization of truth. The knowledge, concept, or idea, which corresponds to reality. 真实 Buddha, wisdom, the original unadulterated, or innocent mind in all, which is independent of birth and death, cf. 楞伽经 and 起信论. Real knowledge free from illusion, the sixth vijnana. 真身 The true body, corpus of truth, Dharmakya, Buddha is absolute. 真道 The truth, the true way, reality. 真经 Pure gold. 真经像 An image of pure gold, the body of the Buddha. 真金山 An mountain of pure gold, i.e. Buddha's body. 真门 The gateway of truth, or reality, the truth, the school of perfect truth, in contrast with partial truth. Adapted to the condition of the disciple. 真谛 The region of reality, ultimate truth, ident 真实际. 举 A carpenter S square, a rule, translate ku, cf. 孤居鸠 举舍揭罗补罗 Could grab pura, phi 吉祥 NCF 居师那 举拉国 Kurava or Atara Phi 喻 the northern of the four great continents 举扎 Kukwat Akak 早 举扎一说罗 Kukwavara Korea 破 To break, disrupt, destroy, cause schism, solve, disprove, refute, negate. 破僧 To disrupt a monk as meditation or preaching, also to disrupt the harmony of the community of monks. 破和合僧 破和合僧 Samhakita Disrupt the harmony of the community of monks, to cause schism by heretical opinions. 破地狱 To break open the gates of hell, by chants and incantations, for the release of a departed spirit. 破执 To refute false tenets, e.g. the belief in the reality of the ego and things. 破坏 To destroy. 破坏善 Destroyer of good and enforcer. 破下 To neglect the summer retreat. 破戒 To break the commandments. 破有To refute the belief in the reality of things, to break the power of transmigration as does the Buddha. 破正 that which denies the truth, e.g. heresy. 破正命 an incorrect or wrong form of livelihood. 破法 to break the Buddha law, e.g. by the adoption of heresy. 破相宗 the sects established by Yunming Yongming, Qin, Ying Jingyin, and Wei Yuan Huiyuan, which held the unreality of all things. 破例 also called 遮罩 refuting and establishing, by refuting to prove or to establish, i.e. in refuting the particular to prove the universal, and vice versa. 破萨地 eupacity, tranquility, calm. 破显 破邪显正 to break or disprove the false and make manifest the right. 破门 to break a door, leave a sect. 破案满院 to destroy darkness or ignorance and fulfill the Buddha vow, i.e. that of Amitabha. 破颜微笑 to break into a smile, the mark of Kayapa's enlightenment when Buddha announced on Vulture Peak that he had a teaching which was propagated from mind to mind, a speech taken as authoritative by the institutional school. 破魔 to overcome thunderous, exorcise demons. 破斋 to break the monastic rule of the regulation food, or time for meals, for which the punishment is hell, or to become a hungry ghost like the kind with throats small as needles and distended bellies, or to become an animal. 祝 to invoke, either to bless or curse. 祝圣 to invoke blessings on the emperor's birthday. 祖 grandfather, ancestor, patriarch, founder, origin. C 28祖 祖师 a first teacher or leader, founder of a school or sect. It has particular reference to Bodhidharma. 祠 the spring ancestral sacrifice, the spring ancestral temple, tablet, etc. 祠堂 an ancestral temple or home. 祠堂营 an endowment for masses to be said for the departed, also 长生营 无尽财 指 to revere, venerate, only, translate 经指原精舍，指述给孤独园 the Veron Garden Jitavana, bought by Anthopiaca from Prince Jita and given to Kayamuni. 神 inscrutable spiritual powers, or power, a spirit, a deva, god, or divinity, the human spirit, divine. Spiritual, supernatural. 神人 gods or spirits, and men. 神仙 神仙的真 immortals, of whom the five kinds are 天神人的 and 鬼仙 i.e. deva, spirit, human, earth, or cave, and pretend mortals. 神供 offerings placed before the gods or spirits. 神光 Deva, light, the light of the gods. 神力 Fi 神通神咒 D. Mantra or dra, divine or magic incantations. 神座 Deva or spirit thrones. 神域 The realm of spirit, of reality, surpassing thought, supernatural. 神女 Adef, a female spirit, a sorceress. 神庙 Mysterious, mystic, occult, recondite, marvelous. 神我 Purva, ornament. The soul, the spiritual ego, or permanent person, which by non-Buddhists was said to migrate on the death of the body. Purva is also the supreme soul, or spirit, which produces all forms of existence. 神明 The spirits of heaven and earth, the gods, also the intelligent or spiritual nature. 神智 Spiritual wisdom, divine wisdom which comprehends all things, material and immaterial. 神根 The vital spirit as the basis of bodily life. 神识 The intelligent spirit, also called 灵魂 the soul, incomprehensible or divine wisdom. 神变Supernatural influences causing the changes in natural events, miracles, miraculous transformations, e.g. the transforming powers of a Buddha, both in regard to himself and others. Also his miraculous acts, e.g. unharmed by poisonous snakes, unburnt by dragon fire, etc. Tantra or Yoga 神足 神足通 Deva, foot ubiquity Hikdadi, Skri. Also 神境智通 如意通 supernatural. Power to appear at will in any place, to fly or go without hindrance, to have absolute freedom, cf. 大教 神足月 The first, fifth, and ninth months, when the devas go on circuit throughout the earth. 神通 神通力 ubiquitous supernatural power, especially of a Buddha, his 10 powers including power to shake the earth, to issue light from his pores, extend his tongue to the Brahma, heavens. Effulgent with light, cause divine flowers, etc., to rain from the sky, be omnipresent, and other powers. Supernatural powers of eye, ear, body, mind, etc. 神通月 Iden 神足月神通城 The supernatural or magic vehicle, i.e. the esoteric sect of Zhenyan Shenzhen. 神道 The spirit world of devas, asuras, and spiritus. Psychology, or the doctrines concerning the soul. The teaching of Buddha. Shinto, the way of the gods, a Japanese national religion. 深暗 The darkened mind without faith. Qing The chapter in State and Dynasty 255 BC. 大秦 Syria, the Eastern Roman Empire. 秦广王 Chapter in Kuo, the first of the 10 kings of Hades. Mo. To feed a horse, translate 马，莫兔罗 Matthew 飞魔，莫奴若取杀 Mano had hope and ancient he could. 莫底普罗 Matipura, an ancient kingdom and city, the kings of which in AD 600 belonged to the drug caste, the home of many famous priests. The present Rohil Count, between the Ganges and Rumagat. 莫罗梭 Malasa, and mountain valley in the upper Punjab. 莫罗举扎 Malacca, an ancient kingdom of southern India, the coast of Malabar, about AD 600 and noted haunt of the Nirgrantha sect. I tell me. Secret, occult, esoteric, opposite of 显秘印 esoteric signs or seals 秘奥 secret, mysterious 密宗密教的 esoteric mantra or yoga sect, developed especially in 真言圣真 with Pharaoh Kanada Ru Lai as the chief object of worship, and Thimalas of the Garbato and Phaedra,秘密 secret, occult, esoteric, mysterious, profound 秘密城秘密上层 the esoteric, superior, vehicle, i.e. the above sect. 秘密主 Phaedra cf. 金刚萨埵 who is king of Lokas and guardian of the secret of Buddhas. 秘密咒 the mantras or incantations of the above sect. 秘密号 its rest. 秘密坛 its altars. 秘密宗 the above esoteric sect. 秘密戒 its commandments. 密教秘密教 its teaching, the sect itself, one of the four modes of teaching defined by the Tibetan name for the 原教秘密瑜伽 the other rules of the esoteric sect, also an name for the sect. 密经秘密经 its sutras. 秘密结集 the collection of mantras, drugs, etc., and of the Vajrito and Garbato literature, attributed to Nanda or Vajrasattva or both. 秘藏秘密藏 the treasury of the profound wisdom, or mysteries, variously interpreted. 秘诀 or 秘诀 secret, magical incantations. 秘法 the mysteries of the esoteric sect. 秘药 the essence, the profoundly important. 并 together, idem 并并起 to arise together. 集 a satchel, book, box, translate G. 集多 Upagata phi 优婆居多集访波底交饭波底 Gapati, and monk with the feet and caught chewing characteristic of an ox, because he had spilled some grains from an ear of corn he plucked in a former life. 粉 flour, meal, powder. 粉骨碎身 bones ground to powder and body in fragments. 纸 paper, 纸叶 palm leaves. 纸衣 纸冠、纸钱 paper clothing, hats, money, etc. burned as offerings to the dead. 纯 one, colored, unadulterated, pure, sincere. 纯一 pure, unmixed, solely, simply, entirely. 纯真 sincere, true, name of a man who asked the Buddha questions which are replied to in a sutra. 纯陀 conduct, who is believed to have supplied Kayamuni with his last meal, it is said to have been of 旃檀 or QV, but there are other accounts including a stew of flesh food, also 准纯、纯纯、周纳。所 court, to extort, express, the cord or noose of Wang Yan by which she binds the good, the cord of the Vajra, king by which he binds the evil, translate as a 所多 fee, 萨散发 所喝 afi, 所撒 the word, 所语所画 expression, in words, forced statements, a demand or request, e.g. for information. 素 original color or state, plain, white, heretofore, usual, translates to 素具 already prepared. 素摩里达苏伐罗修拔拿 Supera, fee, 金 gold. 素意素怀 ordinary thoughts or hopes, the common purposes of the mind. 速达览 fee, 修 sutra. 速法身 possessing the fundamental dharmic nature though still in sin, i.e. the beings in the three lowest orders of transmigration. 素绢 plain silk clustering, thin silk. 素毫 fur or white curl between the Buddha's eyebrows. 素食素传 vegetarian food. 纳 offer, pay, give, receive, take, translate and acf. 纳纳具 to accept all the commandments or rules. 纳迦离 fee 纳受纳的 to receive, accept. 纳帽 a cap made of bits of given material. 纳木纳莫纳摩 fee 南无 nema. 纳戒 to receive or accept the commandments. 纳钵 a stole worn during teaching. 那富僧伽蓝 Navasakrama, an ancient monastery near Batra, famous for 3 relics of Kayamuni, a tooth, basin, and staff. Item 那富提盘举罗 Navadvipakula, an ancient city a few miles southeast of Kalnikjat on the eastern bank of the Ganges. The present no bad go. I tell. 那富波 NAFPO Suanshan as name for a city on the ancient site of Sun Yixun, capital of Shanshan. Shanshan in the former Han Dynasty, afterwards known as Naborlog, in Marco Polo. It corresponds to the modern chocolate. 纳蛇鱼桶 To put a snake into a tube, i.e. meditation able to confine unruly thoughts. 那衣 Garments made of castaway rags, the patch, robe of a monk. 那骨 To bury bones, or a skeleton. 缺 Broken, deficient, lacking, a vacancy, a post. 缺漏 A breach and leakage, a breach of the discipline. 寡 See under 11 strokes. 翅 A wing, fin, translate K. 赤鱼螺 Feather robes. 赤油螺指赤裸及赤裸 Kira, an armlet, necklace. 赤色青婆罗 Kasakambala, a hair garment or covering, name of one of the 10 heretical Indian schools. 其 Old, 60 years of age, experienced, translate G. 奇婆其遇时富家 J Vodka. Son of Bimbisra by the concubine Rab. On his birth he is said to have seized the acupuncture needle and back. He became famed for his medical skill. 奇婆天 Java, the day of long life. 奇婆鸟 Ivan 命命鸟 Also 奇婆奇婆奇婆奇婆家蛇婆奇婆蛇婆奇婆家 A bird of the partridge family. There is a fable about such a bird having 2 heads, called Jalocha Garura and Yobo-Jalocha. Utagara, one ate a delicious flower while the other was asleep. When the latter awoke, it was so annoyed at not sharing it that it ate a poisonous flower and the bird died. Thus there is a Jekyll and hiding everyone. China Jina, Victor, he who overcomes, a title of every Buddha, also the name of various persons, the Jaina religion, the Jains. 奇蛇 Dra, a vulture, also an abrief. For 奇蛇诀，伊萨夫，揭离陀罗鸠之，即利陀罗举赤 Draka. And mountain near Jaga said to be shaped like a vulture as head, or to be famous for its vultures and its caverns inhabited by ascetics, where Paisuna, Nra, in the shape of a vulture, hindered the meditations of Nanda. It has numerous other names. 赤身 ashamed. 赤小木大 ashamed of the small, Pnana, and in love with the great, Mahina. 枝 fat, lard, soapstone, wealth, translate cai, 枝大 China, Impi. As the country of culture, with a people clothed and capped, also as a frontier of India, a place of banishment. 之地浮屠 Katya, a stupa, and mausoleum, a place or object of worship. 斜 The ribs, flanks, sides, forceful, to coerce. 斜视斜视斜视斜视斜视 bodhisattvas, or other images on either side of a Buddha. 邪尊 Phi Bodhparva 斜胸 The breast 胸字 Thespis on Buddha's breast, one of the 32 marks. 胸形 Creatures that crawl on their bellies, like snakes. 能 Sac Able to, can, capability, power. 能人 Enable man, i.e. Buddha is the all-powerful man able to transform the world. 能人 Mighty in loving kindness, an incorrect interpretation of Kayamuni, but probably indicating his character. 能依 Dependent on, that which relies on something else, e.g. vegetation on land, 所依 is that on which it relies. 能信 Can believe, or can be believed, contrasted with 所信 that which is believed. 能大师能行者 The sixth patriarch 慧能为 name of the chapter and Zen school. 能所 These two terms indicate active and passive ideas, e.g. ability to transform, or transformable, and the object that is transformed. 能持 Ability to maintain, e.g. to keep the commandments. 能断金刚经 Vajrayana Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, translated by Xianzhen, and extract from the Prajnapada Sutra. 能师太子 Prince Giver, a former incarnation of Kayamuni, when he obtained the magic dragon, and by its power relieved the needs of all the poor. 能力 A proposition in logic that can be established, or postulated. 能愿 The conditioning power in contrast with the conditioned, e.g. the power of seeing and hearing in contrast with that which is seen and heard. 臭 Stink, stinking, smell. 臭口鬼 or 臭毛鬼 demons with stinking breath or hair. 斑A sort, a kind, translate para, pen, pot, etc. 班利拔罗俱家 Parifrajaka, or wanderer. A Sivatic sect, worshippers of Masvara, who wear clothes of the color of red soil and leave a little hair about the crown of the head, shaving off the rest. I tell. Also 波利亚罗居家，波利婆舍家。班拉密地 Pramati, Paramiti, a monk from central India, Tr. Thurangama Sutra 守门眼经 AD 705。班尼环 Paramirva, V 班涅盘。班涅盘班涅盘那 Paramirva, quite extinguished, quite brought to an end, the final extinction of the individual. NW the death of the Buddha. Nirvana may be attained in this life, paranirvana. It, for the meaning of extinction, Nibbana. It may also correspond to the suppression of all mental activity. It is also the second of the three grades of nirvana, paranirvana and manirvana, which are later developments and have association with the ideas of jnana, madhyamana, and mahina, or the small, middle, and great vehicles, also with the three grades of Buddha which these three vehicles represent, and the three classes of Pravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas. Other forms are 般利涅盘那、波利涅盘那、般尼环、般罗萨弥、Parasmapada. The transitive or active verb and its terminations. NW. Banzhou. Pratyekabuddha, present, multiplied. Banzhou Sanmei. Banzhou, Pratyekabuddha and the samadhi in which the Buddhas of the 10 directions are seen as clearly as the stars at night. Also called Changqing Dao or Changqing Sanmei, the prolonged samadhi, because of the length of time required, either 7 or 90 days. Its sutra is the Banzhou Sanmei Jing. Banchajia. Note: the middle character is erroneous, it should be tu. Same with the next entry. Pakha. The general name for eunuchs. The 5 classes with various degrees of sexual impotence. 1. 善穿 aha pakha, by birth impotent. 2. 流拿 Ujjayaru pakha, meant, i.e. emasculated males. 3. 沙弥沙长拿 ry pakha, those whose sexual desires are only aroused by jealousy. 4. 半泽家 pakha, eunuchs in general, but in this category are described as hermaphrodites. 5. 薄差 pakha, impotent during 1/2 of the month. Annular classification distinguishes those with incomplete from those with complete organs, the incomplete being aha or jati pakhas above, and emasculated males. The complete are the others, the 5th being stimulated when bathing or evacuating. Other forms. 班扎、半托、半泽加 tr. 黄门。班茶、图、律家法。The Pakha Lohitaka rule is that derived from the conduct of these 2 disciples in the Vinaya, and is against quarreling and fighting. 般若 purge, to know, understand, wisdom. NW in P. 慧 wisdom, 智慧 understanding, or wisdom. Mean clear, intelligent, the 6th premise. The purge Premise Sutra describes it as supreme, highest, incomparable, unequaled, unsurpassed. It is spoken of as the principal means, by its enlightenment of attaining to nirvana through its revelation of the unreality of all things. Other forms 般罗若、般赖若、般若、般拿若、般罗直娘、般胜rằng、般若、般赖若、般罗娘、般若、般若、般赖若。Praj is also the name of a monk from Kabul, AD 810, styled 三藏法师 Tr. 4 works. An author of an alphabet. 般若佛母 Wisdom, or salvation through wisdom. Praj, Pramit, is the mother or source of all Buddhas. 制度论34般若多罗 Prajna The 27th Patriarch, native of Eastern India, who labored in Southern India and consumed himself by the fire of transformation, AD 457, teacher of Bodhidharma. 般若心经The Sutra of the Heart of Praj. There have been several translations, under various titles. The generally accepted version being by Coleridge Butt, which gives the essence of the wisdom sutras. There are many treatises on the 心经。般若时The Praj Period, the fourth of the Tiantai, 5 periods of the Buddha's teaching. 般若居多 Prajapta, a Hnana monk of southern India, who wrote against the Mahina. 般若波罗蜜般若波罗蜜多 Praj, Pramit, the acme of wisdom, enabling one to reach the other shore, i.e. wisdom for salvation, the highest of the 6 paramitas, the virtue of wisdom as the notes, and knowledge of the illusory character of everything earthly, and destroys error, ignorance, prejudice, and heresy. For the sutra of this name see below. 般若汤 The soup of wisdom, a name for wine. 般若经 The wisdom sutras, especially the 大般若波罗蜜多经 Tr. By Sun Zhen in 600 A Compendium of 5 wisdom sutras is 摩诃般若、金刚般若、天王问般若、光赞般若 and 人王般若。Cf. The last. Another compendium contains 8 books. 般若传 The boat of wisdom, the means of attaining nirvana. 般若菩萨 Praj, Bodhisattva, wisdom as a female bodhisattva in Theravada group, also known as 智慧金刚般若风 The spear of wisdom, which is able to cut off illusion and evil. 般若头The monk in charge of the Praj Sutras. 般遮 Pankaj 5, also 般遮般遮子虚 Psika, described as the gods of music, i.e. Theban Dharmas, also as 般遮虚 Pakhijana, the 5 supernatural powers. 般遮于色 Pankaj Frika, Pankaj Pariag, Moka, Mo Pariag, the great quinquennial assembly instituted. by Ahsoka for the confession of sins, the inculcation of morality and discipline, and the distribution of charity, also 班遮婆瑟、班遮拔瑟迦、班遮乐师、班遮婆利迦使、班遮拔利沙、班舍于瑟、班纳 pro-exhalation, breathing out, cf. 阿那班纳摩 Padma, lotus, cf. 波茶 tea leaves, translate ga 茶汤 tea and hot water, used as offerings to the spirits. 茶皮地图，茶举膜 ，fragrant flowers, i.e. 郁金 from Western or Central Asia for scenting wine and for cooling down the spirits. 茶舌他 ，yadata, coldness, apathy, stupidity. 金 swords, 金溪。Qing, chapter I throne, stream, name of the 9th Tang Patriarch Zhanran Chen, January. Chu, He, straw, translate He. Chu模 虚模家 cow maker, flax, linen garment. Huang, wild, waste, wilds, empty, famine, reckless, to nullify an angry appearance. 荒野 荒郊 and wilderness, uncultivated. 荒空 empty, deserted. 踏 to undertake, translate ta, Bethesda, 非多。踏舍普密补罗迭瑟扎地 That by my prestigiate, thou who art established in the 10 stages, said to the Tuscatas invocations. 踏莫苏伐那 Tmosavana, 暗林 the dark forest. And monastery situated at the junction of the Fifth and Sotterdrud, 50 lisangs, east of Chunapati. It is probably identical with the so-called Oilen monastery in which the Sioux Synod under Kanaka held its sessions. Item 草 grass, herbs, plants, rough, female, of animals, birds, etc. 草创 newly or roughly built, unfinished. 草堂 the building in the Cao Tang Si monastery at chapter N, and where Kumar Java translated. 草座 mats or cushions to sit on. 草庵 a thatched hut as a monastery or retreat. 草木 herbs and trees equally recipients of rain, as all humanity is of the Buddha's truth. 草木成佛 even inanimate things, e.g. grass and tree, are Buddha, all being of the Yiru QV, in Taiyan, Chen, Yan, Shenzhen, doctrine. 草环 or 草牙环, a grass finder, ring used by the esoteric sect. 草鞋 straw shoes. 草饭 a coarse or rough meal. 衰 decay, fade, decline, frayed, i.e. mourning clothes. 衰香 the 5 indications of approaching death, 误衰，衰患。The calamities of decadence, famine, epidemics, etc. 那 To patch, line, pack, and monk as garment, supposed to be made of rags. 那加离 Thiset, or coat of patches varying from 9 to 25. 那子 and monk, especially a peripatetic monk. 那衣 or 那衣 and monk as robe. 那袈裟 and monk as robe of 7 pieces and upwards. 那众 monks who wear these robes. 记 to remember, to record as foretelling, prophesy. 记别受别 to record and differentiate the Buddha as foretelling of the future of his disciples to Buddhahood, and to their respective Buddha, kalpas Buddha, realms, titles, etc. See the 记别经 and 和迦罗那 by correct predictions, one of the 12 divisions of the canon. 记事书记 secretary as office, secretary, writer. 记心 memory. 记论 Phi correct, a treatise on Sanskrit grammar, cf. 毗迦罗论 气 to finish, and stop, to reach an end, until, entirely, translate K. 气力多 G, a slave, serf, bug or hired worker. 气力多王 Kingdom of Kashmir, whose descendants were opposed to Buddhism, they were dethroned by Kaunika, who restored Buddhism. But later the royal line regained the throne and drove out the Buddhist monks. 气力色拿 No black, dark blue, Krishna, the hero, god of India, with Buddhists he is chief of the black demons, who are enemies of Buddha, and the white demons. N.W. 训 to teach 教训训诲 to teach, instruct. 善 abuse, slander, translate san. 善地 fee 善 antica 驯弱Samjama, entirely vanquishing name of the founder of one of the 10 heretical sects. Also, one of the 6 Tristias, former teacher of Mughlai Anuna and Riputra, also a king of Phyacus, cf. Shan, Chai Lang, a wolf. 豺狼地狱 one of the 16 hells, where sinners are devoured by wolves. 贡 tribute, best. 贡高 elevated, proud. 财 非苏 Artha. Wealth, riches. 财主 a wealthy man, rich. 财供养 财施 offerings or gifts of material goods. 财谦 meanness, stinginess. 财欲 the desire for wealth, one of the 5 wrong desires. 财神 Kuvara, fee 具 very fat, fee P. The god of wealth. 财色 wealth and beauty, i.e. woman. 起 to rise, raise, start, begin, uprising, tr. Utpada 起兴 the uprise or awakening of faith. 起兴论 Sraddhapadastra, it is one of the earliest remaining Mahayana texts and is attributed to Abdullah cf. 马尼 to tr. have been made, one by Paramrita in AD 554, another by Eknanda, circa 700. The first text is more generally accepted as G.I., the founder. Often type was Paramrita as amanuensis, and 把藏非 Z 643712 made the standard commentary on it, the 起兴论译记, though he had assisted Eknanda in his translation. It gives the fundamental principles of Mahayana and was tr. into English by Satoru Suzuki, 1900, also by P. Richard. There are several commentaries and treatises on it. 起兴二门 two characteristics of mind in the struct as eternal and phenomenal. 起尸鬼 to resurrect a corpse by demoniacal influence and cause it to kill another person. P. Vatla 起死人 is singular, i.e. to raise the newly dead to slay an enemy. 起之处 Elatry, cesspool. 起灭 rise and extinction, birth and death, beginning and end. 起尽 beginning and end, similar to the last. 起者 one who begins or starts, one who thinks he creates his own welfare or otherwise. 起行 to start out, for the life to come. 起请 to call on the gods or the Buddhas, as witness to the truth of one's statement. 迹 traces, footsteps, external evidences or indications. 激化 teaching or lessons derived from external events, i.e. of the Buddha's life and work, shown in the first 14 sections of the Lotus Sutra. The second 14 sections of that work are called 本化 his direct teaching. The lessons from the external indications are called 激化十秒的 10 marvelous indications, cf. 十秒追 to pursue, follow after, to follow the dead with thoughts and services. 追修 to follow the departed with observances. 追福 to pursue the departed with rites for their happiness. 追见 and 追善 have similar meaning also. 追言 for a suffering. 迷 and why delude, deceive, confuse, mislead, delusion, illusion, etc. 迷失 delusive phenomena or affairs, deluded in regard to phenomena, cf. 迷理 infra 迷人咒 incantations to delude or confuse others. 迷道 deluded, confused, to delude and upset. 迷惘 deluded and misled, deluding and false. 迷子 the deluded son who held a gold coin in his hand while starving in poverty, such is the man with Buddha nature who fails to use it. 金刚三昧经 迷暗 the shore of delusion. 迷地狱 迷Maitreya 迷心 a deluded mind. 迷惑 deluded and confused, deceived in regard to reality. 迷悟 illusion and enlightenment. 迷雾亦如 the two are aspects of the one reality, as water and ice are the same substance. 迷雾不二 fundamentally are the same. 迷雾因果 in the four axioms, that of accumulation is caused by illusion, with suffering as effect, that of the way is caused by enlightenment, with extinction of suffering as effect. 迷昧 deluded and sunk in the passions. 迷津 the ford of delusion, i.e. mortality. 迷离 deluded in regard to the fundamental principle, i.e. ignorant of reality, cf. 迷世迷身 all deluded beings. 迷界 any world of illusion. 迷卢 苏迷卢 suburb. 迷利耶or 迷利耶 Maria, a kind of intoxicating drink. 迷离麻罗 and other forms, confused sight, blurred. 逆 phlegma to go against, contrary, adverse, reverse, rebellious, oppose, resist. 逆修欲修 to observe in contrary order, to observe before death the Buddhist rites in preparation for it. 逆化 the ability of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to comfort the heterodox or opponents. 逆喻 argument by illustration from effect to cause, e.g. the source of the ocean is the river, of the river the streams, of these the ponds. 逆流 to go against the current, i.e. the stream of transmigration, and enter the path of nirvana, also called 欲流, Thesrota, or Vaka first stage. 逆缘 resisting accessory cause, as goodness is the shed or accordant cause, so evil is the resisting cause of the Buddha way. 逆观 the inverse method in meditation. 逆报 to resist and abuse. 逆路迦耶陀 Phlegma, Lojyata. The Lojyata were materialistic and worldly followers of the Kukka school. The Vimma, Lojyata were opposed to the conventions of the world. An earlier P of Lojyata is in response to questions. The sophistical method of Chu and Sta being mentioned as comparison. Vimma, Lojyata is also described as evil questioning, which is the above method. Reversed. 逆顺 The adversatives, resisting and complying, opposing and according with, reverse or direct, backward or forward. So, to escort, send, give as a present. 送往, to escort or take the departed to the grave. 送葬, to escort for burial. 逃, to flee, escape. 逃禅, to escape in or from meditation or thought. 退, retire, withdraw, backslide, recede, yield. 退大, to backslide from Mahina and revert to Jnana. 退趋, to yield or recede, as is possible to a bodhisattva facing the hardships of further progress. 退座, to withdraw from one's seat. 退眉, to be reborn in a lower stage of existence. 退转, to withdraw and turn back, i.e. from any position attained. 9. Sir, Maria, maybe wine, alcoholic liquor, forbidden to monks and nuns by the 5th commandment. 针, side and needle. 针孔, and needle as it is as difficult to be reborn as a man as it is to thread a needle on earth by throwing the thread at it from the sky. 针口贵, needle, mouth ghosts, with mouths so small that they cannot satisfy their hunger or thirst. 针毛贵, ghosts with needle hair, distressing to themselves and others. 针戒, needle and mustard seed, the appearance of Buddha is as rare as hitting the point of a needle on earth by a mustard seed thrown from the sky. 针锋, a needle as point, similar to the last. 闪, flash, get out of the way. 闪多, a demon, one of Yoma's names. 闪电光, lightning, flashing, therefore awe-inspiring. 升, to ascend, rise, raise. 升座, to ascend the platform to expound the sutras. 院, room, pleasance, garden, grove, and monastery, hall, court. 院主, the abbot of a monastery. 除, get rid of, 除一切恶, to get rid of all evil. 除散, get rid of and scatter away. 除断, get rid of completely, cut off. 除灾, get rid of calamity. 除疑, eliminate doubt. 除盖障, to dispose of hindrances. 除觉知, to get rid of mental effort and produce mental and physical buoyancy. 除境, he or she who puts away want by receiving alms and in peace. Of he quam he could. 马, a spot, a horse, a stallion, one of the 7 treasures of a sovereign. 马胜, 马师的 hit. Horse, breaker or horse, master. The name of several persons, including one of the first 5 disciples. 马名阿诗富巨沙奥格瓦 the famous writer, whose patron was the Indo-Scythian king Kandaka. Kufi was a Brahmin converted to Buddhism. He finally settled at Benares and became the 12th patriarch. His name is attached to 10 works, v. 改人192、201、726、727、846、1643、1666、1667、1669、1687. The two which have exerted great influence on Buddhism are 佛所行赞经 Buddhakarika, Kvala Sutra, tr. by Dharmarika AD 414-421, tr. into English by Bill S.B.E. and 大乘起信论 Mahindaradopina, Stra, tr. by Paramrita, AD 554, and by Eknanda, AD 695-700, tr. into English by Satoru Suzuki 1900, and also by King Richard V. Qi. He gave to Buddhism the philosophical basis for its Mahayana development. There are at least 6 others who bear this name. Other forms: 马名阿诗富巨沙、马名比丘、马名大士、马名菩萨 etc. 马和麻地 Momoti 大会 the Bodhisattva addressed in the Lakshvatra Sutra, v. 摩诃摩底马寺 Ashvamedha, the horse sacrifice, either as an annual oblation to heaven, or for specific purposes. 马祖 Matsu, founder of the Southern Peak School of the Chapter and or Intuitional sect in Kiongsi, known as 江西道一马尔山 Apakara, v. one of the 7 concentric rings around Meru. 马院 the horse park, i.e. 白马寺 the White Horse Monastery at Loyang in the later Han Dynasty, where, according to tradition, the first missionaries dwelt. 马阴藏 a retractable penis, e.g. that of the horse, one of the 32 signs of a Buddha. 马头 horse head. 马头罗刹 the horse had case in Hades. 马头观音马头大士马头明王 hated Agrippa, the horse, neck or horse, had Wang Yin in an inspiring attitude towards evil spirits. 马麦 horse, grain, Buddha as food when he spent 3 months with the Brahmin ruler Agni battle with 500 monks, one of his 10 sufferings. 骨 bone, bones, relics. 骨人 skeleton. 骨佛 a bone, Buddha, a corpse. 骨塔a dogma for the ashes of the dead. 骨木 the bones and eyes, the essentials. 骨身 the bones of the body, theory or remains after cremation. 骨锁天 the bone, Chandeva Shang Jie Lu Akara, i.e. Siva. 高 high, lofty, eminent. 高士 eminent scholar, OTR. For Bodhisattva. 高士耶 骄奢耶骄师 Kosaya, thin silk, lustering, wild silk, words. 高僧 eminent monks. 高昌 Gaocheng Karak Hozhou, the ancient town of Kao, Chapter N, which lay 30 miles of Tufan in Turkestan. Formerly an important Buddhist center, whence came scriptures and monks to China. Gaozu, a founder of a sect or school. Gaosaluo, fee. 教口萨拉 高族 superior pupils or disciples. 高丽 Korea 高丽藏 the Korea canon of Buddhism, one of the 3 collections which still exists in the 海印寺印639 cases. 1521部 and 6589卷。贵 Prita 毕利多 departed, dead, a disembodied spirit, that person, ghost, a demon, evil being. Especially a 恶鬼 hungry ghost. They are of many kinds. The Fan, I classifies them as poor, medium, and rich, each again thrice subdivided, e.a. with mouths like burning torches. B. Throats no bigger than needles. C. Vile breath, disgusting to themselves. A. Needle-haired. Self-piercing. B. Hair sharp and stinking. C. Having great wings on whose toes they must feed. 3. Living on the remains of sacrifices. B. On livings in general. C. Powerful ones, Lokas, Rukasas, Picas, etc. All belong to the realm of Yoma, whence they are sent. Everywhere, consequently are ubiquitous in every house, land, market, mount, stream, tree, etc. 贵字幕 Fruit, 合理地音癖 as pleased, or pleasing. A woman who having vowed to devour all the babies at Jagriha was reborn as Akshas, and gave birth to 500 children, one of which she was to devour every day. Converted by Kayamuni, she entered a convent. Her image is to be seen in all nunneries. I tell. Another account is that she is the mother of 500 demons, and that from being an evil goddess or spirit she was converted to become a protectress of Buddhism. 贵字母声 Arcas who devours men. 贵称 The demon city, that of Thagan Darvas. 贵界 贵法界 the region or realm of demons, one of the 10 regions. 鬼火 Spirit lights, ignis facts. 鬼病 Sickness caused by demons, or ghosts. 鬼神 Ghosts and spirits, a general term which includes the spirits of the dead, together with demons. And the 8 classes of spirits, such as devas, etc. 鬼 is in P. as way causing fear, 神 as non-potent, powerful, 鬼神时时 the time when they feed, i.e. night, 诡见 demon views, i.e. heterodox teaching, 轨道 鬼去 the way or destiny of Fiacus, Casus, and hungry ghosts. 轨道 also means in league with demons, or following devilish ways. 轨路 the iron record, containing the sins of men, in Yoma as office in Hades. 鬼门 the northeast corner of a house, or of a city, gate unsought, through which the spirits can come and go. 鬼魅 imps or demons who cause sickness, especially malaria in certain regions. 11 strokes. 干 dry up, clean, heaven, male, masculine, enduring, continual. Translate comment. 干屎诀 a stick used in India as toilet paper, in China paper, straw, or bamboo. 干秽的 the dry or unfertilized state of wisdom, the first of the 10 stages. 干利陀耶 干利陀 they are heart, soul, mind, core. 干成 干达成 Gondar facility, infra. 干踏婆干踏婆 or 干踏河，健达婆 or 健踏婆，健达父，犍陀罗 or 犍陀罗，燕达父公 Darthe or Darfa. KX spirits on Gongha, Dena Xiangshan, the fragrant or incense mountains, so called because the Gandharvas do not drink wine or eat meat, but feed on incense or fragrance and give off fragrant odors. As musicians of Indra, or in the written U of Kshatra, they are said to be the same as, or similar to, the Kingaras. They are, or according to NW, Kshatra is associated with Soma, the moon, and with medicine. They cause ecstasy, are erotic, and the patrons of marriageable girls. The Apsaras are their wives, and both are patrons of dicers. Xiangshan, the fragrant or incense mountains, so called because the Gandharvas do not drink wine or eat meat, but feed on incense or fragrance and give off fragrant odors. As musicians of Indra, or in the written U of Kshatra, they are said to be the same as, or similar to, the Kingaras. They are, or according to NW, Kshatra is associated with Soma, the moon, and with medicine. They cause ecstasy, are erotic, and the patrons of marriageable girls. The Apsaras are their wives, and both are patrons of dicers. 干塔婆城 a Gandharva city, i.e. an Mirage city. 干塔婆王 the king of the Gandharvas, named Citrarata, and W, but Tr. as Druma, a tree. 干陀 Udianmite Tara, cf. 于干陀罗 the first of the concentric mountains of a world, also name of a tree. 干陀罗 or 干陀月 or 干陀卫 or 干陀婆那 Gandhra, an ancient kingdom in the north of the Punjab, Lat. 35度5 n long, 71度16 Ital, famous as a center of Buddhism. Kayamuni, in a former life, is said to have lived there and torn out his eyes to benefit others, probably a distortion of the story of Dharmavivardhana, who as governor of Gandhra was blinded by order of a concubine of his father, Asoka. Ital. NW associates Gandhra with Kandahar, also name of a fragrant tree, and of a yellow color. 干陀诃提 Gandhahastan, fragrant elephant, name of a bodhisattva. Ting. To stop, rest, settle, delay. 停心 To fix or settle the mind in meditation, cf. 五停心观 O. An image, animate, unexpectedly. 偶像 An image, an idol. 偷 remiss, to steal, stealthy. 偷婆 cf. 塔 偷盗 steal, rob, one of the 10 sins. 偷懒遮耶萨偷罗 inland stutrana, a great transgression, one of the major transgressions of Mankarna. G. JTH, metrical hymn or chant, often occurring in sutras and usually of 4, 5, or 7 words to the line. Also 记他 cf. 伽陀 记赞 To sing in verse the praises of the object adored. 记诵 记陀 hymn, chant, to him. 见 Sturdy, strong, hard, bold, unwearied, translate Ga, God. 见用作 The heroic posture of the Buddha with his feet on his thighs soles upward. 剑南 Gana, ns, also 剑南 or 简南 or 劫南, it is in p. As a hard, solid lump, the human embryo formed from the 4th to the 7th day. 剑拿标呵 Gandha, Philha, tr. 白华言 qv. 剑陀 剑度 剑达 Gandha, smell, scent, a tree producing incense. The first and last also mean as do. 干陀 and 前陀 Kya, a color composed of red and yellow, the monk's robe, but the sounds agree better with Kent, the patch, robe, also used for Skandha feet. 赛剑陀, the 5 constituents. Also for Gandharva's feet. 干塔婆 剑陀具之 Gandhakud, the house of scent, or incense, a temple. 剑陀摩罗 Gandhadhanala, the hill of intoxicating perfume. 剑达父 Gandharva, vegan. 剑陀离 Gandhra, a spell that gives power to fly. 剑陀罗 Gandhra, feet. 干陀罗，假。To borrow, pretend, assume, suppose, unreal, false, fallacious. In Buddhism it means empirical. Nothing is real and permanent, all is temporal and merely phenomenal, fallacious, and unreal. Hence the term is used in the sense of empirical, phenomenal, temporal, relative, unreal, seeming, fallacious, etc. The three fundamental propositions or 三谛二空假中的 void, or noumenon, the empirical or phenomenal, and the mean. 假合，假合和 phenomena, empirical combinations without permanent reality. 假合之身 the empirical body. 假名 unreal names, i.e. nothing has a name of itself, for all names are mere human appellations. 假名世间the world of unreal names, i.e. the phenomenal world of sentient beings. 假名有 things which exist only in name, i.e. all things are combinations of other things and are empirically named. 假名菩萨one who may be called a bodhisattva because he has attained the 实性 QV. 假实 false and true, unreal and real, empirical and real, etc. 假我 the empirical ego of the five skandhas. 假有the phenomenal, which in reality no more exists than turtle as hair or rabbit as horns. 假色 invisible or internal form, i.e. spiritual form. 假观 the meditation on relative truth, or phenomenal and therefore illusory existence, in comparison with空 and 中 QV. 假设 prajnapti, ordinary teaching, doctrines derived from the phenomenal. 假门 the sects which rely on externals, i.e. on works for salvation, in contrast with faith in amitabha. 偏 to or on one side, deflected, one-sided, biased, partial, prejudiced. 偏远 partial and all, embracing, relative and complete, e.g. Jnana and Mahina, also the intermediate schools between Jnana and Mahina, and the perfect school of Tentai. 偏执 to hold firmly to a one-sided interpretation, bigoted. 偏小 the partial and minor teaching of the Buddha during the first 12 years of his ministry. 偏小情 the partial or narrower Jnana idea that though the ego is unreal, things are real. 偏教全教 partial or relative teaching, Tentai regarded its own teachings the complete or final, and all embracing teaching of the Buddha, while that of the Fa Xiang, San Lun, etc. was partial and imperfect. In like manner, the three schools, Zhang, Tong and Ye, Pirka, intermediate and separate, were partial and imperfect. 偏真偏空 单空的 Hnana doctrine of unreality, a one-sided dogma in contrast with the transcendental reality of Mahayana. 偏山 The monk's toga, or robe, thrown over one shoulder, some say the right, other the left. 偏袒 Bear on one side, i.e. to wear the toga, or robe, over the right shoulder, bearing the other as a mark of respect. 偏门 A side door, one through which offenders are expelled. 兜 Helmet, hood, pocket, bag, translate. Tuesday 兜夜 The Tuita and the Yoma heavens. 兜婆 Asta 兜沙 Tura, frost. 兜木炉 Tamperu, probably then harvest. 兜楼婆杜路婆 Turika, Olecanon, Indian incense. 兜绿驼兜绿 or 兜绿多兜树山兜史多山堵史多斗色多 Tuita, from to, contented, satisfied. Gratified, name of the Tuita heaven, the fourth developing the 欲界 passion realm, or desire. Realm between the Yoma and Nirmarati heavens. Its inner department is the Pure Land of Maitreya who, like Kaiamuni and all Buddhas, is reborn there before descending to earth as the next Buddha. His life there is 4,200 years, each day there being equal to 4,000 earth years. 584 million such years. 兜率天子 The prince, Kaiamuni, whose life while he was in Tuita shone into hell and saved all its occupants to that heaven, hence he is also called 地狱天子 Prince of Hades. 兜罗杜罗 or 杜罗 or 杜罗 Tula, floss, e.j. willow, floss, wild silk, cotton, also called 兜罗棉 or 兜罗坦岩加尔 also a tree producing such floss. 减 diminish, decrease, abate, reduce, abbreviate, up. 增简洁 The decreasing corpus in which the period of life is gradually reduced, as the 增减 are the corpus of increase. Together they form 20 corpus, 10 diminishing and 10 increasing, but there are other definitions. 减费 To cut down one's personal expenditure, for the sake of charity. 辅 To aid, assist, second, a deputy. 辅疗 Deputy in a monastery. 勘 To investigate, examine, collect. 勘辨 To examine and define. 乐 Rain, extort, force, a left stroke, to draw in. 乐沙 Alkane, black, a reddish color, probably cochineal. 乐沙国 Abhat, described as one of 3 famasi, before the days of Kaiamuni, of the Nirgrantha type of naked ascetics. 勒那摩提勒那陀提 Ragnamati, a monk from central India, circa AD 500. who translated 3 works of which 2 remain. Dong. Move, spur, motion, mutable. Movement arises from the nature of wind, which is the cause of motion. 动不动法 The mutable and the immutable, the changing and the unchanging, Sacramental, or realms of metempsychosis, and the 2 higher realms, Rupat, Shulam, Narapat, cf. 不动 A privy, cesspool, also called 西境、东境、东司、血影、后架、起直处 etc. Akumatfi. Wu is the guardian spirit of the cesspool. Can reflect on, counsel, visit superior. An assembly, a gathering for the purpose of meditation, preaching, worship. Revshen, the 21st constellation, and paying Orion. 早餐 Morning assembly. 晚餐 Evening assembly. 小餐 A special meeting, a discussion following an address. 餐前 Before the evening assembly. 餐后 餐退 after the evening assembly. 参问 To seek instruction generally as a class. 参堂 The initiation to the services of one newly ordained. 参禅 To inquire, discuss, seek religious instruction. 参议 To approach the gods or Buddhas in worship. 参请 To request instruction or discussion. 参头 One versed in the ceremonies and capable of leading others. 起 To open, begin, inform. 起白 Ident 表白 to inform, make clear, especially to inform the Buddhas. 唱 To cry out, sing. 唱名 To cry out names, to call on the name of Buddha. 唱记 To cry out Nirvana, as the Buddha is said to have done at his death. 倡导 To preach to people and lead them to conversion. 倡立 To announce the ceremonial duty. 倡议 To cry for sell the robes of a deceased monk or person. 唱道师 A preacher, the president of a monastic assembly. 唱食 To give the blessing at meals. A word of solemn affirmation and respectful assent, sometimes translated by yes. Verily, so be it, and in this sense compared with amen. NW It is the mystic name for the Hindu triad, and has other significations. It was adopted by Buddhists, especially by the Tantric school, as a mystic spell and as an object of meditation. It forms the first syllable of certain mystical combinations, e.g. 爱莫那巴，口心好迷, O my Padme Hu, which is a formula of the Lemnistic branch, said to be a prayer to Padmapani, each of the 6 syllables having its own mystic power of salvation from the lower paths of transmigration, etc. The formula is used in sorcery, auguries, etc. Other forms of it are 俺摩呢波头弥欧、俺摩尼波呢明欧、俺玛呢巴弥欧。dumb, inca, deaf and dumb, unable to express oneself, translate, via. 亚瓦罗古达米耶 Aparigodana, the western continent, ca. 亚子的梦 A dumb man who has had a dream but cannot tell it. 亚密里达Anta, Ambrosia via. 亚撇是该儿 Apilica, consecrate me by sprinkling, said in prayer. 亚和罗玛玛矮尤尔散塔罗尼 Prohoram yud, Satri give me old age, O protector. 亚巴The doctrine of a deaf and dumb person, which he cannot proclaim. 亚扬森 A dumb sheep, monk, stupid, one who does not know good from bad, nor enough to repent of sin. 问 To ask, inquire, question, to adjudicate, sentence. 问法印 The manual sign indicating the putting of a question. 问讯 To make inquiry, ask about another's welfare, orally or by folding the hands, interrogate, try. Case 商 To consult, arrange, trade, and merchant, translate, cite, essay. 商区商家 Alka, 小区 or 商区、盛区、乡区、木星号乡区、双区、盛家、契罗、长绮罗 Acon, Shell. 商节罗 Acara, auspicious, NW, NM for Siva, NMP. As 五所东 Chance, name of 商节罗阿舍利 Acaricaria, the celebrated Indian philosopher of the 8th century AD who is known as a great opponent of Buddhism. 商末家富婆商末富婆商那和修舍那和修 or 舍那波斯 Sanak Abisa, son of Asa, a younger brother of Nanda. Also an Arat, whom Ital gives as the 3rd patriarch, a native of Mathura, and says a Tibetan tradition identifies him with Yasus, the leader of the Earth Synod. Because of his name he is associated with a hemp or linen garment, or a covering with which he was born. 商户 A trader, one of the viceroy caste. 商量 To consult, discuss together, e.g. as master and pupil. 为 Eva Affirmative, yes, to answer, respond, set to interpret, tract, and is defined as discrimination, decision, approval. It is also used for only, alone, but 为名 mantra, name only. 为尽无实Realism as opposed to 为实无尽 idealism, implying that the 4 elements are real and permanent, 唯心 idealism, mind only, the theory that the only reality is mental, that of the mind. Similar to 唯识 Q, V and V. Lankavatara Sutra, 唯心记. The 8th-line verse of the older Huayan Sutra, which summarizes the idealistic idea. 唯色 all things are matter, because mind and matter are identical, for matter is mind. 唯识 fictionum matra, theta, satum matra. Idealism, the doctrine that nothing exists apart from mind, 实外无法。唯识中道 Simadhyaya, or medial doctrine of idealism as held by the Faxiang Dharmalakkhana school, that all things are of mind, evolution, and are neither in themselves real nor unreal. 唯识修道无畏 The 5 stages of attaining enlightenment in the idealistic sect, stage of reason and speculation, of asceticism, of apprehension of truth, of practice of contemplation from the 1st to the 10th stage, of complete comprehension of truth. 唯识圆教 The 3rd of the 3 divisions of the Buddha's teaching as defined by Ta Hsuan of Nanshan. The perfect doctrine of idealism. 唯识宗 The Dharmalakkhana sect Faxiang Zong, which holds that all is mind in its ultimate nature. 唯识家 Same as 唯识宗 唯识观 The 3 subjects of idealistic reflection, that the ego and things are realities, that things are produced by cause and circumstance, that totate is the only reality. Also called 唯识三 性观 cf. 三性 唯识论 Fibonacci Hystra, also called the 成唯识论 唯识二识论 Fibonacci Phimsakhakarikastra, another is the 唯识三识论 Fibonacci Tetradesakarikastra. There are numerous commentaries and treatises on the subject. CDLA Vallekusa's version. 国 a country and nation, national. 国僧正 National Superintendent of the Clergy, an office which at one time existed. 国土 a country, land, native land, abode of a race or races. 国土世间 the world of countries on which people depend for existence. 国土生 the Buddha's Buddhakatra, or abode of the living, the world as the body of Pharaoh Khana. 国师 Imperial Preceptor, a title conferred on certain Buddhist monks, especially on Huineng Hui, Nanhu. Fi 国王 a king, prince, i.e. one who has attained to his present high estate consequent on keeping all the 10 commandments in a previous incarnation, and being protected by the Tian, he is called 天子的 vassal, or son of heaven. 玉 frontier, limit, region, to 欲心 欲怀 the limits of the mind, natural endowment. 玉龙 Dinga, a celebrated Buddhist philosopher Chen Na, author of a famous treatise on logic. 堆 a heap, a pile. 堆压地狱 the hell of crushing, also 众合地狱, the third great hell in which sinners are crushed to death. 堂 Persta, a whole temple, court. 堂头 the head of the whole, the abbot of a monastery. 堂主 the head of a whole on specific occasion. 堂司 the controller of the business in a monastery. 堂塔 temples and monasteries in general. 堂达 the distributor of the liturgies, etc. 坚 Dastira, firm, firmly fixed, reliable. 坚固 firm and sure. 坚固意 firm-willed, name of a bodhisattva in the Garbhagga 2. 坚固慧 strong in wisdom, ditto. 坚林 坚固林 the grove of sala trees, in which Sakyamuni died. 坚牢 firm and stable, that which is stable, the earth. 监牢的神 or 监牢的天 or 监牢的指 the earth, goddess, or deity, or spirits. 坚实 firm and solid. 坚实心 with firm heart. 坚毅 坚慧 style matey of firm mind, or wisdom. An early Indian monk of the Mahayana, perhaps two. Monks. 坚志 firm knowledge, or wisdom, a name of fake reiki. 坚法 the three things assured to the faithful in reincarnation, a good body, long life, and boundless wealth. 坚满菩萨 Tipuripra, the firm and complete bodhisattva, who is to be Buddha Padma, for having permission. Attending on Padma Prabha. 坚誓狮子 the firmly vowing lion, i.e. Sakyamuni in a previous incarnation. 直 grub, graphite, graha. To seize, grasp, hold on to, maintain, obstinate. 直视 to manage, control, and manager. 直受 impressions, ideas grasped and held. 直取向 retention of memories of past joys and sorrows as if they were realities and not illusions. One of the 六粗 in the awakening of faith. 直狮子国 Sihala, Silam. 直心 the mind which clings to things as real. 直情 the foolish passion of clinging to the unreal. 直持 to hold firmly. 直持时 Adana, Vijana, and then for the Laya, Vijana. 直要 Graha, the planets, 9 or 7. 执着 to cling to things as real, used for a beam of visa. 执见 fuse obstinately held, with consequent delusion, bigoted. 直金刚神 Vajrayabhara, any deva, holder of the Vajra. Indra, who in a former incarnation took an oath to defend Buddhism, was reborn as king of the Akas, hence he and his Rakas carry Vajras. Mature as the spiritual reflex of the Bhini Buddha Akobhya. 3. A popular deity, the terror of all enemies of Buddhist believers, specially worshipped in exorcisms and sorcery by the Yoga school. 执掌 the holding on to the reality of self and things and the consequent hindrance to entrance into nirvana. 妇 a woman, a wife. 妇人 nothing is so dangerous to monastic chastity as woman, she is the root of all misery. Hindrance, destruction, bondage, sorrow, hatred, blindness, etc. Licentious, lewd, adultery, fornication, similar to incubi. 怒痴 the three poisons of sexual desire, anger, and ignorance, or heedlessness. 淫戒 the commandment against adultery. 淫欲 sexual desire. 淫惑 the fire of sexual passion. 银罗网 its net. 婆 a dam, mother, wife, granny, crow, translate pa, va, bha, and similar labial sounds. 婆利 Veda, Felisa, or Vaka, a hook, bent. 婆利师 farce, fee. 雨 the rainy season of retreat. 婆利师家 婆利史迦罗妃 婆师家 婆利耶 bhry, a wife. 婆利直罗 婆利直多罗 Prita, fee. Boar, a tree in Indra as heaven. 婆利舍多迦 Pritaka, a deeper flower. 婆叉 Vakud, the Oxus. Vakud is also a small branch of the Ganges, Fuchu. 婆家 Vaika, a portion, division, fraction. 婆家婆 D. Bhaktivat, or 婆家饭, 婆家饭, 婆尔宗, 保家饭报告 fortunate, excellent, revered. Sacred, the Holy One, and W, generally in P. 百世尊 word, honored, but there are other. Ints, an epithet of a Buddha. 婆利叶 Bhry, a dependent, a wife, also 婆利耶 or 婆利耶, 婆利搜 婆诃那 Vihana, 10 quadrillions. 大婆诃那100 quadrillions. 婆摩尔地 Bhaktivat, fee. 婆家 婆城Icon, Darvasati, and Mirage, an illusion city, fee. 甘塔婆婆婆佳丽 Pakri, evil, doer, name of a prince. 婆刹优婆刹 Apsaka, opposite, male and female disciples dwelling at home, lay disciples. 婆施波 Vipa, one of the first 5 disciples, Dasabala, Kayapa, identified with Lord Kayapa. Also 婆施婆 or 婆施婆, 婆沙波。婆施家 Freca, the flower that blooms in the rains, the aloe, Agalocum, also 婆利施家。QV, 婆利史迦罗，婆史家，婆施波利 Varkla, Farid。婆那摩西 Bhadrapadensa, the 6th month, middle of August to middle of September, the 3rd and 4th nakshatras or lunar mentions, Parvamdatura, also 跋婆那罗那、跋陀那婆那、婆达罗波陀。婆提 Bhadrika, one of the first disciples, cf. Ba. Also Vena, a grove or ven. 婆斯仙 one of the 5 devas and his whole wife in the Garbato group, perhaps Fesu. 婆离 free, water, fluidity, also 婆利波利。婆楼那 Farula, Fi, 水天。婆檀陀 Bhagat, 大德 laudable, praiseworthy, blessed, of great virtue, a term of respect for a Buddha, or for monks, especially of the Hnana school. 婆毗吠迦 Bhikvavika, a learned monk who retired from the world to await the coming of Maitreya, v. 西玉济时。婆沙 v. 毗Vivat。婆沙波 婆夫pa, v. 婆施波婆山婆眼地。Facenta, faint, spring, weaving, but the description is of a guardian of the night or of sleep. 婆手 Fire, wind, god of the wind. Also 婆有 副手。婆卢指地施伐罗 Of fallen Kaitasvara, 西观音。婆斯扎婆斯 Fasiha, a Brahman who is said to have denied the eternity of nirvana, and maintained that plants have lives and intelligence, Nirvana Sutra 39. One of the 7 ancient texts of Brahmanic mythology, one of the champions in that day of the priesthood. Name of a Brahman whose mother lost her 6 sons, she became mad, wandered naked, met the Buddha, was restored and became a disciple. Also 婆扎、斯婆扎、婆斯色揣 or 婆斯色陀。婆智 Bandi or Bali, the origin and meaning are obscure, defined as bound and also as round, full-orbed. Complete Bandi Sura and Ashura, king. Also 婆离拔智拔夷茉莉。婆罗 Plug, keeper, guardian, warden, Virapla, warden of a monastery, Bala, power, strength. Especially the 5 powers, Punk Haplani, i.e. 5根, also the 实力 Dasabala, 10 powers. Name of the sister of Nanda who offered milk to Kayamuni Black, young, immature. Simpleton, fool, hair, N.W. ignorant, unenlightened, see Black Thajana, below. 婆罗西摩补罗 Brahmapura, an ancient kingdom of northern India, the dynastic title of which was entailed upon the female line exclusively, hence styled 女国, said to be Gaurawa. 婆罗奢 Phalosa, the breadfruit tree, Impi, as a tree with red flowers. 婆罗毕利托哥那 婆罗毕利他哥那 婆罗毕利他迦舍那 Black Thajana, low, foolish people, natural, minded. As children, of common intelligence and ideas, and man in his natural state, unilluminated, unenlightened. 婆罗舍区 波罗奢区 Praka, a fetus of 5 to 7 days. 婆罗提木叉 Pratimokkha, feeble. 婆罗那血 Thrace, an ancient kingdom and city, noted, AD 640, as the headquarters of Sufism. Bemeries, cf. 婆罗诃 婆罗 Bohaka, a king of horses, or possessing horses. 婆罗诃摩 or 婆罗诃摩 Brahm, 婆罗诃摩那 婆罗霞莫那 Brahma, see below. 婆罗那陀 Ferda, a bellowing Jivaka. 婆羅門 拔烂摩 梅罗汉摩 Brahma, Brahmanical, Brahman, 进行 婆智 of pure life or mind, the highest. Of the 4 castes, those who serve Brahma, his offspring, the keepers of the Vedas. 婆罗门国 Brahmatra, the realm of the Brahmans, India. 婆罗门城 a city of Brahmans, from which the Buddha returned with his begging bowl empty. 婆罗门书 Brahman writing, the alphabet. 婆罗门译 Brahmapura, a city northeast of the capital of Malwa. I tell. 婆耶 pious, liquid, fluid, juice, water. 婆智家 Stika, fee, 水域 婆舍斯多 Basisita, SKBC, Asita, or Nase Sita, the 25th patriarch who labored in central India. The date of his death is given as AD 325. 婆舍拔提 Face the Martin, the 6th desire, heaven, the abode of Ra, the god of lust, sin, and death. Its occupants avail themselves of the merits of others for their own pleasure. It is also called the abode of seeking. Brahma, as lord of fire, also 他化自在天 and 婆罗尼密婆舍拔提 Paranirmataupasalpartan 婆舍 Face 婆鱼 good, rich, sweet, dry, according to Munir Williams, a personification of natural phenomena. 8. The sun, etc., father of Ka, Impi. As the first to offer slain sacrifices to heaven, to have been cast into hell, but after countless kalpas to have become a disciple of Buddha. Also called Vasudeva. Also name of certain devas, e.g. Vayu, and other beings who men serve, e.g. a father. 婆手盘豆，婆手盘陀，婆手盘豆，婆修盘头，伐苏盘图，伐苏盘图 or 伐苏盘豆 face of and hood, known as 天清 Kufi, and 是清 kinsman of devas, or of the world. 婆诃 Vihad, it means bearing, carrying, a beast of burden, but is used in the sense of a large grain container of 20 bushels who, supernatural life, or Buddha, is compared to a hayful of hemp seed, from which one seed is withdrawn every century. Also 婆诃婆，婆耳 Bhaga, breaking, fracture, fragment, broken. Also 婆家，保家，婆搓 Vatsa, a calf, offspring, a term of endearment for a child. The founder of the Vitsputri school. 婆搓婆 a term for sacred. 婆搓富罗，婆搓富多罗 the above school, a branch of the Sarvastivadins, 非读。婆搓那婆 Fatsenpa, a strong poison, from the root of a kind of aconite. N.W. 婆那 Vanna, a wood, growth, also Vanna, 摩尼。婆利汉 Balan, 阴痞。力士 a strong man, hero. 婆舍罗波尼婆利汉 Vajrayana Balan, the powerful one with the thunderbolt, one of the two gate guardians. 婆陀 Bhagat, bound, tight, fettered, fixed, also 富陀, also an abbrev. For 阿波陀那敖本那婆慈子部 Vitsputra, also 婆粗富罗 婆搓安独子，婆须密，婆须密多 Vasumitra, 伐苏密亚罗，婆婆沙 Prapsa, light, bright, 冤 to oppress, wrong, a grievance, enmity, 冤亲 enmity and friendship, 冤亲平等心 and mind that knows neither enmity nor friendship, no discrimination of persons. 记 to go or put under cover, lodge, confide to deliver, convey, transfer, to enter, put in a list. 记库 to convey to the treasury, i.e. as paper money or goods are transferred to credit in the next world, not only of the dead, but also by the living in store for themselves. Me. Closed in, close together, intimate, quiet, still, secret, occult, esoteric, fine, small, contrasted. With 显 open, exoteric. Cf. me. 密付 to pass down esoterically, or by word of mouth. 密印 the esoteric digital sign of a Buddha or Bodhisattva indicative of his vow. 密咒 Adra, or esoteric incantation. 密号. The esoteric name of Pharaoh Khafre, also any true word, Shenzhen, or esoteric spell. 密言国. 密言净土 the pure land of Pharaoh Khafre, also in the Huayan Sutra called the Huazang world. The doctrine is found in this sutra. 密因. The esoteric, occult, recondite cause. 密字. The esoteric letter of Pharaoh Khafre, or of a Buddha or Bodhisattva. 密宗. The esoteric mantra, Shenzhen, or true word sect, especially prevalent in Japan, where its two chief texts are 毗卢遮那成佛经 and 金刚顶经, founded by K.B. Ganeshi. It developed the two mullas of the Garbato and Vajrato, Kufi. 密家. I then the last. 密教. I then, also esoteric teaching in general. The two classes are divided into the 密教 esoteric or yoga school, and 显教 the open schools or teaching, comprising all the sects of Buddhism, except the esoteric sect. The 密教三藏 Tripitaka of the esoteric sect are, as its sutra, the 大毗卢舍那金刚顶经, as its Vinaya, the 苏婆呼经根本部, as its trust, the 庄严菩提心经, etc. Kufi. 密机. The motive power, or fundamental element, in the esoteric, the opportunity of learning and mantra. 密法. Esoteric methods. 密观. The baptism of the esoteric sect. 密经. The foundation texts of the esoteric school, i.e. the 大日经 and 金刚顶经 and various sutras. Especially but not exclusively those with mantras. Another group is the first two and the 苏悉的经. 密意. Esoteric meaning, or doctrine. 密藏. The esoteric canon. 密众. The followers of the esoteric school. 密行. Esoteric practice, or discipline, the origin of which is attributed to Mula. 密语. Occult, or esoteric expressions. 密机. 密机 secret or invisible tracks. 密机金刚力士. Fake Reiki, guardian of Buddhas, driving away Aliyake disturbers, a form of Indra, his trust. Have been twice translated into Chinese. Phoebe and the 密舍都 esoteric Xintia is a mantra said to have been used by all the 7 Buddhas down to and including Kyaumuni. Su. A holding place to pass the night, soldier, stay early, former, leftover, nakatra, the constellations. 宿世. A former existence. 宿作. The deeds of a former life. 宿作外道. One of the ascetic sects who sought release from penalties for the deeds of a former life by severe austerities now. 宿住. Perva, Nifsa, former abidings, or habitations, hence 速注通，速注随念至正通 i.e. Buddha knowledge of the former incarnations of himself and others. 宿债 the unrepaid debts from, or sins of, former incarnations. 宿哈 idem 婆诃 svh. 宿命 previous life, or life's fee. 宿住宿命力 Buddha, power to know all previous transmigrations. 宿命名 the knowledge of their of his own and other previous transmigrations. 宿命通宿命智通 Parvanivsnasanti Jnana Buddha, knowledge of all forms of previous existence of self and others, one of the 六通六神通。宿善 good deeds done in previous existence. 宿因 good or evil cause in previous existence. 宿职 the character acquired in a previous existence and maintained. 宿职开发 the present fruition of the meritorious character developed in previous existence. 宿报 the consequence of deeds done in former existence. 宿夜 to stay the night, the previous night, e.g. the night before any special service. 宿祭 the night before a fast day. 宿意 a former intention or vow. 宿曜 the 28 constellations and 7 luminaries. 宿根 宿植 the root of one as present lot planted in previous existence. 宿业former karma, the karma of previous existence. 宿王系 Nakshatra, Vikrita, the play of the star king, or king of the constellations, one of. Descending in the Lotus Sutra. 宿王华 Nakshatra, Sakusumate Hydra, king of the star flowers, a bodhisattva in the Lotus Sutra. 宿福 happy karma from previous existence. 宿缘 causation or inheritance from previous existence. 宿习 the practices, habits, or deeds of or inherited from former existence. 夙愿 the vow made in a former existence. 夙愿力 the power of an ancient vow. 寂 prasamma, vivekta, empty. Still, silent, quiet, solitary, calm, tranquil, nirvana. 寂光 calm and illuminating as are truth and knowledge, the hidden truth illuminating. 寂光土 寂光 the land of Buddhas, where is calm illumination. 宿命智 Buddha, knowledge of the transmigratory forms of all beings. 寂定 tranquil concentration, contemplation in which disturbing illusion is eliminated. 寂爱 the shore of peace, nirvana. 寂长 peace eternal, eternal nirvana. 寂忍 calmness and endurance, quiet patience. 寂念 calm thoughts, to calm the mind, contemplation. 寂夜狮子 The lion of Nerva, Kayamuni. 寂灭 Calmness and extinction, Nerva. 寂灭忍 Nerva, patience, the patience of the Nerva, the suppression of all passion. 寂灭法 The Nerva method. 寂灭无二 Nerva as absolute without disunity or phenomena. 寂灭相 Nerva considered independently of the phenomenal. 寂灭道场 寂场 The place where a Buddha attends the truth of Nerva, especially where Kayamuni attend it. 寂灾To quell calamities, by spells or ceremonies. 寂然 In calmness, quietude, silence, undisturbed. 寂然界 The Jnana Nerva realm or border. 寂照 Nerva illumination, ultimate reality shining forth. 寂照慧 Buddha, wisdom which comprehends Nerva reality and its functioning. 寂用湛然 Character, Nerva like, and function concomitant in the absolute and relative, in being and becoming, etc. 寂种 The Nerva class, i.e. the Hinayanists who are said to seek only their own salvation. 寂静 Calm and quiet, free from temptation and distress, Nerva. 寂静法 Ceremonies for restoring peace from calamity. 寂静行Jnana discipline to ensure Nerva. 寂静门 Nerva, or the absolute 一切诸法, as the door of release from trouble and suffering. 寂默外道 Ascetics vow to silence who dwell among tombs or in solitude. 专 Single, special, solely. 专心 With single mind, wholeheartedly. 专念 To fix the mind, or attention, upon, solely to invoke, a certain Buddha. 专想 To think wholly, or only, of or upon. 专精 Solely and purely, to advance in the way. 平 Screen, to exclude, expel, turn away. 平沙 Bimbisra, 必平 绝 Lofty, distinguished. 绝山 Vulture peak, Abrief. 佛骑蛇绝山 绝多 Abrief. For Upadapta, cf. 有 宠 Lofty, eminent, honorable, to reverence, adore. 崇信 Reverence and faith, to revere and trust. 崇敬 To reverence and respect. 昆仑 Kunlun, or Pillow Condor Island, or islands generally in the southern seas, hence Kunlunzi or Kunlun. Nu is a native of those islands of black color, and Kunlun is described as Java, Sumatra, etc. Kunlun Shan The Kunlun range north of Tibet, the Xiangshan Bandana. 带 a girdle, belt, bandage, tape, appendage, connect, implicate, take along. 带刀握，带刀睡 to take one's sword to bed, which being worn on the left side compels the wearer to sleep on the right or proper side. 带塔尊，带塔的菩萨 Maitreya, bearer of the pagoda. 长 Nitya, Vata. Prolonged, constant, always, unceasing, permanent, perpetual, ever, eternal. Normal, ordinary, regular. 常不轻 Satparita, the monk who never slighted others, but assured all of Buddhahood, a former incarnation of Kaimuni, Lotus Sutra 20. 常住 Permanent, always abiding, eternal. 常住一乡 The eternal unity or reality behind all things. 常光 The unceasing radiance of the Buddha's body, represented as a halo. 常力 Unfailing powers. 常提菩萨 Phi 萨陀 常静 The eternal realm. 常寂 Eternal peace, Nirvana. 常寂光土 The realm of spirit, where all are in perpetual peace and glory, Tunantai as force Buddhakatra. 常恒 Constantly. 常勉 Always remembering, always repeating. 常智 Knowledge subspecie eternitatis, not conditioned by phenomena, abstract. 常乐我净 The four premises of knowledge, eternity, bliss, personality, purity, the four transcendental realities in Nirvana Sutra. 常美 Ever drowning in the sea of mortality. 常波罗蜜 The first of the four premises, eternity. 常眼 The ordinary physical eye. 常立胜幡 An automata, Vajayam type. With ever erect victorious banner, name of Nanda as future Buddha. 常行 Constantly doing or practicing ordinary procedure. 常见 The view that personality is permanent. 常身 The eternal Buddha, body, Siddharmekya. 常途 Regular ways or methods. 常道 Eternal Tao, the way of eternity, regular ways, the regulation path. An a thatched hut, shelter, place of retirement from the world, a small temple, especially an nunnery. Hence, 安寺 generally applies to such, and anju is the abbess. 数 and multitude, all a concubine, so that, nearly so. 数类 the common people. 数迦罗 数迦 Capricorn, a wheel, hence Capricorn or wheel, king. Come at least in repose, undisturbed, well held. 康居 Samarkand or Saktiana, cf. 西域记忆。康森凯 or consequent Sagaparman, also said to be Sagapla, an Indian monk supposed to be of Tibetan descent, but Sagapla is described as the eldest son of the Prime Minister of Saktiana, and is probably a different person. Sagaparman Tr. At the White Horse Temple. Woyong, in AD 252, inter alia the Wu Liang Shou Jing is accredited to him, but a more reliable tradition of the canon ascribes the Tr. to Dharmarika AD 308. Xi. Remove, flipped. Xi duo. Fi. To follow, agree with, obey, from, followers, secondary. 从地涌出 springing out of the earth, chapter 15寸 the Lotus Sutra. 从容 of calm demeanor, easy and natural, unperturbed. 从僧 a half-monk, neophyte. The PRP, Perpta. To get, obtain, attend to, got, obtained, etc. The rule. To attain entry, e.g. to Buddha, truth. The Shen. To obtain the victory. The 大事 世智, 大势至, most Maprapta, he who has obtained great power, or stability, who sits on the right of Amitabha, controlling all wisdom. The Du. To obtain transport across the river of transmigration, to obtain salvation, to enter the monastic life. The Yi. To obtain one's desires, or aims, to obtain the meaning of a sutra. The Jie. To obtain the commandments, to attend to the understanding and performance of the moral law. The Jie Sha Yi. A monk who is restored, or not unfrapped, on confession of his sin. The Guo. To obtain the fruit of deeds or life. The Yeling. Tvenitravana, the forest of recovered ice. The Shen. The cord, or bond, of attaining, the bondage of possessing. The Luo Lu Jia. Trilokya, 三界 QV. The Zhao. Rugarpa, I then 静眼 Phimolenatra. The Tuo. To attend to deliverance from the miseries of reincarnation. The Dao. To obtain the way, or the religion, by obedience to the commandments, practice of meditation, and knowledge, to attain enlightenment. The Sui. To obtain the marrow, the secret, the essence. Hun. Confused, stupefied. Hun Shen. Sunk in stupor. Xi. To care for, regard, compassionate, pity, spare. Xi Nang. To be as careful of the monastic law as of the skin floats when swimming a river. Wei. To reflect on, but only, verbal particle of. Wei. 为与婆罗 or 为与婆罗般发拉广博 great fruit, or abundant merits, the 12th Brahmaloka, or second. region of the fourth hymn, 情 the feelings, passions, desires, affections, sensations, sentient, affinities, affairs, facts. Particular affections, duties, or affairs. 情尘 the six was or objects of sensation of the six organs of sense, sensation and its data. Sensation, data, passion, defilement. 情有 the realm of feeling, i.e. any world of sentience or feeling, especially this world as empirically considered. 有情 is to have consciousness, the conscious, or sentient. 情有理无 empirically or sentiently existing, in essence or reality non-existent. 情欲 the passions, desires. 情缘 the passions like an ape, never still. 情见 the perverted views produced by passion or affection. 析 investigate thoroughly, fully, minutely, o translate SISASSR. 西迦罗 glove 野干 A 窄口。西他必若 Ct Yest Hapara, an elder, a term applied to a monk of 20年5月0 years of age and of 10 years. Standing, thus Haparanapya Sita Biloni Jye or 上座部 QV, one of the four branches of the Vaikika school. 犀利 Idem 势力 QV. 习的 city, accomplishment, complete attainment, perfection, proof, truth, final. Emancipation, supreme felicity, magical or supernatural powers, cf. NW. As supernatural power. It is used to end calamities, subdue demons, etc. 悉多恶他 Siddhartha, see below. 悉地 Siddhi, see above. 悉达多班达罗 Siddhipatra, a white umbrella or canopy. 悉檀 Siddha, an accomplished, finished, Visakhya and next. 西坛章 Siddhabastu, the first of 12 chapters of a syllabary attributed to Brahm, originating the 36 letters of the alphabet, later said to be expanded to as many as 52. 西坛Siddha, an established conclusion, proof, fact, axiom, dogma, a text or authoritative work, cf. NW in P. As 成就 complete, and incorrectly as the Buddha as unstinted gift of the 四法 QV. 西齿罗莫底Styramati, one of the Weishi writers. 悉达多 Siddha, Siddhartha, Sarvasiddha, also 悉多 恶他 Sito, the realization of all ends. Prosperous, personal name of Kayamuni. 悉智 Idem 思多 觉 To dig. 绝伦 Kulu, i.e. Pillow Condor, also called 昆仑 绝巨罗 a kind of Western incense. 门打了 mola viman. Na. To press down a pen stroke to the right, translate ma. 那的迦叶波 Nat Kayapa, also Nati, a brother of Mod Kayapa, to be reborn as Buddha cemented Prabsa. 那洛迦 or 那洛迦 Naraka, hell, the hells, fee. 地狱 那洛迦 sometimes refers to the place of torment, and 那洛迦 Enricato, the sufferer there. 那摩 那麻 nema, 非难 put. To hold in both hands, over, receive, a double handful. 喷雾 to bear or offer gifts in both hands. Sa. To sweep. Sa地 to sweep the floor or ground, an act to which the Buddha is said to have attributed 5 kinds of merit, fee. 皮奈耶杂事 探 to feel for, explore, investigate, search, to spy, inquire into. 探水 to sound the depth of water, the lower part of a staff, i.e. for sounding depth. 调 to shake, change, arrange, to fall. 调回 discontent and regret, ambition and repining. 调散 unsteady in act, word, and thought, unreliable. 调举 ambitious, unsettled. 推 to push away, recede from, decline, resign, push, put off, investigate. 推功归本 to put off minor merit for the sake of fundamentals. 推究 to search out, investigate. 推却 to decline. 采 to pick, gather, choose. 采花 to pick flowers. 采书士 be, picker, atr. Of the name of Magoyana, from maga, kidney, beans. 眼 to cover, with the hand, screen, shut up. 掩土 to bury, inter. 掩饰 to shut oneself in a room, as did the Buddha for meditation. 颜色 to cover the form or face, i.e. the death of the Buddha or a noted monk, referring to the covering of the face. 挂 to hang, suspend. 褂子 a peg for a garment. 挂单 one who hangs up all his possessions, i.e. a wandering monk who stays for the night in a monastery. 挂针 to hang up a picture of a Buddha, etc. 挂落 a short garment, or cover, a waistcoat. 挂膝 to hang up one's staff, similar to 挂搭, to dwell in a place. 接 to receive, take, join on, grab. 接引 to receive and lead, to welcome. 接待 to receive and treat, or wait upon. 接生 to receive the living. also to receive at birth as a midwife thus, 接足作礼 to embrace the Buddha as in reverence or pleading, or to extend the arms in that posture. 手 to give, comfort, deliver, communicate to, hand down. 受事 Karma, the director of duties, the one who gives out the work. 授手 to proffer the hand, to come in person to welcome the dying, as E.J. does Wang in certain cases. 授决 to give decisions, idem 授记 授衣 to give out winter garments in the 9th month. 授记 合家罗 Vicar, the giving of a record, prediction, foretelling, the prophetic books of the canon predicting the future glory of individuals and groups of disciples, both final and temporary, and the various stages of progress. There are several classifications, 2 and 8纪 cf 教 舍 opaque, neglect, indifference, abandoning, and W to relinquish, renounce, abandon, reject. Give one of the chief Buddhist virtues, that of renunciation, leading to a state of indifference. Without pleasure or pain, peace, or independence of both. 非舍 it is defined as the mind 平等 in equilibrium, i.e. above the distinction of things or persons, of self or others, indifferent. Having abandoned the world and all things and having no affections or desires. One of the 7 Bhaktiyogas. Translate S-A-S-R. 舍罗饭 Arpa, a short, an earthenware vessel. 舍心 the mind of renunciation. 舍念清净的 the pure land or heaven free from thinking, the 5th of the 9 Brahmalokas in the 4th Degeneration. 舍骆驼 rat, faith, confidence, trust, belief. 舍受 the state of renunciation, or indifference to sensation. 舍家弃欲 to leave home and cast off desire, i.e. to become a monk. 舍无量心 opaque, one of the 4 forms of the unsparing or unlimited mind, complete abandonment. Absolute indifference, renunciation of the mental faculties. 舍身 bodily sacrifice, e.g. by burning, or cutting off a limb, etc. 9. To save, rescue, prevent from ill. 救世 to save the world, a savior of the world, i.e. 救世者 or 救世尊，救世菩萨 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas as world saviors, especially 救世观世音王爷 also called 救世圆满 complete, savior of the world. 救世轮 the wheel of salvation. 救世阐提 the world saving Ekante, QV, the Bodhisattva who defers entry into Buddhahood to fulfill his vow of saving all beings. 救拔 to save and drag out of suffering, e.g. hell. 救脱 to save and set free, to be saved and freed. 救苦 to save from suffering, to save the suffering. 救护 to save and protect. 密 clever, active, ingenious, witty. 闽剧里 Hingo, an Indian man doubtfully in P. as Korea. 聪明 wise, clever. 败 subvert, defeat, ruin, spoil, destroy. 败坏菩萨 Bodhisattvas who defeat their proper end of becoming Buddha, and who are reborn in lower positions, e.g. as kings or princes, or as dragon, kings, etc. 败根 败种 spoil roots, or seed, i.e. humanists who do not seek Buddhahood, but are content with the rewards of asceticism. 教 Pravakana, to teach, instruct, inculcate, and teaching, precept, doctrine, kena, sect, school, church. 教主 the founder of a religion, e.g. the Buddha. 教令 to instruct, command, the commands of a sect or school. 教内 within instruction, in the sect or church, especially those who receive normal instruction from the written canon, opposite of 教外。教典 the sacred books of a religion or sect. 教派 the various divisions of teaching or doctrine, such as the Tentai theory of the 5 periods of Kaiuni's life, the 4 classes of doctrine, the 4 styles of teaching, etc. 教士 the commands of a master or father. 教化 to transform by instruction, teach and comfort, to cause another to give alms. 教外 outside the sect, or school, or church, also not undergoing normal instruction, i.e. the intuitive school, which does not rely on texts or writings, but on personal communication of its tenets, either oral or otherwise, including direct contact with the Buddha or object of worship, e.g. guidance. 教导 to instruct and lead. 教授 to instruct, give instruction. 教授师 教授阿舍利 and kriya, or instructor, preceptor. 教会 an assembly for instruction, a congregation, a church. 教理 the fundamental principles of a religion, its doctrines, or dogmas, e.g. the 4 truths, the 12 enigmas, the 8-fold noble path. 教理行果 the fruit or results arising from the practice of a religion. 教相 the particular teaching of a sect. 教网 the teaching of Buddha, viewed as a net to catch and save mortals. 教义 the meaning of a teaching or doctrine. 教行 instruction and conduct, teaching and practice, also the progress of the teaching or doctrine. 教行政 teaching, practice and its realization, its evidential results. 教观 teaching and meditation, the Buddha's doctrine and meditation on it, also 教观二门。教语 the words of Buddhism, words of instruction. 校正 teaching and evidence, doctrine and its evidential results or realization. 教基 the vestiges or evidences of a religion, e.g., the doctrines, institutions, and example of the teachings of Buddha and the saints. 教导 to teach a way or religion, a taught way contrasted with an intuitional way, the way of teaching. 教门 a religion, a sect, different religious teachings. 教体 the body or corpus of doctrine, the whole teaching. 壶 draw, a cup or wooden vessel, and measure of capacity. A square wooden vessel, a bushel, a pickle. 壶饭 drudana, cf. 图 选 revolve, turn round, whirl. 旋蛮 a whirlwind, cycle. 旋火轮 a whirling wheel of fire, a circle yet not a circle, a simile of the seeming but unreal, i.e. the unreality of phenomena. 眩陀罗尼 a spell which endows with extensive powers of evolution, also varied evolutions of magical terms. 昼 day, daytime, daylight. 昼暗林 the grove of daylight darkness, a cemetery. 晨 dawn, morning. 晨朝 the morning period, the first of the three divisions of the day. 晦 the last day of the moon, night, dark, obscure, unlucky. 昏晦 obscure, dark. 晚 sunset, evening, twilight, late. 晚餐 the evening service. 晚粥 the evening gruel, which being against the rule of not eating after midday is styled medicine. 悟 clear, to meet, to explain. 悟恩 Wuzi, founder of the Shanghai External School of the Tibetan type, died AD 986. 曹 company, class, used as the plural of pronouns, etc. 曹山 Koshan in Jiangsu, where the Kedong sect Cao Dongzong, a branch of the Chen school, was founded. By Dongshan, Koshan was the name of the second patriarch of this sect. 曹溪 Kaoki, a stream, south-east of Shaozhou, Guangdong, which gave its name to Guinan Huimen. 慢 long, prolonged, extended, widespread. 慢功 offerings of mandriva flowers, cf. 并楼 慢圣尊 a title of a Buddha. 曼达罗 or 曼特罗 below and 曼达罗 are also used for mantra and incantation, spell, magical formula, or muttered sound. 曼殊室利 or 曼殊室利 major fee 文书 and 曼殊室利经曼殊沙曼殊言 Majaka, the Rubia cordifolia, the roots of which yield the matter of Bengal coat. Monjus, I tell. 曼荼罗、曼达罗、曼特罗、曼陀罗、曼拿罗、曼陀罗、曼荼罗 Mala, a circle, globe, wheel ring, any circular figure or diagram, NW, and magic circle, a plot or place of enlightenment, a round or square altar on which Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are placed, a group of such, especially. They are factored to groups of the Shinjin sect. These were arranged by K.B. Daishi to express the mystic doctrine of the to-be way of illustration. They are back to presenting the and the in principle and cause, the factual touch and the intelligence, or reason, and the effect, i.e. the fundamental realm of being, and mind as inherent in it, v. Taiyan Jinggang. The two realms are fundamentally one, as are the absolute and phenomenal, e.g. water and wave. There are many kinds of malas, e.g. the group of the Lotus Sutra, of the Guanjing, of the 9 luminaries, of the Buddha as entering into nirvana, etc. The real purpose of a mala, to gather the spiritual powers together, in order to promote the operation of that dharma. The term is commonly applied to any magic circle, subdivided into circles or squares in which are painted Buddhist divinities and symbols. Malas also reveal the direct retribution of each of the 10 worlds of beings, purgatory, pretas, animals, asuras, men, devas, the heavens of form, formless heavens, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas. Each world has its mala which represents the originating principle that brings it to completion. The mala of the 10th world indicates the fulfillment and completion of the 9 worlds. 曼荼罗教 Mala doctrine, mantra teaching, magic, yoga, the true word or Shinjin sect. 曼陀罗 or 曼智罗 曼陀罗 mantra, va, the coral tree, theory 3 indica, or this tree regarded as one of the 5 trees of paradise, i.e. Indra as heaven, a wide variety of calotropes gigantea. Name of a noted monk, and of one called mantra. 曼手 ident 文书 望 to look at, or for, expect, hope, towards, the full moon. 失望 to lose hope, 盼望 to hope for, 梅 the plum, 梅亚利耶 梅亚利梅亚利叶纳梅亚罗叶尼梅亚黎梅亚利药内达吕叶弥勒 Maitreya, friendly. benevolent, the expected Buddhist Messiah. 贝 Padra, 贝多叶的旁 leaves used for writing, the 贝多树 is erroneously said to be Cyperus. Flagelliformis, described as 60 or 70 feet high, not deciduous, the bark used for writing. T. A ladder, stairs. T. Ladder rungs, or steps, used for the Jianjiao school of gradual revelation in contrast with the Dunjiao. Full and immediate revelation. Tong. A tub, bucket, barrel. Tong Tong. The monk who looks after these things in a large establishment. Li. The pair. Li Ye. Fi. Aria. Li Che. Li Che, Li Che, Li Tiepan Li Capi, the ancient republic of Val, whose people were among the earliest followers of Kaiamuni. Liang Huangchan. The litany of Lian Wudi for his wife, who became a large snake, or dragon, after her death, and troubled the emperor as dreams. After the litany was performed, she became angry, thanked the emperor, and departed. Fan. Brahman, from root spite, vh, connected with fight, religious devotion, prayer, a sacred text, or mantra, the mystic syllabian, sacred learning, the religious life, the supreme being. Regarded as impersonal, the absolute, the priestly or sacerdotal class, etc. N.W. Translate. 范魔 范乃摩 or 范乃摩，伯，口心浩然，摩，婆罗诃摩，梅罗汉摩，隐毗。As Brahm, 西梵天 and Brahman, or priest, it is used both in a noble and ignoble sense, ignoble way. Disparaging Brahman opposition, it is in P. By Jing pure, also by Li Yu Qingjing celibate and pure. 梵世界 Say Brahmalocate of the realm of form, also 梵世天 梵尘 Say Brahmana, i.e. the noblest of the vehicles, that of the Bodhisattva. 梵僧 a monk from India. Also a monk who maintains his purity. 梵典 Buddhist sutras, or books. 梵沙 Brahmacatra, Buddha, land, a name for a Buddhist monastery, i.e. a place of purity. 梵呗 Buddhist hymns, cf. Bei. They are sung to replace externals and calm the mind within for religious service, also in praise of Buddha. 梵土 Brahman, land, India. 梵坛 or 梵达 Brahmadatta, Brahma, staff 梵杖 the Brahma, i.e. religious, punishment, stick, but the derivation is uncertain. The explanation is to send to Coventry a recalcitrant monk, the forbidding of any conversation with him, called also morbing exclusion to silence. 梵天 Brahmadeva Brahm, the ruler of this world. India Brahmaloka, the 18 heavens of the realm of form, divided into 14 regions, 16 heavens in southern Buddhism. The first 3 contain the Fanzhongtian assembly of Brahmadepas, i.e. the Brahmakika, the Fanfuqian. Brahm's Purohitas, written U of Brahm, and Da Fantian Mo Brahman himself. Fantian Wai Dao. Brahmade theoretics. The Brahmins consider Brahm to be the creator of all things and the supreme being, which is heresy with Buddhism. Fan Tianhou, the queen or wife of Brahm. Fan Tianyu, Group. Fan Tianwang, Brahm be above, NCF. Fan Wang, Fan Tianjie his realm. Fan Jia, Palm leaf scriptures, also Fan Jia, Fan Xie, Fan Xie, Jing Jia. Fan Yu, a noble woman, a woman of high character. Fan Xue, the study of Buddhism, the study of Brahmanism. Fan Yu, a sacred house, i.e. a Buddhist monastery or temple. Fan Zi, Brahma letters, Sastan, Sanskrit, also Fan Shu, the classical Aryan language of India. Systematized by scholars, in contradistinction top Prakrit, representing the languages as ordinarily spoken, with the exception of a few ancient translations probably from Pali versions. Most of the original texts used in China were Sanskrit. Various alphabets have been introduced into China for transliterating Indian texts. The Devanagari alphabet, which was introduced via Tibet, is still used on charms and in sorcery. Pali is considered by some Chinese writers to be more ancient than Sanskrit both as a written and spoken language. Fan Shi, a dwelling where celibate discipline is practiced, and monastery, temple. Fan Gong, Brahma's palace, a Buddhist temple. Fan Fu Lou, Brahma Purohita, the ministers or assistants of Brahm, the second, Brahmaloka, the second region of the first in the heaven of form. Also Fan Fu, Fan Yan, Brahman and Rai, Fan De, the power or bliss of Brahm. Fan Xin, the noble or pure mind, which practices the discipline that ensures rebirth in the realm without form. Fan Zhi, Brahmacry, studying sacred learning, practicing continence or chastity. N.W. A Brahmacry, a young Brahman in the first Tremor period of his life. N.W. There are 4 such periods. A. Buddhist ascetic with his will set on Fan purity, also in P. As Nirvana. Fan Mo, Brahman, etc. Phi. Fan Tian, etc. Fan Mo San Bo, Brahm Saupati or Mo Brahm Saupati, Brahm, Lord of the World. 梵摩尼 Brahma, my pure pearl, or the magic pearl of Brahm. 梵摩罗 Brahman, i.e. Brahm, or Brahm and Ra, or both as one. 梵摩达 Brahmadatta, a king of Kamakabhya, a king of Frey, father of Kayapa. 梵服 Theta or monk's robe, the garment of celibacy. 梵本 Sutras in the Indian language. 梵王 Brahm, cf. 梵天 The father of all living beings, the first person of the Brahminical Trinity. Brahm, Vayu, and Siva, recognized by Buddhism as devas but as inferior to a Buddha, or enlightened man. 梵王宫 The palace of Brahm. 梵宫 The realm of Brahm, the first in the heaven of the realm of form. 梵皇 The Indian emperor, Buddha. 梵香 Brahmadvaja, one of the sons of Mokhija, his Buddha domain is south-west of our universe. 梵章 Brahmavastu, a Sanskrit syllabary in 12 parts. 梵网 Brahmajala, Brahma, net. 梵网宗 The sect of Ritsuru Zong, brought into Japan by the Chinese monk Jian Zhenqu and Chen in AD 754. 梵网经 Brahmajala Sutra, Tr. By Kamrajva AD 406, the infinitude of worlds being as the eyes or holes. In Indra's net, which is all-embracing, like the Buddha's teaching. There are many treatises on it. 梵网戒品 A name for the above, or the next. 梵网戒本 菩萨戒经 The latter part of the above sutra. 梵身 The voice of Buddha. 梵院 A monastery or any place where celibate discipline is practiced. 梵众 Monks, so called because of their religious practices. 梵众天 Brahmapradya or Brahmapradya, belonging to the retinue of Brahm, the first Brahmaloka, the first region of the first in the heaven of form. 梵行 Pure living, noble action, the discipline of celibacy which ensures rebirth in the Brahmaloka or in the realms beyond form. 梵衍那 Bayana, an ancient kingdom and city in Bokhara famous for a colossal statue of Buddha. Entering Nirvana, believed to be 1,000 feet long. Ital The modern Pamir. 梵语 Brahma language, Sanskrit, the Sanskrit alphabet, the language of India, supposed to come from Brahm. 梵身 The pure spiritual body, or dharmakya, of the Buddha. 法身 梵身天 The Brahmakika, or retinue of Brahma. 梵文 The Brahma wheel, the wheel of the law, or pure preaching of the Buddha, his four 梵行仪 四无量 Xin, the first sermon at the request of Brahma, the doctrine or preaching of the Brahmins. 范家仪 Brahmacus, the Brahma, Devas, Phi. 梵天 范道 the way of purity or celibacy, the Brahman way. 范氏 Brahm, the lord of the form, realm, and sacred of the desire, realm. 范氏四天 Brahm, sacred, and the four marjas. 范中 a temple or monastery bell. 范南 the difficulty of maintaining celibacy or purity. 范面佛a Buddha with Brahma as face, said to be 23,000 years old. 梵音 Brahma voice, clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching, one of the 32 marks of a Buddha. 2. Singing in praise of Buddha. 梵响the sound of Buddha's voice, his preaching. 梵摩 Brahmendra, the former lord of the realm of form, the latter of desire or passion. 欲 Rajas, passion. Osakma, desire, love. The Chinese word means to breathe after, aspire to. Desire, and is also used as yu for lust, passion, it is internally and p. As 染爱尘 tainted with the dust, or dirt, of love, or lust. The three desires are for beauty, demeanor, and softness, the five are those of the five physical senses. 欲刺 the sharp point of desire. 欲尘 the dust or dirt or infection of the passions, taquas or qualities or material factors of desire, regarded as forces. Also the 6 desires and the 5 plus 六欲五尘。欲天 the 6 heavens of desire or passion, thick metal. 欲天五淫 the 5 methods of sexual intercourse in the heavens of desire, in the heaven of the 4 great kings, and in terrestrials the method is the same as on earth, in the Yome Devaloka and near. Embrace is sufficient, in the Tuitan heaven, holding hands, in the Nirmarati heaven, mutual smiles, in the other heavens of transformation, regarding each other. 欲心 a desirous, covetous, passionate, or lustful heart. 欲性 desire, nature, the lusts. 欲爱 passion, love, love inspired by desire, through any of the 5 senses, love in the passion realm. As contrasted to 法爱 the love inspired by the Dharma. 欲爱住的 one of the 5 fundamental conditions of the passions, 五住的 欲有 the realm of desire, one of the 三有 欲有见无明 the unenlightened condition of desire, kama, bhava, avidya, the 4 constituents which produce lokuvi. 欲染 the tainting or contaminating influence of desire. 欲乐 the joys of the 5 desires. 欲气 desire, breath, passion, influence, the spirit or influence of desire, lust. 欲泥 the mire of desire or lust. 欲河 the river of desire or lust which drowns. 欲海 the ocean of desire, so called because of its extent and depth. 欲流 the stream of the passions, i.e. the illusions of cupidity, anger, etc., which keep the individual in the realm of desire, the stream of transmigration, which results from desire. 欲漏 the stream or flow of existence, invoked by desire interpenetrated by unenlightened views and thoughts. These stimulating desires produce karma, which in turn produces reincarnation. V. 3. 漏 欲火 the fire of desire. 欲界 Kanmanto the realm or realms of in purgatory, hungry spirits, animals, asuras, men, and the 6 heavens of desire. So called because the beings in these states are dominated by desire. Sigma deuteriums are given as the Juboma, 虚空天 and Karika, 四天王天 Keter Maharjapadika, i.e. the realms of 持国天 Dhartra, East, 增长天 Verhaka, South, 广目天 Verpaka, West, 多闻天 Virema, Canada, North, 刀地天 Traestria, 兜率天 Tuita, 化乐天 Nirmarati, 他化自在天 Paranirmatalpasalpuri, 欲见 the arrows of desire or lust. Also the darts of the Bodhisattva Yu Jinggang, who hooks and draws all beings to Buddha. 欲色 the 2 realms of desire and form, or the passions and the sensuous. 欲苦 the sufferings of desire, or in desire, realms. 欲觉 passion, consciousness, the consciousness of desire. 欲贪 desire and coveting, or coveting as the result of passion, craving. 欲邪行 adulterous conduct, prohibited in the 5 commandments. 欲钩 the hook of desire, the Bodhisattva attracts men through desire, and then draws them to the enlightenment of Buddha. 欲魔 the evil demon of lust. 秦家 Gak, the Ganges, also 秦河的很 秦琪 Gak, the goddess of the Ganges. 好 Dumb, soft hair, minute, trifling, tiny. 好美 the white hair between Buddha's eyebrows, the 好相, i.e. one of the 32 signs of a Buddha. 混 turbid, intermingled, confused, chaotic. 混沌 mixed, confused, in disorder. 淋 to drip, sprinkle, soak. 淋汗 dripping sweat, to sprinkle or pour water on the body to cleanse it. 累 cares 累惰 falling cares. Tao. To scour, swell, wash, cleanse, tricky, playful. 淘汰. The fourth of the 5 periods of Buddha's teaching, according to Tentai, i.e. the sweeping away of false ideas, produced by appearance, with the doctrine of the void, or the reality behind the seeming. 天 at additional increase. 天品 additional chapter or chapters. 淫 excess, excessive, licentious, lewd, adultery, fornication. 淫欲 sexual passion. 淫欲火 its fire or burning. 淫欲病 the spiritual disease it causes. 淫汤 a kind of rice soup or gruel. 淫罗 the net of passion. Also 淫罗 浅 shallow, superficial, light in color, simple, easy. 浅略 superficial, simple, not profound. 浅辣 of few years, i.e. useful in monastic years. 深 deep, profound, abstruse. 深入 deep entering, or the deep sense, i.e. had desire, covetousness, cupidity. 深奥 深妙 深密 深密 deep, profound, abstruse. 深坑 a deep or fathomless pit. 深信 deep faith. 深心 and mind profoundly engrossed in Buddha, truth, or thought, or illusion, etc. 身魔舍那 Mona Fi. 施 place for disposing of the dead. 深智 profound knowledge or wisdom. 身法 身法门 profound truth or method. 身法忍 patience or perseverance in faith and practice. 深静 profoundly pure. 深玄 deep, abstruse, dark, deep black. 深理 profound principle, law or truth. 深经 深藏 the profound sutras or texts, those of Mahayana. 深行 deep or deepening progress, that above the initial bodhisattva stage. 清 Amala pure, clear. 清性士 or 清性男 and 清性女 obstacle, male and female lay deputies. 清阳 clear and resonant. 清明 clear and bright, the Chinese Spring Festival on the 19th of the ending moon, when honor is paid to departed spirits. 清梵 pure Sanskrit, Buddha's resonant voice, or pure enunciation. 清凉 清凉 clear and cool, clear, pure. 清凉国师 pure-minded preceptor of the state, title of the fourth patriarch of the Huayan school. 清凉寺 and monastery at Wu Taishan. 清凉山 and name for Wu Tai in North Shaanxi, also the abode of major North east of our universe. 清凉月 The pure moon, i.e. the Buddha. 清凉池 The pure lake, or pool, i.e. nirvana. 清净 Parasati, Visati. Pure and clean, free from evil and defilement, perfectly clean. 清净人 The pure and clean man, especially the Buddha. 清净光明身 The pure, shining body or appearance of the Buddha. 清净园 Pure garden, or garden of purity, i.e. a monastery or convent. 清净心 A pure mind free from doubt or defilement. 清净智 Undefiled knowledge. 清净本然 Purely and naturally so, spontaneous. 清净业处 The state which one who has a pure karma reaches. 清净法 Dharma Virja, pure truth. 清净法界 The pure Buddha truth, realm. 清净法眼 The pure Dharma, eye, with which the Hnana disciple first discerns the Four Noble Truths, and the Mahina disciple discerns the unreality of self and things. 清净真如 One of the seven Chenju, QV. 清净觉海 The pure ocean of enlightenment, which underlies the disturbed life of all. 清净解脱三昧 As a method free from all impurity and in which complete freedom is obtained. 清净时 Amalabhijna, pure, uncontaminated knowledge, earlier regarded as the ninth, later as the eighth or lay abhijna. 清白 Pure and white, as Buddha, truth, or as pure goodness. 轻便 Bhagavad a noted Buddhist philosopher circa AD 600, a follower of Angrajuna. 清斋 Pure observance of monastic rules for food, to eat purely, i.e. vegetarian food, fasting. 净 Vimala Clean, pure, to cleanse, purify, chastity. In Buddhism it also has reference to the place of cleansing, the latrine, etc. Also 净 and 净 净住 The donor of chastity, i.e. of an abode for monks or nuns. 净住 A pure rest, or abode of purity, a term for a Buddhist monastery. 净佛 Pure Buddha, perfect Buddhahood, of the Dharmic nature. 净律 The company of pure ones, i.e. monks or nuns. 净信 Pure faith. 净沙 The pure Kitra, i.e. Buddha, land. 净命 Pure livelihood, 正命, i.e. that of the monk. Also the life of a pure or unperturbed mind. 净国 The pure land, i.e. Buddha, land. 净圆觉心 Pure and perfect enlightened mind, the complete enlightenment of the Buddha. 净土 Sukhat The pure land, or paradise of the West, presided over by Amitabha. Other Buddhas have their pure lands, 17 other kinds of Pure Land are also described, all of them of moral or spiritual conditions of development, e.g. the Pure Land of patience, zeal, wisdom, etc. 净土宗 The Pure Land sect, whose chief tenet is salvation by faith in Amitabha, it is the popular cult. In China, also in Japan, where it is the Jade sect, it is also called Lianzong, Lianhuazong, the Lotus sect. Established by Wei Yuan Huiyuan of the Qing dynasty, 317-419, it claims Pu, Shi and Puxian. Samantabhadra as founder. Its 7 chief textbooks are 无量清净平等觉经、大阿弥陀经、无量寿经、观无量寿经、阿弥陀经、称赞净土佛摄受经 and 五阴身三陀罗尼经。The 净土真宗 is the Jade Shen or Shen sect of Japan. 净的 Pure locality, i.e. where a chaste monk dwells. 净域 The pure lands of all Buddhas. 净天 Pure heaven or pure devas, Rapanas top Pratyeka Buddhas are so called. 净天眼 The pure divinity, which can see all things small and great, near and far, and the forms of all beings before their transmigration. 净宗 Idem 净土宗 净家 The Pure Land sect. 净居天 The 5 heavens of purity, in the 4th Dhyana heaven, where the saints dwell who will not return to another rebirth. Also Apsodhikma, Adipur who served as guardian angel to Kayamuni and brought about his conversion. Item 净屋 House of chastity, i.e. a monastery or convent. 净心 The pure heart or mind, which is the original Buddha nature in every man. 净心住 The pure heart stage, the 3rd of the 6 resting places of a bodhisattva, in which all illusory views are abandoned. 境界 The pure commandments, or to keep the impurity. 净方 The pure land of Amitabha. 净土 净施 Pure charity, which does not seek fame or blessing in this world, but only desires to sow Nirvana seek. 净饭王 Brahm as the pure divine ruler. Also 净饭王 QV. 净业 Good karma, also the deeds which lead to birth in the pure land. 净法界 The realm of pure dharma, the unsullied realm, i.e. Thaptatatvat. 净波罗蜜 The 4th primitive Nirvana Sutra, 常乐我净非常 净解五欲 The 5 pure desires, or senses, i.e. of the higher worlds in contrast with the coarse senses of the lower worlds. 净琉璃世界 The pure crystal realm in the eastern region, the paradise of Yashiyashi Buddha, it is the Bipyaguravarya Prapsa. 净眼 The clear or pure eyes that behold, with enlightened vision, things not only as they seem but in their reality. Also Vimalanatra, second sum of Abhavihā in the Lotus Sutra. 净圣 pure scent, the superior class of scents. 净肉 pure flesh, the kind which may be eaten by a monk without sin. 3, 5, and 9 classes. Being given 净菩提心 pure Tathagata Bodhi mind, or mind of pure enlightenment, the first stage of the practitioner in the esoteric sect. 净华众 the pure flower multitude, i.e. those who are born into the pure land by means of a lotus flower. 净藏 Vimalagarbha, eldest son of Abhavihā in the Lotus Sutra. 净众 pure assembly, the company of the chaste, the body of monks. 净行者 one who observes ascetic practices, one of pure or celibate conduct, a Brahman, also 梵志 净义 of pure descent, or line, a young Brahman, an ascetic in general. 净觉 pure enlightenment. 净观 pure contemplation, such as the 16 mentioned in the 无量寿经. 净语 pure words, words that express reality. 净诸根 undefiled senses, i.e. undefiled eye, ear, mouth, nose, body. 净道 the pure enlightenment of Buddha. 净邦 island 净土 净门 gate of purity to nirvana, one of the 六妙. 净头 the monk who controls the latrines. 净饭王 pure rice king, Suddhodana, the father of Kailamuni, Vishnu. 净发 to cleanse the hair, i.e. shave the head as do the monks. 牵 to hold, drag, influence, implicate. 牵引因 Sarvatraga, Hichu, omnipresent causes, like false views which affect every act. Keys 牵到八道横尘 to advance on the city from all sides as in chess or 罗塞 Persaka, i.e. to employ the omnipresent. Dharmas, Sarvatraga, for salvation. Ni, a fabulous beast like a lion, of extraordinary powers. Ni xia, a kind of lion, throne for Buddhas, etc., a term of respect like 足下. 你坐 a lion, throne. 猛 fierce, violent, determined, sudden. 猛力 fierce, sudden. 猛火 fierce fire, conflagration. 律 a net with handle, to pursue, follow after, lead on, suddenly, generally. 绿斗婆 step and mount, 飞塔 绿路秦那 Sragna, an ancient kingdom and city near the upper course of the Yaman, probably the region between Saharanpur and Srinagar. Item 县 appear, apparent, manifest, visible, now, present, ready. 现示 the present word. 现前 now present, manifest before one. 现前的 the sixth of the 10 stages of the Bodhisattva, in which that artifact is manifested to him. 现喻 a comparison consisting of immediate facts or circumstances. 现图曼陀罗 the two revealed or revealing wallas, they guard that chun fatrito. 现在 now, at present, the present. 现在式 the present word. 现在衔接 the present Vajrakopa. 现在过去未来 present, past, and future. 现报 present, life recompense for good or evil done in the present life. 现成 manifest, existing, evident, ready, made, self-evident or self-existing. 现身 the present life. 现身利益 benefits in the present life from serving Buddha. 现象 manifest forms, i.e. the external or phenomenal world, the 境界相 one of the 三系 QV of the 起信论 awakening of faith. 现当 present and future, i.e. 当来。现意 benefit in the present life. 现行 now going or proceeding, present or manifest activities. 现行法 things in present or manifested action, phenomena in general. 现观insight into or meditation on immediate presentations, present insight into the deep truth of Buddhism. 现证 the immediate realization of enlightenment or nirvana, abhisamaya, inner realization, pratyeka. Immediate perception, evidence of the eye or other organ. 现实 direct knowledge, manifesting wisdom, another name of Abhijna, on which all things depend for realization, for it completes the knowledge of the other Vajnas. Also the representation, consciousness or perception of an external world, one of the 50 QV of the 起信论现过位 or 现过当 present, past, and future. 现其光 the phenomenal radiance of Buddha which shines out when circumstances require it, as contrasted to his noumenal radiance which is constant. 现身 the present body. Also the various bodies or manifestations in which the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas reveal themselves. 限量 reasoning from the manifest pratyeka. Immediate or direct reasoning, whereby the eye apprehends and distinguishes color and form, the ear sound, etc. 2. Immediate insight into, or direct inference in a trance, thing, of all the conditions of the Abhijna. 限量相为 A fallacy of the major premise in which the premise contradicts experience, e.g. sound is something not heard, this being one of the 9 fallacies of the major premise. 理 Senta Hichu Ruling principle, fundamental law, intrinsicality, universal basis, essential element, nana, reason, prama, to arrange, regulate, rule, rectify. 理事 Lumina and phenomena, principle and practice, absolute and relative, real and empirical. Cause and effect, fundamental essence and external activity, potential and actual, e.g. store and distribution, ocean and wave, static and kinetic. 理事无碍 Unimpeded interaction of noumenon and phenomenon, principle and practice, etc., no barrier in either of the two. Cf. 十门 理佛 The fundamental or intrinsic Buddha, i.e. Dharmakya, also the Tentai doctrine of Buddha is immanent in all beings, even those of the 3 lowest orders, which doctrine is also called Sufa. Shen the plain, or undeveloped Dharmakya. 理佛性 The fundamental Buddha, nature in contrast with 行佛性 the Buddha, nature in action or development. 理入 Entry by the truth, or by means of the doctrine, or reason, as 行入 is entry by conduct or practice, the two depending one on the other, cf. 二入 理据 Wholly noumenal or all things as aspects of the absolute, a doctrine of the Tentai Profounder school, in contrast with the Shizao of the shallower school, which considered all things to be phenomenally produced. 理据3000 The things of a 3000大千世界 great Julio cosm considered as noumenal throughout, or Dharmakya. 理即 理即佛 The underlying truth of all things is Buddha, immanent reason, Buddhahood, the Tentai doctrine of essential universal Buddhahood, or the undeveloped Buddha in all beings. 理在觉言 Truth is in eliminating words, it is independent of words, it does not require words to express it. 理性 Absolute nature, immutable reality, fundamental principle or character. 理惑Illusion in regard to fundamental truth, e.g. the reality of the ego and things, as 是惑 is illusion in regard to things themselves. Also, fundamental illusion, reality and illusion. 理智 Principle and gnosis, or reason, the noumenal in essence and in knowledge, the truth in itself and in knowledge, Li is also the fundamental principle of the phenomenon under observation, Ch observing wisdom, one is reality, the other the knower or knowing, one is the known object, the other the knower, the knowing, or what is known. each is dependent on the other, depends only is revealed Bicha. Also knowledge or enlightenment in its essence, or purity, free from incarnational influences. 理智无法，非无法，理曼陀罗。The movement Nirvana, i.e. Thagar Batu in contrast with the Zhi or Bharat to Mala. 理法身 Siddhar make us absolute being, in contrast with Zhi法身 Siddhar make us wisdom, both. According to the older school being Wu Wei movement, later writers treat 理法身 as movement and 智法身 as kinetic or active. 理法界 one of the 四界, that of the common essence or dharma of all beings. 理界 the realm of flight in contrast with 智界 cf. 理智理禅the hine of or concentration on absolute truth free from phenomenal contamination. 理观 the concept of absolute truth, the concentration of the mind upon reality. 理论 reasoning on or discussion of principles or fundamental truths. 理身理土 Siddharmektra in Siddharmektra, e.g. the spiritual Vadokana in the eternal light. 理障 the hindrance caused by incorrect views of truth. 理体 the fundamental substance or body of all things. 瓶 a bottle, vase, jar, pitcher, etc. 天德瓶 the face of divine virtue, i.e. Bodhi, also a sort of cornucopia. 平沙王 Bimbisra, 妃嫔平苏兜度 Droastha, a stupa said to contain a jar of relics of Kaimuni's body, surreptitiously collected after his cremation by a Brahmin. 平齐罗 Ital gives this as Vigila, Fakila, Farigala, the ancient capital of Indra, cf. And, but it is doubtful. 略 to mark off, define, abridge, outline, sketch, summarize in general, rather, somewhat. 要略 an outline of the important points. 略界 the first period of general moral law, before the detailed commandments became necessary, i.e. the first 12 years of the Buddha's ministry. B. To end, final, complete, O, translate P. 必利差 必落差 必拉差 because a tree, here it is described as the tree, i.e. the Zhongxia Soka, a tree under which the Buddha is said to have been born. 必利多 Preta, hungry ghost. 必利家 or 必利家 PKK, SPKK, a fragrant plant, said to be Citrigonella corniculata. 必乐之底家 必乐之底家佛 必之佛 辟之佛 波罗底家佛 Pratyeka, Buddha. CFP. Simply, individually. one who lives in seclusion and obtains emancipation for himself only. NW it is in P. as 独 觉 lonely or alone, enlightenment, i.e. for self alone, also 圆觉 enlightened in the 12因缘。12 innatedness, or 圆觉 completely enlightened, i.e. for self. 毕竟 agenda, at bottom, finally, at last, fundamental, final, ultimate. Note, here and in the following entries, 境 seems to be mistakenly used for 境。毕竟一 a final trust, ultimate reliance, i.e. Buddha. 毕竟智 ultimate, or final wisdom, or knowledge of the ultimate. 毕竟无 never, fundamentally not, or none. 毕竟空 fundamentally unreal, immaterial, or void, see 空。毕竟觉 the ultimate enlightenment, or Buddha, that of a Buddha. 必舍遮 皮舍遮 皮舍舍 必舍遮 pika, demons that eat flesh, malignant sprites or demons. 碧波 碧波罗 Piccola, one of the names of the ficus religiosa, also the name of Macchiata. 毗邻 毗邻迦国搓 Pilin Davidson, who for 500 generations had been a Brahmin, cursed the god of the Ganges, became a disciple, but still has to do penance for his ill temper. Different, separate, unlike, not the same, diverse, diversity, strange, heterodox, extraordinary, 一人 different person, another, 异口同音 different or many mouths, but the same response, unanimous, 异品 of different order or class, 异因 a different cause or origin, 异执 a different tenet, to hold to heterodoxy, 异学 different studies, heterodoxy, 异心 different mind, heterodox mind, amazed, 异会 heterodox wisdom, 异方便 extraordinary or unusual adaptations, devices, or means. 异熟 Fibka, different when cooked or matured, i.e. the effect differing from the cause, e.g. pleasure. Differing from goodness its cause, and pain from evil. Also, maturing or producing its effects in another life. 异熟因 Fibka, Hichu heterogeneous cause, i.e. a cause producing a different effect, known as 无记. Neutral, or not ethical, e.g. goodness resulting in pleasure, evil in pain. 异熟果fruit ripening differently, i.e. in another incarnation, or life, e.g. the condition of the eye. Other organs now resulting from specific sins or otherwise in previous existence. 异熟等无果 The 5 fruits of karma. Pakufanda, or effects produced by one or more of the cicadas. or causes. They are as follows: 一手果 Fibka, Fala, heterogeneous effect produced by heterogeneous cause. 2. 等流果 Nayanga, Fala, uniformly continuous effect. 3. 适用果 Puru Akra, Fala, simultaneous effect produced by this Ahabite, Hichu and this Prayuktihaitu. 6. 4. 增上果 Adhipati, Fala, aggregate effect produced by the karma, Hichu. 5. 离系果 Fasyaga, Fala, emancipated effect produced by the 6 causes. 一手身 A difference is made in Mahina between 一手势, which is considered as laya, vijana, and 一手身, the 6 senses, which are produced from the laya, vijana. 一身 Vajana, black Vajana, poor, an ordinary person unenlightened by Buddhism, and unbeliever, sinner, childish, ignorant, foolish, the lower orders. 一身低阳心 common body goat, or animal, propensities for food and lust. 异相 difference, differentiation. 异端 heterodoxy. 意愿 lambana, pratmaya, things distracting the attention, distracting thoughts, the action of external objects conditioning consciousness. 意见 A different view, heterodoxy. 意解 A different, or heterodox, interpretation. 一说 A different, or heterodox, explanation. 异部 Of a different class, or sect, heterodox schools, etc. 卷 Regard, love, wife, family, relatives, retainers. 眷属 retinue, retainers, sweet, especially the retinue of a god, Buddha, etc. 眼 Keika, the eye. 眼入 The eye entrance, one of the 12 entrances, i.e. the basis of sight consciousness. 眼智 Knowledge obtained from seeing. 眼根 The organ of sight. 眼界 The element or realm of sight. 眼目 The eyes. 眼识Sight, perception, the first vijana. 眼识界 Kaker, vijana, the element or realm of sight, perception. 祭 Sacrifice, sacrificial. 祭文斋文 The prayer or statement read and burnt at a funeral. 祭词论 The Yajurveda, V 为祥 Felicitous 祥月 Felicitous month and anniversary 祥瑞 Auspicious 祥草 The felicitous earth or grass, that on which the Buddha sat when he attained enlightenment. To transplant, transpose, transmit, contain, remove. 移山 To remove mountains. 移堪 To remove the coffin to the hole for the masses for the dead on the third day after the inconfinement. 章 A section, chapter, finished, elegant, essay, document, rule, according to pattern. 章符 Regulation dress. 奴事件 Najeket, or Najekis in Turkistan, between Taras and Koyen. D. Number, degree, sign of the ordinals, only. D. The first, chief, prime, supreme. D. Shen. The supreme vehicle, Mahina. D. Ju. The first and supreme letter, A, the alpha of all wisdom. 第一寂灭 The supreme reality, Nirvana. 第一义 The supreme or fundamental meaning, the supreme reality, i.e. enlightenment. 第一义悉谈 The highest siddha, or truth. The highest universal gift of Buddha, his teaching which awakens the highest capacity in all beings to attain salvation. 第一意志 The highest knowledge, or wisdom. 第一意乐 The highest bliss, i.e. nirvana. 第一意空The highest void, or reality, the Mahina Nirvana, though it is also applied to Jnana Nirvana. 第一义观 The highest meditation of Tiantai, 那当中的迷 第一义谛 The supreme truth, or reality in contrast with the seeming, also called veritable truth, sage truth. Surpassing truth, nirvana, tathagata, madhya, niyant, etc. 第三禅 The third hina, a degree of contemplation in which ecstasy gives way to serenity, also a state or heaven, corresponding to this degree of contemplation, including the third three of Thirpa heavens. 第三能变 The third power of change, i.e. the six senses, or bignas, 能变 means 十。第七仙 The seventh immortal, the last of the seven Buddhas, Kayamuni. 第七情 A seventh sense, non-existent, like a 13路 13th phase of perception, or a 19界 19斗。第二月 A double or second moon, which is an optical illusion, unreal. 第二禅 The second dihina, a degree of contemplation where reasoning gives way to intuition. The second three Urpa heavens. 第二能变 The second power of change, Sikliamenal, Vijana, disturbed mind, consciousness, or self-consciousness, which gives form to the universe. The first power of change is the Laya, Vijana. 第五大 A fifth element, the non-existent. 第六因 A sixth skandha, as there are only 5 skandhas it means the non-existent. 第八识 The eighth, or Laya, Vijana, mind, essence, the root and essence of all things. 第18愿 The 18th of Amendment as 48 vows, the one vowing salvation to all believers. 第四禅 The fourth Dhyana, a degree of contemplation when the mind becomes indifferent to pleasure and pain, also the last 8 habits. 第耶那 禅 Dhyana 地离多和罗沙扎罗 Tara, one of the four merchants, the white guardian of the east, one of the Lakaplas, king of Gandharvas and Pisakas, cf. T. Shao. To continue, Handa. Shalom. To continue, or perpetuate, and prosper Buddhist truth, or Thichoravana. Zhong. And termination, final, utmost, death, the whole opposite of Shi. Zhongnanshan. Zhongnanshan, and mountain in Shanxi, a posthumous name for Du Sheng, founder of the Huayan or Apitazaka school in China. 宗教 The final teaching, i.e. the third in the category of the Huayan school, cf. 五教 the final metaphysical concepts of Mahina, as presented in Thalikvatrastra, Awakening of Faith, etc. 终归于空 All things in the end return to the void. Lay. To type, accumulate, repeatedly, to implicate, involve. 类七斋 The sevenfold repetition of masses for the dead. 类劫 Repeated, or many kalpas. 类行 The body as involved in the distresses of life. 累障 The hindrances of many vexations, responsibilities or affairs. 感 A violet or purplish color, a blend of blue and red, also called 干青 and 干琉璃, the color of the roots 干法 or 干顶 of the Buddha's hair. 干语 干园 干房 干殿 names for a Buddhist monastery. 干节 The Buddha's violet or red, blue eyebrows. 干胡 Kamboha, described as a round, reddish fruit, the Buddha having something resembling it on his neck, one of his characteristic marks. 干胡国 The country of Kamboha. 细 Fine, small, minute, in detail, careful. 细四相 The four states of 生住异灭 birth, abiding, change, extinction, aging, birth, life, decay, death. 细心 Carefully, in detail, similar to 细意义 vigilant of detailed, unintermitting attention. 细滑欲 Sexual attraction through softness and smoothness. 细色 Refined appearance. Cf. 真 卦 A snare, impediment, cause of anxiety, anxious. 挂念 To be anxious about. 挂碍 A hindrance, impediment. 习 Repetition, practice, habit, skilled, uf. 习气 imperfection. 习因习果 The continuity of cause and effect, as the cause so the effect. 习气 habit, the force of habit, the uprising or recurrence of thoughts, passions, or delusions after the passion or delusion has itself been overcome, the remainder or remaining influence of illusion. 熄灭 to practice the good and destroy the evil. 脚 foot, leg 脚步 a bath towel, foot towel. 脱 to take the flesh from the bones, to strip, undress, doff, to escape, avoid, let go, relinquish. 脱针者臂 to doff jewels and don rags, as did the Buddha on leaving home, but it is in P. As a kenosis, the putting off of his celestial body for an incarnate, earthly body. 解脱 非解 脱蛇 Fahad a banner, flag 脱体 to strip the body, naked, to get rid of the body. 高 and marsh, pool, bank, height the 5th month. 高地 count, name of one of Circus, a female demon. 船 a boat, ship. 船师 captain, i.e. the Buddha-less captain of salvation, ferrying across to Tengerfai shore. 船筏 a boat or raft, i.e. Buddhism. 马 jungle, wild, root, translate mod, cf. 魔 in P. as 无 and 空 河a small leaf water, lily, and marshmallow, to carry bear. 合力毗陀 Phi. 肺 big fida. 合担 to carry, bear on the back or shoulder. 土 a bitter herb, weeds, to encroach, translate dha, dhu. 涂吉尼 King, also 涂脂泥, 扎吉尼, 拿吉尼 Yakas or demons in general, but especially those which eat. And then as vitals, they are invoked in witchcraft to obtain power. 秃皮 蛇皮 or 蛇尾 or 蛇皮多, also 耶尾, 也许 pitta, cremation. 涂举魔 Cucumber, saffron, or turmeric, or the musk root. 沙 a species of grass, or sedge, cf. 梭沙皆多 God 善来 welcome, a term of salutation, also 善事 well departed. It is a title of every Buddha, also 沙迦陀 or 沙迦陀, 沙迦陀 or 沙杰陀, 沙婆杰多, 苏杰多。沙罗树 The Sala tree. 沙髻 a crown of grass put on the head of Budongzhen Qv as a servant of the Buddhas. 墨 not, none, no, do not, translate mod, mu, cf. 墨 墨家 Mecca, donation, wealth, Mac, 7 stars, and W says a constellation of 5 stars. Leonis 墨喝 mod, cf. Mud or Mognega, a small river in Mogoda, and one flowing into the Gulf of Cambay. 莫赫森指尼加耶 Moskika, Nika, cf. 莫呵婆家 The Musk Deer. 莫呵眼气 The Great Shamong, Golden Desert. 莫赫岩 The Great Shamong, Golden Desert, also called Mackay. Itel. 莫西 Phi. Mahaswara, Siva. Drum. Sedate, serious, proper, stir. 庄王 Phi. Miao of Happy Hut, reputed father of Wang Yan. 庄严 Aluperka. Adornment, glory, honor, ornament, ornate, e.g. the adornments of morality, meditation, wisdom, and the control of good and evil forces. In a mid-as paradise, 29 forms of adornment are described. 净土论 庄严节 The glorious capital which the 1,000 Buddhas, one succeeding another, bring their contribution of adornment. 庄严王 Vaiharja, a bodhisattva in the written view of Kayamuni. 庄严王经 Vaiharjastra, an exposition of the principal doctrines of the Tantra school. 庄严门 The gate or school of the adornment of the spirit, in contrast with external practices, ceremonies, asceticism, etc. 处 To dwell, abide, fix, decide, punish, a place, state yatana, ayedana, also tr. Rule, place or entrance of the sense, both the organ and the sensation, or sense datum, hence the 12处. 12 vedana, i.e. 6 organs, and 6 sense data that enter for discrimination. 处不退 Not to fall away from the status attained. 处中 To abide in the via media, which transcends ideas both of existence and non-existence. 蛇 Sarpa, a serpent, snake. 毒蛇 A poisonous snake. 佛口蛇心 A Buddha's mouth but a serpent's heart. 蛇神麻 The seeming snake, which is only a rope, and in reality hemp. 蛇药 Snake medicine, name of the Sarpadi monastery in Udina, where Kayamuni in a former incarnation appeared as an immense snake, and by giving his flesh saved the starving people from death. 蛇行 To crawl, go on the belly. 蛇足 Snake's legs, i.e. the non-existent. 术 Way or method, art, trick, plan. 树婆家 Subhakara, a fisherman who was burnt up by his own sexual love. Bay A quilt, coverlet, to cover, to suffer, sign of the passive. 备位 Covered seats for meditation. 贝叶依观音 王冕 clad in leaves. 袈裟 Kya, the monk's robe or cassock. The word is in P. As decayed, impure, in color, dyed. Not of primary color, so as to distinguish it from the normal white dress of the people. The patch, robe, fee. 25条 A dyed robe of a color composed of red and yellow, and W, it has a number of poetic names, e.g. robe of patience or endurance. Also 袈裟叶加罗纱叶 袍 A robe 袍修罗兰 Bahularagna, Prabharadna, abundance of precious things, the 多宝 Buddha of the lotus shrub. 袍长 袍服 upper and lower garments. 许 grant, permit, admit, promise, vary. 许可 grant, permit, admit. 设 to set up, establish, institute, arrange, spread, suppose, translate. 舍利 舍利罗 era, relics, remains, 西舍 舍利弗达罗 Reputra, 毗舍 舍多图卢 Satadru, an ancient kingdom of northern India, noted for its mineral wealth. Exact position unknown. Item. Also, the river Sutlej. 设施 Ilk, Sakti, 毗舍 舍堵卢 Sadrun, an enemy, a destroyer, the enemy. Also 舍多卢 舍兜卢 舍堵卢 or 利堵卢 苏堵幻 婆讷 卢 舍上家 Aka, a king of Karasuvara, who tried to destroy the sacred Bodhidharma. He was dethroned by Laudatya. Item. 货 goods, wares. 获利其米家 Kusmika, an ancient kingdom on the upper Oxus, which formed part of Takra, the horizon of Arabic geographers. Item. 管 to string, thread, pass through. 冠花 a string of flowers, a term for that in stress, i.e. the prose recapitulated in verse. 冠首 冠定 a superintendent, head. 贫 poor, in poverty. 贫女 a poor woman. 贫女宝藏 the poor woman in whose dwelling was a treasure of gold of which she was unaware, being Nerva. Strati. Another incident of a poor woman as gift is in the 制度论八, and there are others. 贫穷 poor, poverty. 贫道 the way of poverty, that of the monk and nun, also a pure religion, i.e. without the Buddha truth. 贪 Rika, coloring, dyeing, tint, red, affection, passion, vehement longing or desire, cf. NW in Chinese, cupidity, desire, in P. Tempted by and in bondage to the five desires, it is the first in order of the 五顿使 Pongkak, Klisak. and means hankering after, desire for, greed, which causes clinging to earthly life and things, therefore reincarnation. 贪使，贪欲使 the messenger or temptation of desire. 贪会吃，贪欲甜会愚痴，贪甜吃。贪惜 to begrudge, be unwilling to give. 贪爱 desire, cupidity. 贪染 the taint of desire or greed. 贪欲 desire for and love of the things of this life. 贪欲即是道 desire is part of the universal law and may be used for leading into the truth, a tenet of the type. 贪欲甜会愚痴 moha, desire, anger, ignorance, or stupidity, the three poisons. 贪欲盖 the cover of desire which overlays the mind and prevents the good from appearing. 贪毒 the poison of desire. 贪水 desire is like water carrying things along. 贪浊 the contamination of desire. 贪烦恼 siklisa, temptation or passion of desire. 贪狼 greedy wolf, wolfish desire or cupidity. 贪甜吃 Rugog moha, the three poisons. 贪结 the bond of desire, binding in the chain of transmigration. 贪腐the tie of desire. 贪习 the habit of desire, desire become habitual. 贪习因 habitual cupidity leading to punishment in the cold hells, one of the 十因。贪者 the attachment of desire. 贪见the illusions or false views caused by desire. 摄 to pardon. 摄拟缩 the sum of very fat 细皮。夫 to sit cross-legged. 夫座 cf. 加单磨利底 tongue lock 非多 软 soft yielding 软语 soft or gentle words adapted to the feelings of men. 这 this 这里 this place here. 这个 this 逍 to roam saunter 逍遥自在 to go anywhere at will, to roam where one will. 连 to connect, continue, contiguous, and even. 联合 the Nirajan River V. 拟息 逐 to drive, urge, expel, exorcise. 逐鸡盾 immediate accordance with opportunity. 逐 is used as 遂, i.e. to avail oneself of receptivity to expound the whole truth at once instead of gradually. 速 haste, quick, speedily, urgent. 速的 speedily obtain or ensure. 速成 speedily completed. 速急贵 hurrying demons, rukesa. 速香 quickly burnt inferior incense. 2. A road way method. 图律诺坦纳，图律坦纳 Drudamna, a prince of Modena, father of Devadatta and Mahuma, and uncle of Kayamuni. 斗 delay, loiter, skulk, beguile. 斗会 斗鸡 adaptation of the teaching to the taught. 是 pass away, depart, die, evanescent. 士多 jeta, jet, 飞至 士工 the transcendent mentions of brawn and of men. Astronomical mentions. 是色扎 the month July, May, June, when the full moon is in the constellation Jai. 不 abscond, default, o, translate po, puva. 不利婆比提赫 Parvavitha, the eastern of the 四大洲 four continents. 不多罗 Potalakat, 飞布 不杀 Purua, 飞布 不杀他 Upavasatha, a fast day. 不如揭底舍拔罗 of Falakaitasvara, 飞观音造 create, make, build. Hurried, careless. 造像 to make an image. The first one made of the Buddha is attributed to Dayana, king of Kam, a contemporary of Kayamuni, who is said to have made an image of him after his death in sandalwood, 5 feet high. 造化 to create, to make and transform. 造书天 Thadiva, creator of writing, drawn. 造花 to make flowers, especially paper flowers. 通 permeate, pass through, pervade, perceive, know thoroughly, communicate, current, free. Without hindrance, unimpeded, universal, e.g. 神通 supernatural, ubiquitous powers. There are categories of 五通, 六通, and 十通, all referring to supernatural powers. The 5 are 1. Knowledge of the supernatural world. 2. Deva vision. 3. Deva hearing. 4. Knowledge of the minds of all others. 5. Knowledge of all the transmigrations of self and all others. The 6 are the above together with perfect wisdom for ending moral hindrance and delusion. The 10 are knowing all previous transmigrations, having the hearing, knowing the minds of others, having the vision, showing the powers, manifesting many bodies or forms, being anywhere, instantly, power of bringing glory to one as domain, manifesting a body of transformation, and power to end evil and transmigration. 通力 intelligence, keen as a blade, able to penetrate truth. 通别二序 the general and specific introductions to Astra. 如是我闻 being the 通序 general introduction in every stra. 通力 the capacity to employ supernatural power without hindrance. Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, etc. have 神力 spiritual or transcendent power. Demons have 业力 power acquired through their karma, 通化, perspicacious or influential teaching, universal powers of teaching, 通业, the whole night, i.e. to recite or intone throughout the night, 通念佛. To call on the Buddhas in general, i.e. not limited to one Buddha. 通惑. The two pervading deluders 见 and seeing and thinking wrongly, i.e. taking appearance for reality. 通慧. Supernatural powers and wisdom, the former being based on the latter. 通教. Tiantai classified Buddhist schools into 4 periods: Zang, Tong, Bie, and Yuan. The Zangpika school was that of Hnana. The Tongtong, interrelated or intermediate school, was the first stage of Mahimna, having in it elements of all the 3 vehicles, Rupaka, Pratyakubuddha, and Bodhisattva. Its developing doctrine linked it with Hnana on the one hand and on the other, with the 2 further developments of the Bie secret, or differentiated Mahimna teaching, and the Yuanfu, or complete or perfect Mahimna. The Tongjiao held the doctrine of the void, but had not arrived at the doctrine of the Ming. Tongminghui. The 6 Tong, 3 Ming, and 3 Hui Juvi. Tonghui. To harmonize differences of teaching. Tongxing. The thoroughfare or path which leads to nirvana. 通途, thoroughfare, an open way. 通达, to pervade, perceive, unimpeded, universal. 通达心, 通达菩提心, to attend to the enlightened mind, the stage of one who has passed through the novitiate and understands the truth. 部. A group, tribe, class, division, section, a board, office, school, sect, a work in volumes, a heading or section of a work. 不隐陀, or 不隐陀 the planet Mercury, i.e. Buddha. 部主, the founder of a sect, or school, or group. 不执, the tenets of a sect or school. 不多, to be, become, produced, formed, being, existing, etc. NW in P. As the consciously existing, the 4 great elements, earth, fire, wind, water, as apprehended by touch, also a kind of demon produced by metamorphosis. Also, the Zhenhu Zatavat, 部教, Fustras, or canon, and their exposition. Ye, the country, wilderness, wild, rustic, uncultivated, rude. 也昧迷, the money, 找法. 也布施, to scatter offerings at the grave to satisfy hungry ghosts. 也盖, glub, jackal, or an animal resembling a fox which cries in the night. 野狐 a wild fox, a fox sprite. 野狐禅 wild fox meditation, i.e. non-Buddhist ascetics, heterodoxy in general. 野盘僧 a roaming monk without fixed abode. 野葬 burial by abandoning the corpse in the wilds. 钓 to angle, fish. 钓鱼 angling words or questions, to fish out what a student knows. 闭 to close, stop, block. 闭尸 F a body胎脏 a piece of flesh, and mass, a fetus. 壁炉 to cease lighting the stove, in spring. 闭关 to shut in, to isolate oneself for meditation. 毕离多 Preta, hungry ghost, CB. 领 and not, to, cf. 毗邻 陪 to accompany, associated with, add to, assist. 陪食 to keep one company at meals. 陪卢 Pelomor Bhairava, the terrible name of Siva, also of five and other devas, also of a Jinggangshen. Tao pottery, kill. Tao Jiawen a potter as wheel. Chen arrange, marshal, spread, state, old, style. 陈气药腐烂药 purgative medicines. 陈大 Dienga, a native of southern India, the great Buddhist logician, circa AD 500 or 550, founder of the New Logic, cf. 英名 he is known also as 同寿安玉龙. Also used for Jina. Victorious, the overcomer, a title of a Buddha. Yin shade, dark, the shades, the negative as opposed to the positive principle, female, the moon. Back, secret. In Buddhism it is the phenomenal, as obscuring the true nature of things, also. The aggregation of phenomenal things resulting in births and deaths, hence it is used as a translation like UQV force Kantha, the Wu Yin being the five skandhas or aggregates. 因入界 the five skandhas, the 12 entrances, or bases through which consciousness enters. Yatana, and the 18 true or elements, called the Sankhya. 因境 the present world as the state of the five skandhas. 因妄 Theskandha, illusion, or the unreality of Theskandhas. 因妄一念 the illusion of Theskandhas like a passing thought. 因幻 the five skandhas like a passing illusion. 因界 the five skandhas and the 18 toe. 因藏a retractable penis, one of the 32 marks of a Buddha. 因钱 paper money for use in services to the dead. 因魔 the five skandhas consider the sundras or demons fighting against the Buddha, nature of men. 血 snow 雪山雪岭 the snow mountains, the Himalayas 雪山大士雪山童子 the great man or youth of the Himalayas, the Buddha in a former incarnation 雪山部 Himayvat, the Himalaya school, one of the 5 divisions of the Muskika 顶 top of the head, crown, summit, apex, zenith, highest, to rise, a post, an official as button 顶光 the halo round the head of an image 顶潮 contemplation so profound that a bird may build its nest on the individual as head 顶珠 the gem in the head, dress, or coiffure, the protuberance on the Buddha as from 顶身王 Merdhaja, the king born from the crown of the head, name of the first Chakravartin ancestors of the Kaya clan. The name is also applied to a former incarnation of Kaya Muni. 顶香 the protuberance on the Buddha as from one of the 32 marks of a Buddha, also an image or portrait of the upper half of the body. 顶石 like a heavy stone on the head, to be got rid of with speed, e.g. transmigration. 顶礼 to prostrate oneself with the head at the feet of the one referenced. 顶轮 a wheel or disc at the top, or on the head, 金轮佛顶 QV. 顶门眼 the middle of standing eye in Mahaspara as forehead. 鱼 Motsya fish 鱼兔 like a fish or a hare, when caught the net may be ignored, i.e. the meaning or spirit of astra more valuable than the ledger. 鱼子 spun, fast in multitude compared with those that develop. 鱼板 the wooden fish in monasteries, beaten to announce meals, and to be timed at the services. 鱼母 the care of an mother fish for its multitudinous young, e.g. a mikvah as care of all in leading them to his pure land. 鱼骨 similar to 鱼板 鸟 a bird 鸟鸡 the tracks left in the air by a flying bird, unreal. 鸟道 the path of the birds, evasive, mysterious, difficult, as is the mystic life. Also a fabulous island, only reached by flight. 鸟树僧 a bad monk, i.e. one who breaks the commandments, with the elusiveness of a creature that is partly bird and partly mouse, also who chatters without meaning like the twittering of birds or the squeaking of rats. 鹿 a deer, as Kayamuni first preached the 4 noble truths in the deer garden. The deer is a symbol of his preaching. 鹿仙 Kayamuni as royal stag, he and Alpadada had both been deer in a previous incarnation. 鹿戒 deer morals, i.e. to live as some ascetics, like deer. 鹿苑 鹿野园 known also as 仙人园, etc., the park, abode, or retreat of wise men, whose resort it formed, a famous park north-east of France, a favorite resort of community. The modern SRNTH, Raconta, near Benares. N.W. here he is reputed to have preached his first sermon and converted his first 5 disciples. Tilentai also counts it as the scene of the second period of his teaching, when during 12 years he delivered the Getmasters, 路车, deer carts, one of the 3 kinds of vehicle referred to in the Lotus Sutra, the medium kind, 3, 车, 麦, 药法, 椰粕 corn, wheat, barley, etc. Corn, especially barley, a grain of barley is the 2688000 th. Part of alhana. 马 hemp, flax, linen, translate mod, cf. 木磨 etc. 马搓 Motsya, a fish. 麻豆曲夺 Madrigola, sweet balls, or biscuits. 12 strokes. 父 to superintend, teach, a tutor, to paint, a function, annex. 复训 the instructions of a teacher, to instruct. 魁 gigantic, monstrous, part man part devil, a puppet. 傀儡子 a puppet, marionette. 傍 near, adjoining, side, dependent. 傍身 Kiryakloni, born of or as an animal, and W, born to walk on one side, i.e. belly downwards, because of sin in past existence. 傍身去 the animal path, that of rebirth as an animal, one of the 630. 回顾 Uyghurs, 人 2加乌夷人 2加乌胡高车高昌 a branch of the Turks first heard of in the 7th century in the Orkhon district, where they remained until AD 840, when they were defeated and driven out by the Kyrgyz. One group went to Kansu, where they remained until about 1020. Another group founded a kingdom in the Tofen country which survived until Mongol times. They had an alphabet which was copied from the Sogdian. Genghis Khan adopted it for writing. Mongolian AD 1294, the whole Buddhist canon was translated into Uyghur. Ge, to cut, gash, sever. Ge duan, to cut off. Lao, toil, labor, trouble, to reward. Lao Lü, troublesome companions, e.g. the passions. 劳怨 the annoyance or hatred of labor, or trouble, or the passions, or demons. 劳结 the troublers, or passions, those which hold one in bondage. 胜 Jina, victorious, from G, to overcome, surpass. 胜成the victorious vehicle, i.e. Mahina. 胜友 Jimna Mitra, friend of the Jimna, or having the Jimna for a friend, also the name of an eloquent monk of England, circa AD 630, author of Sarv Steve Lavinia, Sagrad Tr. AD 700. 圣士 Victor, one who keeps the commandments. 圣子树 Fiji. The Jitta Grove, Jittivana. 圣宗 Phi. 圣论宗 圣州 Atarikuru Phi. 遇 the continent north of Meru. 圣心 the victorious might, which carries out the Buddhist discipline. 圣应身 a Tibetan term for the superior incarnational Buddha. Body, i.e. his compensation, body under the aspect of 他受用生 saving others. 圣灵 Phi. 指的 Jitta Grove, Jittivana. 圣果 the surpassing fruit, i.e. that of the attainment of Buddhahood, in contrast with men alone. Aims. Two of these fruits are transcendent nirvana, complete body. 圣业 surpassing karma. 圣神州 Purified Videha, the continent east of Meru. 圣意 beyond description, that which surpasses mere earthly ideas, superlative, inscrutable. 圣意根 the surpassing organ, i.e. intellectual perception, behind the ordinary organs of perception, e.g. eyes, ears, etc. 圣意法 the superlative dharma, nirvana. 圣意空nerve as surpassingly real or transcendental. 圣意地 the superior truth, enlightened truth as contrasted with worldly truth. 圣意地论 Paramrita Sakya Stra, a philosophical work by Vesa Ben Hun. 圣者 Prajna preeminent, predominant. 圣论 Phaeika Stra. 圣论宗 the Phaeika school of Indian philosophy, whose foundation is ascribed to Kada Auka He, and his successors are respectfully styled 论师 or slightingly 论外道. The school, when combined with the Nia, is also known as Nia Phaeika. 圣君 Prasenajit, conquering army, or conqueror of an army, king of Kosala and patron of Kayamuni. Also one of the Maharajas. 明王 圣蛮夫人 Maiar, daughter of Prasenajit, wife of the king of Kosala, out, after whom Thermodipisi had the way. Anjing are named. Bo, white, universal, widely read, versing, to cause, gamble, barter. Bo cha, Fakud, fee. 父的 oxus. 博查班土家，博查班则加 Pax, partial unix, cf. 半，博吃除 Paka, half a lunar month, also used for road as army. 绝 Third personal pronoun, demonstrative pronoun, also used instead of 句。吃 to eat, 吃素 to eat ordinary or vegetarian food. 吃气螺 Kalkhara, a beggar as staff, an abbot as staff. 喝 to shout, bowl, cold, scold, to drink. 喝汉 Gay'an, an ancient kingdom, also called Dong'an, i.e. Eastern Parthia, west of Samarkand, now a district of Bokhara. 唤 to call, summon. 唤钟 半钟 or 半钟, the dinner bell or gong. 啼 to well, crow. 啼哭 to weep and well, to weep. 啼哭佛 the ever-welling Buddha, the final Buddha of the present Kalpa, cf. 萨陀 桥 楼梯 乔达摩 Gautama 乔达米 Gautami, 飞渠 丧 mourning to lose, destroy. 丧背心号轻 gifts to monks for masses for the dead. Lama Lama, the Lamistic form of Buddhism found chiefly in Tibet and Mongolia and the smaller Himalayan states. In Tibet it is divided into two schools, the older one wearing red robes, the later, which was founded by Tsongkhapa in the 15th century, wearing yellow. Its chiefs are the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama, respectively. Dan single, alone, only, the odd numbers, poor, deficient, able, check, etc. cf. 单位 a single seat or position, also a fixed or listed position or seat. 单前 in front of one as listed name, i.e. in one as allotted place. 单麻 the single hemp seed, a day to which the Buddha reduced his food before his enlightenment. 喻 illustrate, example, to know 宗因喻 QV. The example, Dinta, in a syllogism. 喻一 the subject of the example, e.g. a vase or bottle, as contrasted with 喻体 the predicate, e.g. the vase is not eternal. 喜 pertinenda joy, glad, delighted, rejoice, to like. 喜受 the sensation or receptivity of joy, to receive with pleasure. 喜任 the patience of joy, achieved on beholding by faith amid and his pure land, one of the seven. 任 喜悦 喜欢 喜乐 pleased, delighted. 喜舍 joyful giving. 喜灵苑 Joy, Grove Garden, a name for Indra as garden or paradise. 喜见 Priyadarsana joyful to see, beautiful, name of Akopa. 喜见城 Sudarsana, the city, beautiful, the chief city or capital of the 33 Indra heavens, also Shan. 监狱，喜见天。The Triastrias, or 30, Thredevas or gods of Indra as heaven, on the summit of Meru. 喜见菩萨。The Bodhisattva, beautiful, an incarnation of 药王。喜觉知。The third Vibhayaga, the state of joy on attaining the truth. 善。Bhadra, Kusala. Good, virtuous, well, good and skillful. 善人。A good man, especially one who believes in Buddhist ideas of causality and life's a good life. 善来。Sgata, Susgata, welcome, welcome, a title of a Buddha. 善事。善结。A good kalpa, Vajrakalpa, especially that in which we now live. 善友。Kali and Mitra, a friend of virtue, a religious counselor, and W, a friend in the good life, or one who stimulates to goodness. 善哉。Good, excellent. 善因。Good causation, i.e. a good cause for a good effect. 善宿。Abiding in goodness, disciples who keep 8 commandments, Upavasatha, Kodha. 善巧。Clever, skillful, adroit, apt. 善心。A good heart or mind. 善性。Good nature, good in nature, or in fundamental quality. 善恶。Good and evil, good inter alia, is defined as 顺利, evil as 违逆, i.e. to accord with, or to dissipate. The right. The 十善十恶 are the keeping or breaking of the 10 commandments. 善慧的。Stomach, fee. 诗的。善月。Good months, i.e. the 1st, 5th, and 9th, because they are the most important in which to do good works and thus obtain a good report in the spirit realm. 善本。Good stock or roots, planting good seed or roots, good in the root of enlightenment. 善果。Good fruit from 善因 QV, good fortune in life resulting from previous goodness. 善现。Well-appearing, name of Sakti, Visu. 善现天。Or 善现色 Sula, the 7th Brahmaloka, the 8th region of the 4th Dhyana. 善生。Sajata, well-born, of high birth, and W also Tr. Of Susathapa, a former incarnation of Kayamuni. 善男子。Good sons, or sons of good families, one of the Buddha's terms of address to his disciples. Somewhat resembling gentlemen. 善男信女。Good men and believing women. 善知。Vibhajana, clear perception. 善知识。A good friend or intimate, one well known and intimate. 善神。The good devas, or spirits, who protect Buddhism. 8, 16, or 36寸 number, the 8 are also called. 善鬼神。善见。Sudarsana, good to see, good for seeing, Belvu, etc. similar to 喜见 QV. 善财童子 Sadhana, a disciple mentioned in the 华严经34 and elsewhere, one of the 四圣僧 QV. The story is given in Divivadna et. Carl and Neil, pages 441. 善事 Sugata, well departed, gone as he should go, a title of a Buddha, cf. 善来 way surround, enclose, encircle, go round 围绕 to surround, go round, especially to make 3 complete turns to the right round an image of Buddha. 因罗那 Ervana, a king of the elephants, Indra as white elephant, cf. It is also confused with Erpata in the above senses, and for certain trees, herbs, etc., also with Elpatra, name of Anga. Cha. Area, arena, field, especially Thibadite, plot, or place of enlightenment, etc., cf. 道场，菩提场。堪 to bear, sustain, be adequate to. 堪忍 sought to bear, patiently endure. 堪忍世界 the sad word of endurance of suffering, any word of transmigration. 堪忍的 the stage of endurance, the first of the 10 bodhisattva stages. 堪能 ability to bear or undertake. 报 recompense, retribution, reward, punishment, tell. 报佛 to thank the Buddha, also ident 报身 报命 the life of reward or punishment for former deeds. 报因 the cause of retribution. 报土 the land of reward, the pure land. 报恩 to acknowledge or requite favors. 报恩施 almsgiving out of gratitude. 报恩田 the field for requiting blessings received, e.g. parents, teachers, etc. 报应 recompense, reward, punishment, also the 报身 and 应身 QV. 报果 the reward, fruit, or consequences of past deeds. 报沙 Pora, the first of the 3 Indian winter months, from the 16th of the 10th Chinese month. 报身三昧a degree of boldness at place and in which transcendental powers are obtained. 报怨 the circumstantial cause of retribution. 报身 reward body, Thissabhaga, kai of a Buddha, in which he enjoys the reward of his labors. Fee 三身 Tripya. 报谢 to acknowledge and thank, also retribution ended. 报通 the supernatural powers that have been acquired as karma by demons, spirits, and guests, etc. 报障 the veil of delusion which accompanies retribution. 殿to settle, over, condo. 殿察 to make an offering of tea to a Buddha, a spirit, etc. 舍 to spread out, profuse, extravagant. 舍利 舍利弗多罗 or 舍利弗多罗 舍利普达罗提 Shariputra 舍米 Shami and leguminous tree associated with Siva 舍摩他 or 舍摩陀 舍摩他 Samatha quiet, tranquility, calmness of mind, absence of passion. NW rest, peace, power to end, passion, etc. One of the 7 names for Hina. 舍羯罗 Kala, the ancient capital of Taka and under Mirakula of the whole Punjab, the Sagala of Ptolemy, Ital gives it as the present village of Sangha a few miles south-west of Amritsar, but this is doubtful. 舍萨达罗 舍萨达罗 舍梭达罗 Stra, Impi 百论 Treatise, Kufi 舍陀 Haya, knavery, fawning, crooked. Yu to well, lodge, appertain, belong to, resemble. Yu Zong a branch sect, one school appertaining to another. Yu Qian semblance money, i.e. paper money. Han Top code, in poverty, plan. 寒暑 cold and heat. 寒林 the cold forest, where the dead were exposed to be devoured by vultures, etc. A cemetery. V. Shi for Tibetan Mona. 寒狱 the cold house. V. 地狱 Fu rich, wealthy, affluent, well supplied. Translate Pulam Sounds, cf. 不婆 富丹那 or 富陀那 Tana, a class of pretas in charge of fevers. 富楼沙富罗 or 富流沙富罗 Pura, the ancient capital of Gandhara, the modern Peshawar, stated to be the native country of Faisab and Hun. 富楼沙 Pura, Bu and mankind. Man personified as Enrya, the soul and source of the universe, soul. Explained by Shenhua, the spiritual self, that man whose characteristic is thought, and which produces, through successive modifications, all forms of existence. 富楼那 also 富楼那弥多罗尼子 and other similar phonetic forms. Maitreyaputra or Maitreyaputra, a disciple of Kayamuni, son of Bappa by a slave girl, often confounded with Maitreya, the chief preacher among the 10 principal disciples of Kayamuni, ill-treated by his brother, engaged in business, saved his brothers from shipwreck by conquering Indra through Sandhi, built up the reform Kayamuni, expected to reappear as Famin Rulai. Dharma Prabhupada. Fusha Pua, an ancient tea, A constellation, 飞符。富加罗，富特加罗 Pajala, that which has handsome form, body, soul, being subject to metempsychosis. Cf. 符补富罗 A translate. For a short-legged or ornamented boot, as 富为巴陀罗 is boot or shoe ornamentation. 富罗 is also in P. As land, country, perhaps Pura, a city. 富兰纳 Purus. A class of Brahmanic mythological literature, also 布拉拿 or 布拉拿。富兰纳迦叶，布拉拿 or 布拉纳，布拉拿，布拉纳，普拉拿，普拉纳，布兰，布拉纳 etc. Purakayapa, one of the 6 heretics opposed by Kayamuni. He taught the non-existence of all things, that all was illusion, and that there was neither birth nor death, ergo, neither prince nor subject, parent nor child, nor their duties. 富兰陀罗 Purandara, stronghold, breaker, fortress, destroyer, and name for Indra's thunder, god. 富那 Pua, Ponner, Pra. 富那岐 Name of Aprita, or hungry ghost, and of a monk named Prika. 富那婆苏 Ponner Vasu, an asterism, i.e. the Fusu, name of a monk. 富那耶舍 Puayas, 富那舍，富那耶舍 the 10th, or 11th, patriarch, a descendant of the Gautama family, born in Paliputra, labored in Vras and converted of Bilwa. 富那跋陀 Prabhadra, name of a spirit, general. 许 To seek, investigate, to continue, usually, a fathom, by Chinese feet. 许四 Fitar Confikra, 2 conditions in the discovery and analysis of principles, Vitar Kaki Dajale. Dharma which tends to increase, and Fikra Pijalur, one which tends to diminish, definiteness and clearness in the stream of consciousness, cf. 中间定寻常念佛 Normal or ordinary worship of Buddha, in contrast with special occasions. 尊 To honor Riya, honored, honorable. 尊师 The honorable comments Buddha's teaching. 尊圣 Honored and victorious, the honored victorious one, one of the 5 Fodi, also known as Chuzhang. Fodi, one of the divinities of the yoga school. 尊宿 and monk honored and advanced in years. 尊者 Riya, honorable one, a sage, a saint, an arhat. 尊记The prediction of Buddhahood to his disciples by the honored one, the honorable prediction. 尊贵 尊重 honored, honorable, to honor. 屠人 To butcher, kill, a butcher. 屠沽 Butcher and huckster, Kala, the generic name for a man of the lowest and most despised of the mixed tribes. N.W. Lan. Mountain mist, vapor. Lan Pini. Lumpin, the park in which NY gave birth to Kaiuni, 15 miles east of Kalkalabasdu, also. Lambin, Laban. Lan Bing Ni, or Liu Pi Ni, Ling Pi Ni, Lou Pi Ni, Liu Mi Ni, Ling Wei Ni, La. Fa Ni, Long Mi Ni, Luan Ming Ni, Lan Fan Ni. 强 strong, forceful, violent, to force, to strengthen. 强加 the Ganges, 横 fu again, return, revert, reply. 复活 to live again, return to life. 复世 to return to ordinary garments, i.e. to doff the robe for lay life. 许 to follow accord with, according to. 循环 pradakana, moving round so that the right shoulder is towards the object of reference. 循声观 the meditation which observes the body in detail and considers its filthiness. 变 sarvatrega, on every side, ambit, everywhere, universal, perfect, all, the whole. 遍一切处 pervading everywhere, omnipresent, an epithet for viral conduct. 遍及 universally auspicious, ATR. of 普现 Samantabhadra. 变成 to complete wholly, fulfilling every detail. 变净 universal purity. 变照 universally shining, everywhere illuminating. 变界 the whole universe. 变形音 sarvatrayatu, omnipresent causes, like false views which affect every act. Keys 变觉 the omniscience, absolute enlightenment, or universal awareness of a Buddha. 变计 Paracopita, counting everything as real, the way of the unenlightened. 变计所知性 the nature of the unenlightened, holding to the tenet that everything is calculable or reliable, i.e. is what it appears to be. 闷 depressed, oppressed, sad, melancholy, to cover, shut down, or in. 忧闷 愁闷 distress, grief, sadness. Now, vexation, irritation, annoyance, e.g. 懊恼 and especially 烦恼 Glisa, QV. 会 kind, gracious, forbearing, accordant. 恩惠 grace, kindness. 施惠 to bestow kindness or charity. 惠利 to show kindness to and benefit others. 惑 moha illusion, delusion, doubt, unbelief. It is also used for kosa, passion, temptation, distress, care, trouble. 惑人 a deluded person, to delude others. 惑染 the tent of delusion, the contamination of illusion. 或业苦 illusion, accordant action, and suffering, the pains arising from a life of illusion. 或者 the bond of illusion, the delusive bondage of desire to its environment. 或去 the way or direction of illusion, delusive objective, in P. As deluded in fundamental principles. 或障 the hindrance or obstruction of the delusive passions to entry into truth. 悲 KP sympathy, pity for another in distress and the desire to help him. Sad 悲心 a heart of pity, of sympathy, or sadness. 悲手 a pitying hand. 悲智 pity and wisdom, the two characteristics of a bodhisattva seeking to attain perfect enlightenment, and the salvation of all beings. In the esoteric sects, pity is represented by the Garbhagga or the womb tracery, while wisdom is represented by the Vajradome, the diamond tracery. Pity is typified by Wang Yin, wisdom by Mosmaputta, the two associates of Amitabha. 悲悯量心 infinite pity for all. 悲田 the field of pity, cultivated by helping those in trouble, one of the three fields of blessing. 悲观慈观 the pitying contemplation for saving beings from suffering, and the merciful contemplation for giving joy to all beings. 悲愿 the great pitying vow of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to save all beings. 悲愿传 the both of this vow for ferrying beings to salvation. Aga bad, evil, wicked, hateful, to hate, dislike. Translate cf. 恶世界 an evil world. 恶作 evil doings, also to hate that which one has done, to repent. 恶差 Aka, a seed of which rosaries are made, in compound words, like Indukesha, Radukesha. A shrub producing that seed, Elaeocarpus gummitras. NW it is called the 差距 because its seeds are said to be formed in triplets, and illustrate the simultaneous character of 或行苦 illusion, action, and suffering. Another version is that the seeds fall in clusters, and illustrate numbers or numerous. They are also known as 金刚子 恶取空 to have evil ideas of the doctrine of voidness, to deny the doctrine of cause and effect. 恶口 evil mouth, evil speech, a slanderous, evil speaking person. 恶因 a cause of evil, or of a bad fate, an evil cause. 恶报 recompense for ill, punishment. 恶刹那 or 恶刹罗 a kara, imperishable, unalterable, a syllable, words, in P. As unchanging word, a root. Word, or word, root. Also 厄沙罗，阿起什罗。恶师 An evil teacher who teaches harmful doctrines. 恶律仪 Bad or evil rules and customs. 恶揭露 A guru Lipnum aloes fee. 沉水香恶果 Evil fruit from evil deeds. 恶业 Evil conduct in thought, word, or deed, which leads to evil recompense, evil karma. 恶无过 That it is not wrong to do evil, that there are no consequences attached to an evil life. 恶赖也干心 Ace happy pariah, a phrase describing the evil of the mind. 恶知识 A bad intimate, or friend, or teacher. 恶其名 Agni, impi. 拜火神 the god of fire, cf. 恶缘External conditions or circumstances which stir or tempt one to evil. 恶见 Evil or heterodox views. 恶见处 The place in Hades whence the sinner beholds the evil done in life, one of the 16 special hells. 恶觉Contemplation or thought contrary to Buddhist principles. 恶处 Evil touch, contaminated as is food by being handled or touched. 恶趣 The evil directions, or incarnations, i.e. those of animals, pretas, and beings in purgatory, to which some add asuras. 恶道 Evil ways, also the three evil paths or destinies, animals, pretas, and purgatory. 恶路 Foul discharges from the body, also evil revealed. 恶鬼神 Evil demons and evil spirits, Rakshasas, etc. 恶魔 Evil rus, demon enemies of Buddhism. Cha To insert, sticking. Chadan To insert one's slip, or credentials. Ja Upon, to grasp, control, administer. Jakwo As easy to see as a mango in the hand. 拣 To pick, choose, select. 拣择 To choose, select. 拣师 One chosen to be a teacher, but not yet fit for a full appointment. 欠达国 Gandharva, vegan. Try To estimate, conjecture, guess, said also to mean twine to roll into a bowl, roll together. Try shi The Indian way of eating by first rolling the food into a bowl in the hand, also 团食 Yu To draw out, extol. 于寻 Yujana, video. 揭 To lift up, or off, uncover, make known, stick up, publish, translate G.A. cut. 接力喝拔地 Grapparty, an elder, householder, proprietor, landlord. 接地 Gauti, a particular high number, and W, 10 sexillions, 大接地100 sexillions, fee. 落差雷卡，接盘陀。Kavantha, an ancient kingdom and city, modern part goes south, east of the Surikal Lake. Ita. 接直。Gauchi, an ancient kingdom between Balkh and Permian, about Rui. Ita. 接路茶。Garua, the mythical bird on which fire writes, Fi. 迦楼罗。提。To raise, mention, bring forward, summon, lead. 提和。Deva. 提和杰罗。Pekara, Fi. 燃灯。提倡。To mention, to deliver oral instruction, or the gist of a subject, as done in the intuitional school. Also 提纲，提要。提多罗扎。Tara, one of the four mergers, the yellow guardian eastward of Subaru, also 头赖扎地。黎多和罗沙扎罗。提多加。Theka, the fifth patriarch unknown to southern Buddhists, born in Magadha, a disciple of Upagupta. He went to Madhyadesa where he converted the heretic Maichaka and his 8000 followers. Ita. 提婆。Deva. Explained by him celestial, also by 梵天人 inhabitants of the Brahmalokas, or by 天神 celestial spirits. General designation of the gods of Brahmanism, and of all the inhabitants of Devalokas who are subject to metempsychosis. Also 提波、提和、提环。Used also for Devadatta, infra. 提婆的提婆。Devadeva, the god of gods, Vayu, also name of the Buddha before he left home. 提婆宗。The school of Angrajana, so called after Riyadeva, infra. 提婆西那。Devasena, celestial host, name of an Arahat. 提婆菩萨。Devabodhisattva, or Riyadeva, or Kadeva, the one-eyed Deva, disciple of Angrajana, and one of the four sons of Buddhism, 14th patriarch, and monk of Paliputra, along with Angrajana. He is counted as founder of the Sanlun Kyufi. 提婆舍摩。The Vakma, or Devasarman, an R8 who wrote the Abhidhamma 十身足论 Tr. by Xianzhen, A.D. 649, in which he denied the ego. 提婆达多。提婆、提婆达、提婆达兜、达兜的婆达多、or 的婆达兜、地婆达多、调婆达多 Devadatta, son of Drudanarja 无饭王 and cousin of Kayamuni, of whom he was enemy and rival, cultivating magical powers. For his wicked designs on the Buddha he is said to have been swallowed up alive in hell. Nevertheless, he is predicted to become a Buddha as the Varja. He was worshipped as a Buddha by a sect up to AD 400. Ita. 提婆摩罗波拜。Deva, Ra, Ppyn, Ra, the evil one, king of demons. 提思 to arouse or stimulate a student. 提环 deva fi 提婆提数 Separate hydrometry 飞扑提波 deva fi 提婆提环节 Pekara cf 燃灯提罗 one with abnormal sexual organs, abbreviation for hill, cf 斑提舍 impi as preaching to infuriating people over the stream of transmigration, also 抵杀提舍尼 Protidia 飞波提舍那 Dinia confession 提喝 Diha the body also 飞八中州提调 to arrange or manage as deputy, a deputy manager or director 提味波利 Trapusa and Balika, the two merchants who offered Kayamuni barley and honey after his enlightenment. Tinapur Dinaphat or Dinsvara, the sun god worshipped by heretics in Persia. Itel Tiyunbanru The fabric aroma of Castana, Kotang, Hutr. 6 works AD 689-691 in B and 8 works are ascribed to him. Also 提檀陀若那提病 death female devas apsaras 提病杀 hatred, dislike, enmity, one of the Sandu 3 poisons. 提病波 an island or continent. 4th have composed a word 四周 赶 to their venture 赶慢 Kambala, a woolen or hair mantle, the loincloth,